We're home again. A long-awaited reunion where chaos and mayhem live hand in hand. It's time to drop back into Verdansk. Across 5 regions with 150 players. It's not all just for fun. There's also $1 million up for grabs. It's time to load up, load out, and drop in. Because this is the World Series of Warzone. Well, good afternoon or good evening, depending on where you are in the world. Welcome into the World Series of Warzone. This is our North American LCQs, our last competition before we get to LAN. I'm Goj, this is Dream, and welcome back to the booth. Smixy, going to you first. How you feeling about the day?
I am so excited about today. Yesterday was so much fun to watch, and now I get to analyze today, so I'm even more excited.
Yeah, welcome back, Analyst Smixy. Really pumped to have you. And Dream, welcome back. You've been with me on every show that we've done, and we have one final show together. How you feeling about NA?
I can't believe it's here already. Goj, it just flies by, but LCQs, they never disappoint. Warzone has not been disappointing in the last couple of weeks. I cannot wait to get into it.
Yeah, a lot to talk about today. And first and foremost, of course, we had our competition yesterday. But besides that, World Series of Warzone been on a little bit of a break. And in the meantime, we had one of the biggest competitions of the year. Esports World Cup was insane. And of course, we talked about the Gentlemates yesterday. They had a great performance, ended up getting second. But there were a lot of North American teams inside the top 5. Let's break it all down, starting with, of course, the champions and the winning moment. Dream, back to you. We had so much fun at this competition. But this moment right here, Twisted Minds, the champions, really cool to see.
Absolutely. They came 7th too in groups, which is that last place team to make it to the finals day. And I mean, obviously holding that factory side and the reactions that we got, so happy for Z Smith and then you say, Aiden and of course Allman holding the trophy there, Goj. It was just such a good one, especially for Allman, the improvements as a player, and for Z Smith, man, he was just frying through and through.
Yeah, I mean, Aiden and Allman have been some of the top earning players in Warzone history, and Z Smith's kind of been this underdog golden third, trying to find the home. Finally finds the perfect home with Twisted Minds, and they win the whole dang thing. A really, really fun competition, and a big congrats to all 3 of those gentlemen and everybody else from North America and EU that made it inside the top 5. We had 5 teams on match point. It was wild. Definitely go back and watch that one. But we also had an insane competition for the North American finals as well. And Smixy, you worked that event with us. It was so much fun in the booth, but in the game, we saw a series of crazy moments from our teams at the top of the leaderboard. There was a clear delineation for the teams that won the whole thing and teams that barely made it through.
Absolutely, I totally agree with what you just said. I mean, we had SAUL come in hot. I mean, really the only team that played super consistent all day long, I would say, is VP. Yeah. Everybody else kind of had, it was kind of a roller coaster.
Yeah, it was a roller coaster. VP were unstoppable, but some fun moments from AG as well, Dream.
Oh yeah, as AG had a little bit of a struggle, but Raiden clutched up so much for them to qualify. He said, screw it, I will do it all. And well, for each map, as we really were in the north side, it was really awesome to see even the double snipe from Falcons, and we were screaming. That was on the Falcons too, by the way.
Yeah, I just about lost my mind when that happened. Falcons, of course, did fantastic. And here's that Twisted Minds roster, by the way. Yes, they won EWC. They also won insane plays here. Z Smith on 1 HP and a Dream, taking down SAUL. But let's talk about this kill leaderboard. And Dream, going back to you here, obviously some kind of normal names we expected to see near the top, but Juju on that list as well. And then 5 Fears, Scythe, Big Man. I mean, this list was a couple surprises along kind of the mainstay in the slaying category.
Heck yeah, especially when you're replacing a big name like Biffle, as we don't even see him on here. But yeah. 3 members of Virtus Pro, Dongi, Noobs doing their thing, but Noobs specifically, he was a player that I was like, man, he's improved over the years so much. A 4.50 KD, the best in the tournament. That is insane. And well, for AG Global, rated being in the 10th place spot, it's no surprise as well. He really did do it all.
Yeah, well, let's talk a little bit more about Virtus Pro, because they truly were the beasts of Verdansk in the NA Finals. And Smix, talking about this roster, what set them apart? Obviously, they won maps, they got a lot of kills.
Like like I mentioned before, this was the most consistent team of the day. I mean, they won by 70 points, which is absolutely wild. It does help, that they have a free POI. I don't know if that's going to be the case in global finals. I have an inkling it's not going to be the case. But for regional finals, they had all of Boneyard to themselves. So that really allowed them to have an advantage. And then on top of that, we had noobs with crazy sniper plays, crazy just game-changing plays as well. Like Dream said, I really do think that this guy was really the factor for this team this go around. I really do.
Yeah, they adapted so well to their surroundings. Every zone that was thrown at them, regardless of whether it was near Boneyard or not, most of the time not, they could move wherever they wanted and they would get there in stride with a crazy amount of kills. Of course, clutching up in final moments. And I like that call out from Noobs with that sniper. But here's a look at that leaderboard. The 70 points over Falcons. Falcons, of course, in second. 15 teams all punched their tickets to LAN. And here are those 15 teams from the NA regional finals. Dream, a quick hit here. Obviously, some teams at the bottom barely making it in. Optic down there in 14th, sneaking in straight to the competition.
Yeah, the television chaos that was happening for Optic and a really sneaky win to get them in there, clutch to get them in there. But got a shout out to Surprise. Some might be surprised about that team, Clown team as well. Jackal, Dadonche, and Clown. But Jackal, hey, he was there last year with Brawlic and Huskers on global finals. So no surprise there to see them at least make it again.
Yeah, well, those are your 15 teams from the North American region. We, of course, got all of our teams from the EMEA region yesterday in the LCQs, and then before that in the regional finals. But, Smix, we also had our expansion regions. We talked about these a couple times. Some big teams here as well we're excited to see on LAN.
I'm super excited to see some of these teams like Dusamir, teams like Obs, Bray, Teeny. These are teams that I'm expecting them to do super, super well on LAN. Teeny, Obs, and Bray had the craziest comeback story I think we have ever seen in World Series of Warzone history. They were down like 40 points going into last map. And then, they had that crazy, crazy win. First place team dies early. And it was just wild. It was wild to watch.
Yeah, really pumped to see what they can do on LAN against their overall global competition. That LAN, by the way, it's been announced. If you missed it, October 1st, all right? You're not going to want to miss this competition. October 1st is the World Series of Warzone Global Finals, but it's paired up with Call of Duty Next the day before and the Call of Duty Endowment Book. Code Bowl, COD Next, World Series of Warzone Finals. I mean, come on. It's going to be an insane couple days, and it's all happening in Vegas. We're going back, baby, and I'm pumped about it. On October 1st, you can watch that, of course, Twitch, YouTube, Call of Duty channels, just where you're watching these right now, the LCQs. So a lot going on. But we got to talk about today in particular. There's a huge competition ahead of us first before we get to that global finals. So I'm going to walk you through it. First and foremost, of course, we've been doing World Series of Warzone for months now, and it all started with the regional in-game open. 10,000 plus players that then worked their way into group stages. Top 100 made it to groups. Top half of those made upper bracket, bottom half into the lower brackets, and then teams battled it out in the upper and lower brackets to make it to either regional finals, skate their way into last chance qualifiers, or they got eliminated. Well, we've made it. We got our regional final winners, and we've made it to LCQs. Now, today in LCQs, a little bit different than last year, same as yesterday, 5 maps with our World Series of Warzone scoring. That's your kill multipliers and all of that, right? Total scores. After our 5 games, top 5 teams will make it to LAN from the LCQs. And then we'll play a 6th map, the Wildcard map. It's winner takes all. The team that wins that map also makes LAN. 6 teams going to LAN today, one of them just by winning a single map at the end. Crazy, crazy stuff. We gotta talk about the teams that are going into this competition. But first, before we get into it, we saw some really cool stuff yesterday, Smix, with the meta shift. We briefly talked about it yesterday, but now we got some stats to back it up. Talk to me about what you expect to see today, given that we saw the competition yesterday with some new weapons in the horizon.
Yeah, yesterday we saw some new metas. We saw the ABR coming out in full force. We saw a little bit of C9. We saw a little tiny bit of Cypher. And yeah, the ABR is really that gun right now. The C9 is super good for close range gunfights. And yeah, I really love the versatility too, because if you are more keen to those medium range fights, then obviously we'll see more Cypher use. But Verdansk is king for positioning, and that's where the ABR comes in hot. All of those crosses, all of those rotational kills, that's the ABR, and that's why we see like 90% of the kills with the ABR.
Yeah, this is insane statistics, by the way. This is from the EMEA LCQs yesterday. ABR, absolutely the weapon of choice for just about everybody. Everybody had the ABR in their pocket, at least a couple per team. You're seeing almost 900 kills in total from the ABR by itself. C9 Cypher, this is a great example of the data backing up your arguments here, Smix. It's very obvious what weapons were used. I want to pull our attention, though, to our first sniper on the list, the LR762. We kind of traditionally think snipers do have a place in the customs meta. What do you think about the LR762? Do you think you're going to see it today in particular?
I absolutely think that we're going to see a lot more of that today. I was really surprised yesterday that we didn't actually see more of that. So I would not be shocked to see lots more snipers today. And I hope we do.
Okay, well, we'll see. Maybe North America are going to be bringing out a couple more snipers than last time. I saw only 30 kills from EMEA LCQs. Might need to pump those numbers up on some of these crazy crosses. But let's talk about some of the teams that are going to get sniped from an ATC tower, or maybe they'll do the sniping. Here are some of our teams for the day. These are our top 25 teams, if you will, ranked in order of how they got here. So, of course, our team at the top, ETC Thomas, barely missing out on the next competition, straight to land by only a couple points. Some great rosters here. However, as a reminder for people at home, LCQs, there have been some roster changes. You see B-Mark having been removed from his squad, Zepti joining that roster, Mayapo no longer with his team, Clutchbelg joining that roster. I mean, there's been a crazy amount of substitutions and a lot of teams we've got to highlight. So I want to go to you first, Stream, with one of our top 3 teams going into this competition. Talk to me about one team that didn't make a roster change. Watch Waldo, Nick Cool, Colony, 2K. What you got on them?
We have to talk about our wild card winners from last year, because this squad qualified in that wild card game, and then Nick Cool became the solo YOLO champion, taking home $50,000. And now, well, with regional finals having a little bit of trouble, of course, with those north side zones and a lot of early rotations, but a lot of teams that were pushed unexpectedly. With Nick Cool, of course, he's that player that maybe I feel like will benefit. Smixy brought up the ABR meta, and I feel like for a team that plays a little slower, a little methodical, maybe they can get set up in these positions. Well, they always find themselves late game, but you can for sure count on this guy to have a sniper in his hand. And well, throughout the regional finals, placing 18th, just barely making it through placements. You have to kick your foot on that game number 1. That was their worst placing. They placed 24th, but through and through, they were always in the top 10.
Yeah, a pretty consistent team. This time, though, gotta rack up more kills. I mean, they have to be top 5 today. On paper, they're a top 5 team, but they've got a lot to prove. Of course, there's several other teams that didn't make roster changes. I gotta shout out Team Desmond. Paul X is competing in this competition. Insane, coming over from the CDL scene. Desmond and Attractor, his teammates. But a team that did make a roster change. Smix, we gotta talk about Lotus 8 with a brand new addition to their roster.
Yeah, Lotus 8 now has Zepti on the team, and I am expecting big things out of this squad now. Zepti taking over that IGRL role for this team, and I'm expecting him to put this team in really good places. Now Inno can just kind of run around, do his thing, his rank grinder thing, and just get a bunch of kills. So I'm expecting them to do very, very well today. They are landing in that promenade area. They are contested by nano FPS, so it's going to be a hot start. It's all going to come down to those early game engagements. And I'm excited to see who comes on top.
Yeah, I think this team is absolutely one that we've got to be checking in on. I mean, of course, when you're basically 6th going into a competition where the top 5 make it to LAN, making a roster change here is a hair risky. You're already in position to maybe take that position, but Zepti is a huge boon to this roster. I really like that breakdown. Could see them making it to LAN if they put all the puzzle pieces together. But a team that maybe some folks think shouldn't be here, and a team that we always see their faces on LAN, some of the biggest faces in the scene, we gotta talk about the Nuke squad, Team Nukes. Swag in the LCQs. What's going on here, Dream?
It is unfortunate that in the LCQs, their first game, and listen, Nuke Squad, the content grind is over. I love these guys, but damn, that first map, 50th place with some bad luck and trying to get their loadout and running into Breadman Believe in Juju. But you can definitely count on Swag to get those first picks. He had a lot of first knocks, but not of finishes. And well, with these guys last year, with Adrian and Swag making it the global finals with Sage, you would hate to see them not make it this year as well. They're always always there in the finals. And with Adrian, too, also being that young gun that played with Aided and Rated, he really made a name for himself being that consistent slaying kings. And, well, for Booyah, right, he's a really good Verdansk player. He made a lot of his earnings back in the day and a lot of those rival tournaments. He knows his game. I mean, it's just devastating. But with some of these fights that they were taking, Goj, I feel like a lot of the coordination seemed a bit off with their pacing. But the dealership airport area, that's where they go. They don't have to worry at least about Breadman Believe in Juju. So without a doubt, they should be able to make it today. It's just unacceptable. 39th from this. You don't expect them to place so low.
Yeah, that's exactly right. They're like 24th seeded in today's competition. You got to be top 5. Something's got to change, and it might just be the fact that they're not Con today could be the difference maker on them making it to LAN or not. Really curious to see how those first drops will go for this squad. Another team, though, with the almost exact same conversation. Wow, they're here, really? Some of the heaviest hitters in Warzone right now. I mean, all 3 of these players, insane. Smixy, talk to me about Super Evan's squad. What went wrong and what do you need them to do well to make it to LAN?
This is a squad that just shouldn't be here, so it's really frustrating that they are here. Super Evan was untouchable in the original Verdansk, so I need to see a little more out of him. I'm expecting a little more out of him, so I really hope today he comes out and shows his true potential. And I think part of their failures so far is because of the stubbornness of that overlooked building just landing time and time again on E700 team. They nearly both didn't qual. E700 came 15th. So I really need this team to be more adaptable. I need them to change ideas because, you know, anywhere that they can go, they can fry. So I need them to have some confidence, and I'm expecting them to do well today, but we'll see how it goes.
Yeah, I think that's a really good shout for this team. Again, same story, different team. Conned off the rip and never gave up against their competition. The 700 team barely making it to 15th, having fought this team every single time in the same building. If they're Con today, which I assume they will be in hospital if that's where they decide to go. These players tweet out pictures of where they're landing, by the way, to try to intimidate people. I don't know. Some people might even just try to drop on this team because we saw what happened when they got dropped on last time. There's a lot of what ifs, and this first drop's going to dictate everything. But we've got more teams we have to talk about. There's an entire second half of our roster today, 50 teams in total. And here's the bottom 25 on this list. Definitely some heavy hitters that barely missed the mark, whether it's in the lower brackets or they really struggled in the regional finals. I think a couple quick notes about roster changes, though. I told you that Clutchbug was picked up instead of Mayapo. That's because Clutchbug was subbed off his roster and Kid Scully's on that roster now. You've got Mango FPS pulled off, Tricky Rick's joining the competition, the whole 9 yards. There's a lot of subs here. Mayhem's out for Nobu Spartan. There's a lot going on. And I want to highlight a couple teams here. Dream, who do you got your eyes on this list?
I have to shout out my boy Clout and Cuzzy. They actually, Flixie just randomly said, hey, I'm done. He quit. They picked up Colats. Kind of sucks. You know, obviously that was a big slaying power factor. So got to shout them out also to my old dream team, Stable J, Cloudies, Strixies. They did swap out Baba Hoff, and now they have Cloudies. So Stable J, who was really loud, you know, we saw his destroy his brother clutch up at EWC. Expect to see them maybe make some noise.
Yeah, a good shot. I mean, they're seated dead last, so you can only do better than that, and you got to be top 5, so a change absolutely makes sense. And Smix, quick hit from you. There's obviously a team you wanted to shout out from that side of things, barely on that second half page.
Just like you said, they're barely there, so I'm expecting big things out of them. They were 3rd in lower bracket. It's some Ceto and Skiliosis' team, so they did really good in lower bracket. I'm expecting them to do really good again.
Yeah, I'm really curious to see how they'll do today. A lot of what ifs. One more team we've got to talk about, though. Dream, one of my favorite segments in any show I've ever done. It's time to talk about the Dream Team. Who do you have your eyes on? Who are we cheering on today?
Well, you guys, this could be the very last Dream Team that we do, and it's only fair, of course, as someone who is a musician, I have to point out someone who, his voice just serenaded me, and we love when he twerks that Just kidding. It's EDC or ETC. Thomas, Delirious, and Synax says a very notable underdog squad. If you remember back during lower round 2, clutched 2 big wins map 4 and map 6, where Thomas solo clutched from 11th to 1st. Yeah. And well, for ETC Thomas, he went massive, going 28-8, a 3.5 KD, which solidified their spot in regional finals. And well, they barely made global LAN mere points from top 15. It was literally 4 points, and map 2 was their best game, where Synax survived on the hospital side and almost took the win from Virtus Pro, knocking Noobs and Dongi from behind, if you guys remember. But he didn't get those kills, and you have to think if they won that engagement, maybe that would have been the difference maker. But for these guys, they're really confident. Thomas and Delirious are brothers, and Delirious said he's putting this all on for his brother because it means the world for him. And hey, let production know if they win. Hey, put the camera on him because he's going to give us a taste of that sweet, sweet voice.
Yeah, he likes to sing, likes to play guitar, and certainly will be doing a lot of the same if they get more wins today. 2 wins, didn't miss out by a couple points. They're the top of our list, technically seated first in this competition. Absolutely the dream team to watch today. We'll continue to give you updates on this squad, as well as the rest of our rosters as our leaderboards come through. But okay, it's time. I mean, our game's about to get started. We highlight as many teams as we could, but there's a billion teams we can talk about. I think there's 50 to be exact, but hey, you get the point. A lot going on today. The last competition for World Series of Warzone leading up to the global LAN. We've got to bring in 2 insanely talented casters. Let's bring back into the booth Dandro and Spider Tiff. Welcome back to the competition. Dan, I'm passing it to you, my man. How you feeling about North America? Best region, baby.
Wow, okay, we're already starting with that heat. I love it. Listen, EMEA was a blast yesterday, and I definitely I'm excited to see what we have here today. Some surprises, some wrenches thrown into maybe some of the gameplay. I'm really thinking that NA is about to be a real treat for all of our viewers, and especially us here on the desk.
Yeah, and Tiff, going to you. Great to have you back. How excited are you for North America and LCQs? It's good to have you back for an LCQ competition. It's my first time this year casting over Wildcard LCQs. I mean, how are you feeling?
Look, the wild cards are absolutely insane. I have no idea what to expect. Sure, I'm excited, but I'm equally nervous because a lot of you guys were hyping up these top teams, but we all know the wild card is a lawless land, and you never know what is gonna happen. Some of our teams that we think might make it probably won't.
Yeah, well, hey, we got to get to our first 5 first. So, Dan, I'm going to toss it over to you for our first game. Good luck out there.
Hey, thank you so much, my brother. Only 6 teams, Tiff, are going to be able to punch their ticket to our global final in Las Vegas. And I'm right there with you. I'm excited, but also nervous because I look at this team list and I'm like, there's definitely more than 6 squads who deserve to be there on that stage. And so it's all going to come down to today's competition. Let's remind the folks at home, though, how we're going to be getting some of these points on the board, Tiff, because it's 50 of our squads dropping into our 5 private lobbies. You're going to be getting 1 point per kill in each of those maps. And then depending on your placement at the end of that map is how you're going to go ahead and multiply those points. So you win the whole map, you're going to be getting that 2 times multiplier, 2nd through 5th, 1.8, so on and so forth. Now, obviously, we're only playing 5 lobbies here, and then we have that wild card map where it is just winner takes all into that 6th map. But as we get ready to drop on here into map number 1, Tiff, what are some of the things that you're expecting to see from some of our teams dropping in here to our first map of the day?
Yeah, I think the first map of the day, as always, is going to be that question mark. It's, will we see contests? Are people going to be willing to adapt and leave those POIs early to focus on their game at hand? Because if you don't stay in your own lane and you're focused on maybe taking some of these early contests, you are going to chalk your game. We saw it happen in the regional finals. You cannot afford to do that here, especially with only 5 games. Now, I was doing a little bit of math. You know, we don't do caster math live on air, but we do it beforehand, right? And top 5, that was north of 80 points yesterday, 82.4 to be exact. So you have to get around 16, 17 points per game to get in that top 5. That's just based on yesterday. And that's a lot. We need to see some real consistent gameplay. You cannot afford anything out of the ordinary.
Well, and I think a big reason of why we saw maybe more points yesterday was the shift in meta. Let's go ahead. Let's talk about some of the deadliest weapons that we saw, even just from our competition yesterday, because I think we'll see a lot of the same here today. And ruling the roost, it's none other than that ABR A1 coming in here into Season 5. I mean, this thing is a burst weapon. I said it yesterday, Tiff. I'm like, I'm getting deja vu back to when we had the AUG and Cold War, right? Because it's the exact exact same thing, which is basically you peek, you throw a shoulder. Even if 2 members of a team are using this, it doesn't take many bullets to be able to take somebody, to be able to knock them, and you are able to really open up fights when you can. But one thing that's interesting to me is a little bit of a shift from the LC10 to the C9. The C9, it's basically been old faithful since the beginning here of Warzone, right? And so I'm excited to see that that has made its way back on in as compared to the LC10 that's there. But obviously I know you were chilling at home with your child watching the EMEA
My
LCQ.
child?
What did you think of this ABR coming on in? Because this was our real first look at it in competition.
Yeah, I think it was really cool to see. I'm a big fan of burst weapons and have been since the M16 back in Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2, where I was just grinding console back in the day. So to be able to see it here on Verdansk, it just makes sense, right? Smixy was talking about how effective it is at these long range engagements, which we all know Verdansk is most known for. So we're gonna have a lot of teams that are focusing on making it to that end game, which means they're basically rooftop camping or getting to God spot early and just focusing on taking the fights from there. You don't want to take any fight that puts you in a disadvantageous situation. You have to take smart fights, and that gun is going to be key to it.
Well, let's go ahead. Let's see who's going to be taking a look at who's going to be trying to put that gun to work. Let's do a little bit of an overview of some of our teams. The Jets did a fantastic job of, I think, highlighting a lot of our heavy hitters, but there are a couple teams I want to dive just a little bit deeper on. They mentioned it quickly, and I think I would be remiss if I didn't personally talk about them because I got a little soft spot here. It's Paul X, Desmond, and Attract. You and I had some fantastic moments of casting over Attract of the last couple years. He took a little bit of a break from competitive Warzone, so the fact that he's able to come back on in and he's teaming up with honestly Desmond, who obviously is kind of on a little bit of a revenge tour, but also Paul X, a little bit of Call of Duty royalty that we have coming on in. He's been playing forever, comes to us, like Goach said, from that multiplayer side, has been bouncing back and forth between challengers and the Call of Duty League, and basically started picking up competitive Warzone only about a month before the World Series of Warzone competition started. So even though, yes, he has found himself here on the LCQ, I really would love to see that team make it to LAN. It's veterans of all kinds of different calibers, and I think once they get there, these are everybody who has played at LAN. I think they definitely would have the ability to perform that is there.
Look, I love that you're talking about teams in general, and you're like, I would love to see this team on LAN, but there's so many rosters that we could argue that case for. I want to do highlight Twitty, Tappa, and Sway, right? I almost said Slay, but he needs to slay here today, okay, Sway? But for real, you have to lock it in, and Twitty is one of those M&K last man standings, but he's going to be an M&K warlord today. I know he's kind of got the skills by playing with a ton of our talented players that have actually already locked in their tickets to global LAN finals and does have a lot of supporters out there. So to see them here in a last chance qualifier when you really have no idea how this lobby is going to play out makes me a little scary. And I could say the same thing for Super Evan, right? They were what place was that overall? 29th in the regional finals with an average placement of like 33rd. If you're looking to get points on the board, having an average placement of 33rd is something you cannot afford.
No, absolutely not. Let's take a look at some of the other teams who are also participating here today, because there's going to be some other names that we definitely have to go ahead and talk about. When I kind of look across this list, you know, I love that Smix, she shouted them out, Ceto, Skiliosis, and some. I would love to be able to see some. This is kind of just like pure grinders that we love to see being able to find in this lobby. But Tiff, I'll kind of kick it to you. Who's kind of jumping off the page here for you when it comes to some of these squads?
Yeah, I was watching the desk talk about this and they highlighted a couple, but what we didn't talk about was Scopes, Knight, and Beema. I think that roster off this page immediately jumps at me and is like, we have the capability and the teamwork to make this happen, but may not be seated super well. So I would love for them to kind of bring the adaptation from Knight, who really excels in those smaller maps, those resurgence, right? But have that same success on the big map for Verdansk here. And if they could just lock it in early and stay consistent, I'm talking, I need north of 15 points per game for them. And if they're going to throw down a 0, we need to see a win with like 25 points. I want a 50-point game here today, okay?
Wow, okay. That is definitely...
Yeah, I'm just challenging it. From someone, at least, from someone.
God. Hey, listen, gotta go ahead. Gotta also shout out my boy Go to Dave. Saw a lot of love for him on the timeline before the competition. Even Faye Santana posting a picture of him and then making it his wallpaper immediately. So would love to be able to see Go to Dave be able to come out on top and play well. But Tiff, drop number 1, we are loading on in. So let's lock it back into the competition and what we can expect. Drop number 1, it's your opportunity to put up some big numbers early on and set your pace early.
Yeah, I think that's smart, right? We've seen a lot of end games be relatively open. So knowing that you can get there, we see the lobby go from about 25 teams left in it down to 6 relatively quickly. And you know just how much those kill multipliers are worth. So being able to get consistently into that top 10 is going to do wonders for you. But like you said earlier, there's 5 drops here and you've got to be top 5, Dandro. So you've got to lock it in.
You gotta lock it in. This is your time. This is your opportunity. It's called the last chance qualifier for a reason. One last opportunity to try and get to Las Vegas, to try and play underneath the bright lights on LAN against the best of the best in the world. It all starts here in the NA last chance qualifier. Drop number 1, Tiff. Let's get it started.
You know what, Dandro? I agree. We should get it started. We should. I love that face. I'm just ready to party. You were hyping me up about Vegas. I'm ready to go. Lock me in, baby. I remember one thing about last year at World Series of Warzone LAN Finals. I was sitting in the lobby eating popcorn, and let me just tell you, highlight of my life.
Hey, that popcorn was delicious. I don't know why I try and hype up these maps here as we get ready to come on through, but man, we're gonna go to a quick break, ladies and gentlemen. We come back. We are gonna be hopping into map number 1, get everyone back onto the lobby and drop on in. So do not go anywhere. North America last chance qualifier continues after the break. Welcome back, everybody, to the North America Last Chance Qualifier for the World Series of Warzone. We are looking to send 6 teams to Las Vegas to participate on the global LAN. But Tiff, we gotta talk about some of our teams who we talked about a little bit at the top of the show, but let's do a little bit of a reminder here for the folks at home. Let's kick it off with Nick Cool, Watch Waldo, and Colony 2K, because I think when we think about the Last Chance Qualifier, and especially last year, this is a team that has to be on everybody's radar, right? They went in, of course, to the LCQ last year. They actually win the wild card map last year and then end up coming like what, 10th, 11th when we got to LAN. They're really just a good story that whoever wins the wild card map here today needs to be respected in that lobby when we get to LAN.
And talk about more than respected. I mean, Nickel made out like a bandit in Vegas, right? Not only that, took the solo YOLO win. I just remember seeing him stand up on LAN, literally freaking out after that. So they deserve it. They definitely have to keep your eye on them because they are that you don't know what to expect kind of team, but they are insanely consistent when it comes to getting those wins. So whether or not they do that in the 5-game series we have today to get inside the top 5, or they come out swinging for the wild card, but Dandro, if they win the wild card 2 years in a row, like, what are we gonna do? What are we gonna do?
I'm gonna be mind blown, is what I'll be. Shout out Nameless for that one. But they're not the only team who are looking to make some waves here today. Let's talk about this Lotus 8 roster who have made a slight roster change coming in here in today. B-Mark out, Zepti in. Zepti, a fantastic competitor who is also looking to make his name here today. Of course, Inno, Magoo, they are looking to, try and maybe level up the squad just a little bit. And I think Zepti is definitely going to give them the firepower that they're looking for.
Yeah, and if that's what you are missing, then definitely make that change into the Last Chance Qualifier when you just really have that kind of moment to step up. So kind of seeing their sniping potential. I know Smixy was talking about that in particular. Would we see North America actually drop in and favor the snipers more as opposed to the European side of things? I kind of hope so, right? But I guess because the ABR into the mix, you almost have that consistency that you need that the sniper isn't actually giving you.
Yeah, no, I think that's a great shout out. I feel like mixing in that sniper with the ABR, even if you just get the armor crack with it, it's going to take one burst from the ABR to be able to get the kill there. But one last thing we got to mention as we get ready to head on into map number 1, it is going to be Team Nuke Squad, of course, being Adrian, Swag, and Booyah. Swaggy's been on a nice little fun, creator tour, did that recent sleepover with Repulse at the Call of Duty HQ. Fantastic watch, loved all the energy there. But hey, he's back. He had to lock on in for the LCQs, and we cannot just look over this team. Definitely feel like they are going to show out here today with the likes of Booyah and Adrian just absolutely firing on all cylinders. And Swag, he did a great job last year being that just sort of everyman guy. Whatever needed to get done, he had no qualms about doing it. But here we go, Tiff, getting ready to drop on in to map number 1 as we can see all of our players trying to get into the lobby. Very excited to see who is going to come out swinging here in this first map, who maybe falls a little flat. Only 5 maps here as a chance to get some points. Let's go ahead and maybe think about what you have to do to try and make that happen as we try and get everyone back into another lobby.
Yeah, no worries. I mean, here's the deal. You were talking about that Nukes roster just before that, right? And I think it's interesting to see that they only averaged 4 kills per game, which seems pretty low for a roster like that. I mean, 2 years ago, I'm sitting at LAN interviewing, well, Adrian was actually playing on a different roster at that point in time. And he was touted as that young gun, just a heavy fragger. So seeing that potential from just a couple of years ago and knowing what they're capable of, I think that this is a time for them to show out, but it should be easy for them to exceed that average here in this lobby. Just gonna say that.
Yeah, no, I mean, we'll have to wait and see. Going to another break, ladies and gentlemen. We're gonna get this lobby back up and running, get all of our players back on through. Do not go anywhere, because once we get into this first map, I can tell you, based on EMEA yesterday, it is going to be a bloodbath. So we'll see you right back here on the other side of this break. Woo! Getting ready to load into map number 1, ladies and gentlemen, of the North America LCQ. Tiff was getting ready to load on through. Maybe a little of our players getting iced. What are you doing to lock back on in to have a great map number 1?
It's really tough to keep that motivation and focus going forward, right? Especially in times like this. But what you have to do is just remember that if you can lock it in for 5 games of Warzone, get inside that top 5, then you will be playing from the global finals in Vegas. And you know how much fun that is. And you get to meet all the people that you've played with in person and maybe really just experience that hype, because there's something different about beating people on LAN. Let me tell you that much.
There is something very, very different about playing on LAN. This is going to be fantastic to see, because man, when we come on in and you get to that LAN environment, it is just all about how you can perform there against the best of the best. Because let's remind our folks, it's not just North America that's playing on LAN. We have teams from EMEA, from Latin America North, from Latin America South, from APAC, all across the world, all flying into Las Vegas to play against each other. It is really the hypest of hype moments that is there. But I think we did it, ladies and gentlemen. Map number 1, we are seeing our players drop in out of the plane. Tiff, let's get it started. Where plane is going a little bit east to west, and well, that zone, it's pulling north.
Yeah, that's kind of scary, right? Because we talk a lot about how the circles have been relatively open towards the entirety of World Series of Warzone. But if you're going to land lumber, this is a great way to get your feet on the ground quickly, right? And you see the separating. And what I love seeing a lot of our teams do as we kind of grind the consistency of this is you get on those loot paths. And not a lot of people really do hype up on these, but you have to get the amount of cash super quickly to get it. But yo, legit, what are we doing? Fists up, getting crazy?
Yeah, he's absolutely putting the melees to Blitzy. Spirit will be able to find the teammate though, and just not enough time to get the C4 off with maybe some shots there. So at least you find one on the exit. But hey, you're feeling pretty solid right now. As you have your teammate, Kilo in hand, maybe you can try to take that fight, but nope, not going to be enough. Spirit laces you on up, takes you on down. You're going to control farmland with a little bit of that early contestation win.
That's tough, but I feel like he was praying that the guy didn't have an actual weapon off drop, and totally did. So that retreat gonna cost him. Over here though at Promenade, you can see that squad number 11 on the screen is relatively split, which can be dangerous because as you rotate on and out, you look at Anjuju here, there is someone on your building, Tabby, there just above. So you know that issue, they're going to meet quickly, but you have someone on ultimate high ground holding the cross. TTP here needs to rip him off though.
Yeah, Erickson doing a great job just kind of providing cover fire from a little bit of a higher angle. Young Money Vale just trying to maybe get a couple of shots there. Use this LTV as a little bit of cover. It's gonna be an awkward fight to try and do it, but you might be able to separate one of these players, turn this into a 3v2. You push on forward, but you're not feeling great about it. You have to back on up. Would love to see maybe a little bit of aggression there. Hop out the vehicle, try and find Tabakis if you can, but it's just not going to be enough. Down towards the boneyard though, Tiff, another fight starting to break on out. See Class, Bunny Guy, yeah, Cash trying to bring it here. Already been able to find Polar, but Matthew, he answers on back, and you find one more. Yeah, Cash, Sog in hand, is able to find one more. It's a 1v1. Winner gets boneyard for the time being, but look who's coming in with some reinforcements in the helicopter.
Yeah, definitely lands right by him. But here's the deal. I wasn't expecting this to be so scrappy. And if you're going to push when like the last player, you have 2 players into the mix and you clean it on up, that's a squad wipe straight to the gulag, you go. But all of the people that are getting into these early engagements and not winning them, burning their gulag early, this is not going to set you up for success for that end game. But for the people that are able to take those easy fights right off the rip, win them, you're just racking up kills for the long game.
Yeah, no, I think it's a great shout to be able to have. Like, you definitely want to try and hold on to that gulag as long as you possibly can. Burning it, you know, in these first early engagements, not always the best, but teams are getting aggro here. They're trying to make it happen. In your face, puts the ABR to work, does find Thomas, brings him on down. C9 will help get it, but the trade is there from Delirious. Great job to be able to swing on out and help protect your teammate, but it's a 2v1, and I think if you are Delirious, you need to back on up here. Do not peek your head out for the time being. You can see Cynics kind of off at a far left angle as well. So just holding the high ground, looking down at Chosen and Destruct here. I think they'll probably just wait for their third to get out of the gulag, give him some of those pings flying in from above.
Yeah, I don't see them really giving up too much space here to Delirious. You don't want to hang out in this window for too long. You know Delirious has got that ABR in hand, and well, Destruct has one as well. But we did get to see it in that fight at the mid-range, and I think it is definitely slow. So I would definitely favor that C9, but it still worked there for the time being, and we're just going to keep on churning through a lot of these earlier fights, which are way up in number comparatively.
Yeah, I'm surprised at the aggression that we're seeing here already in map number 1. Between so many of our team. Aiden drifts Germ. Drifts was a last second pickup, literally tweeting an hour before we're about to go live. Hey, if anybody needs one for the LCQ, I'm available. Gets picked up by this team as an emergency sub and is now looking to try and make his name known. Has been a long-standing competitor in the Warzone scene, but has never really tasted greatness that he would like to see. LCQ could be a way to make that happen.
Look, this could be the day of the super subs, right? A lot of changes have happened here into the LCQs, and you got to stand on your business. And you mentioned this squad at the top of the show, Paul X, Attract, Desmond. This is a team that can definitely do that.
And I like where they're playing here as well. Just kind of looking around at a couple of these different teams, kind of towards this quarry side, playing on top of this big blue building, keeping their eyes across as well. Can you manage to sneak this one out of your Desmond? It doesn't look like it. Squad 31 and Squad 17 start to battle it on out, but I think for Dez and Paul, they just will prioritize this high ground, keeping their sights around them. And I do like that the track is playing off towards this gas station, because obviously as two players up towards the top, they're going to grab a lot of that aggro, and Attract, he might be able to play on a little bit of an off angle, get some of those shots rolling. The next thing you know, you think you're pushing up on a team, you think you have the jump, and it's just not enough.
Yeah, but there's another reason why I love their positioning, right? Is because at the beginning of this, we saw where that circle's going. It was kind of hailing up towards the north. So if you're going to lock down in quarry offices, you'll have a nice rotate should it go up even further north. But until it drop to lumber, you'll be one of those first teams to be able to drop down south. But Clutch drops the deployable cover and starts sending the utility and lives up to his name. Should be an easy cleanup right here.
Wow.
The stairway.
What a fantastic play. Puts the deployable cover on down, and it's a thermite tiff that just lands and deals so much damage, knocking two of them, and the rest of the teammates just have to push in from the bottom. They find that third player. Great fight, but we're not done yet, ladies and gentlemen. It's Strixie. Him and Cloudies, they're going to kind of tie up together, take down Young Money Vale and TTP. Oh my gosh. I mean, so many teams, Tiff, already trying to get those early points. You mentioned it in regional finals. I think we were talking like it was roughly 11 was our cutoff that we needed. Here for top 5, it's 18. Hopefully you watched EMEA yesterday and realized you have to come out swinging and you have to be able to get these kills.
Ooh, GK looking for one through the fire, through the flames, and that one's gonna cost you. I don't feel like that's how you wanted that push to go. It's tough that it happened on main, I'm not gonna lie.
Look at this. It's none other than Adrian. No surprise to see if there's somebody finessing a kill like that it's little A. Realize an Arbiter. Gonna try and play his duo to maybe find them, but they're getting tagged up from a different angle. As Hunticity getting active in this fight at range. So we'll take down Realize, and just like that, it's just gonna be Arbiter still here. So if you are the nuke squad, hey, you're feeling maybe a little bit of okay, send a thank you card over to those boys, because well, it was a great positioning from Arbiter, and Realize they had an opportunity to try and take that fight, but just not going to be enough. So Arbiter hits the Polaris and, well, rotates back to Train.
I did just see Super Evan get knocked, and you come on over to this fight, and it's Scully on 3. A couple different teams here collapsing throughout, and these are the fights that you can't afford to get into. It's always a third party, but once you drop into an open area surrounding this fence line, it's good to see Super Evan back up on his feet, but Zombie is trying to say not for long. You see the plates get shredded off, and Brolic with some nice return fire. Zombie retreating into the woods, into the trees, under the cover we go.
Nice little rotate on out. End of zone 1 coming to a close. We know this zone is going to pull us towards that northern side of the map, up towards military base, up towards quarry. The real question is exactly where do we end? A lot of big POIs still on in here. A team that we have been keeping our eyes on. It is Super Evan Prospect and Brolic Tiff. Let's go for a listen in and see how they're feeling.
That's their third, I think. Nah, that's different, dude.
I'm good.
Okay.
They haven't been so.
Yeah.
Hear me out, Dandro. If I had $1 for every time you threw us into a listen-in with a caster curse, I would have $2, which isn't a lot, but it's strange that it's happened twice.
Yeah. Hey, listen, it happens. But what we did see there was Vonbot, Clutch Belk, and Devo. I think a team that we overlooked a little bit when it came to the team list. Those are 3 heavy hitters, 3 players who played together a while. We'd love to see them maybe get a little bit active here early on. But for Adrian, Leo, Latifi, looks like they're trying to just take this fight against Shero, Picnic, IQ. I love the setup that we see right now from these 3, kind of using Shero as a little bit of a bait, begging this team to push on up here. Leo's thinking about it. It's the shoulders are in, has a ground loose C9 to work with. If you slide out as all 3 here, you might just find yourself in a crossfire that you are not expecting of. Smokes will cover their tracks. They run on out. It's a little bit of a do-si-do around there, and Adrian, he's gonna be able to find one. Picnic falls in the back. It's just gonna be IQ. Can he manage to hit the wrap here? He jumps up towards the top. He's looking around. As you are just playing, you're shooting your own teammate, and oh my god, and Adrian almost just makes himself a little dizzy in that fight. Thankfully, he's able to find IQ, stick the res, so it's a full 3 that you get as a squad. You only lose 1 in the meantime. A really solid fight from that team.
Well, let's see if Adrian can have success here. It's very much similar to the same fight we just witnessed, and at least you're gonna open it up with some of that utility. And now Adrian back from the staircase, reads the peak just fine, drops them. So I'm loving what I'm seeing from this roster here in terms of their cohesion. They're not leaving anything up to chance. They're sticking close together, leaving one behind to kind of anchor it out. But being this close when you're taking those engagements means you're not actually missing the trade by just 2 or 3 seconds, because those are the seconds that cost you in fights.
I'm going to say, this is the second time in about 3 minutes that we've seen Adrian put a little bit of finesse onto somebody. Feeling maybe the POV is looking different than some of our other competitors. Doesn't want to be here in the LCQ and is looking to make a statement alongside 2 just absolute juggernauts of the Warzone community. So we'd love to see them continue to do more. No strangers to aggression, that is for certain. Sinister trying to play a little bit of a snake against Otterize, playing from across as Gunnearth looking to hold from the bottom. Gunnearth might have an idea. Otter is here. They push on through, but it's just too much. All 3 players flying at you. Solidify, Bling, CJ, and Otterize. Well, they're going to be able to find Gunnearth, and that is a great way to gain some control here.
See, and you see that initial opening, right? They rip the plates off the player, but you immediately call in for the reinforcements, and you can't fight 3 people at one time. So stacking in that favor is going to be really smart. Let's see if Knight scopes B-Mark. Recently picked up for this roster, still trying to hold these angles, and a bit of a dance over here at Quarry. B-Mark gonna open it up. It can't take the 1v2. That's what their team assistance is like. You have the numbers and advantage, okay? That's what you gotta do.
Well, and being able to maybe have some control here at Quarry is huge, especially given just where this zone is pulling, but you're not going to be alone. So there was obviously the team that you just took that fight in, but Tapasway and Twitty, they're looking to push on up here. So if you are maybe one of these squads, you might be able to find an opening without, let's see here. Peek your head if you are. Damn, oh god, timing at its best. Twitty, he was ready to make that HDR talk, but silence for the moment.
I'm okay with a little bit of trigger discipline. You've got that famous Kima roster on the other side of you, and you think about how a lot of our teams have moved into Quarry early on. Paul X is actually in Quarry offices. They dropped down further south, which really opened the door for a lot of these teams to rotate up in it. So where you can see 0 kills for Zulz, and we're kind of getting into that midway of the game, and even though there's 38 teams up in the lobby, we really have to start focusing on getting those numbers up.
No, it's a great call out. We saw a couple teams yesterday who won a map with maybe not necessarily the kills that they would like to have to really support that. But I guess if you're going to win a map, at least having anything is pretty solid. Over towards Ice Houses, you can see a couple of these teams just on the edge of zone, keeping each other in a check. Studley and Tricky Rick got NSC down below. But look where this zone is right now, Tiff. And as we get to the final moments here of this zone, let's see where it pulls. And yeah, we're just going northeast here. That is where we are going. I got a feeling, Tiff, that this zone is going to end nice wide in the open. Maybe a little bit what we saw in the NA regional finals, where like you get half of it that's up towards the hills and the other half is kind of down below. Not a lot of cover to play out of, that's for sure.
And you see Team 31, they're going to be at the highest up on that northeastern side of things. That is going to be that Revenge Tour 2.0 roster. Scopes, Knight, B-Mark. Smart for them, but elsewhere, teams that are still trying to get out of the furthest place out Fida on 4. Been seeing him light up the kill feed early on. Astro Boy Hero is actually going to drop a PA and just create chaos here. And now that they've really cleaned this one up, they're going to have plenty of time to reset before they start the rotate in. It's just going to be a very long journey to get into that next circle in a favorable position.
Yeah, love the investment of the cluster strike just to make it a little bit mixy, and it's just playing off an off angle. They're not ready for that player to just be kind of sitting there with an ABR, and that's exactly what we've been looking at all day long, is that if you get somebody in your sights, they're out in the open. It doesn't take many shots in order to bring them on down. With that zone pull that we just saw moments ago, we can obviously notice that Quarry becoming a highly contested POI with so many buildings that's on in here. Tenix trying to be able to make something happen. Grau in hand, won't be able to have it as Tappa, Twitty, they slide on forward. They cut down Tenix, and somebody else has them in their sights. Sucra, hoping that maybe you can catch this team on rotation, but I think you just got to go ahead, back on up with Elolam and play from a different side. Not going to be easy though, because you have a couple teams who are looking to try and gatekeep you. That is here. Look who it is. It's go to Dave and clap from distance. We'll find Sucra. Leaves Elolam the solo for the squad.
Starting to get nervous. I mean, they did pretty well in the regional finals, and I'm gonna say pretty well, but they were just on the outskirts of that top 15. So dropping down into the last chance qualifiers, we were highlighting just how much of a lawless territory this can be, and one bad engagement can really chalk a game, and that chalked game can mean the difference between you being on LAN and you watching from home.
That's a great way to put it. And having a great game number one is imperative to that as well. See, a couple of these squads really want to try and just hold as much of this building as they can. It's not enough just to hold one side of it. You'd love to be able to control an entire level, which may be a tall task, but it's kind of what J-Devise and Truly Evil are looking to do. Tappa, Twitty, and Sway, same thing on their agenda on the opposite building. See Kima, Dame, and Zulz doing a great job of just kind of holding here. A little bit of a look at a player scurrying away. Might cause them to get active here, Tiff. If not capable, they could find themselves running directly into a completely different team. The pace is slowed now here as we get towards the latter side of zone number 3.
Twitty, Tappa, Sway have been here for a minute, and looks like they just hit a squad wipe onto that team blatant, so that's pretty challenging considering that's your 16th place team from the regional finals. And Paul X attract Desmond. We were talking about how they rotated out from Quarry offices and kind of dropped down towards the south, but which you're going to do if you're looking for kills. You can see Paul X on 2, Desmond down, and now we've really got to focus on taking out this B Gamers roster, which has been pretty to navigate because we saw how scrappy they were getting in the early game.
No, and I love that somehow Paul is able to get over here for free. This team should hear that self-revive come on through with a nice cheeky little angle from Paul X, begging anybody to poke their head in this window if they can, but can you lurk your way around? Can you surround this building? If you are Paul X, Attract, and Desmond, do you even try, or do you just back on up and say, hey, it's not really worth it for us to take this fight? This is something we saw a lot yesterday at EMEA, Tiff. It was teams kind of moving on up. They looked like they wanted to engage a fight, and they realized, hey, in this mid game, we don't have to force anything. Let's go ahead. Maybe let's just take this opportunity to try and get into zone, put ourselves in a more favorable position. And I don't mind that decision making right there.
I'm okay with those decisions. You have to be able to have that discipline to know when it's not a good time to take that fight. Focus on the end game. Let those kills come to you because that's exactly what you need to happen. For Faith here, Astro Boy Hero, they've got about 5+ kills on the board, and as our multiplier starts to scale, this is going to be a really good game for them. They've been consistent in terms of using those streaks. They've got 2 self-reses, 2 gas masks, and now they're just really looking to clear out this side of the map. I love that picture-in-picture because it kind of shows you that they're the last fight on this northwestern side of the circle, and it should be a relatively free rotation, but you just have to suss that team out inside the base.
No, it's a great call out because, you know, when we look at that map, like you said in the picture, what if they can win this fight? Yeah, it's pretty clean all the way on in, but it looks like that might not happen.
Oh,
back on over at Quarry. I'm saying, oh wait, Dame goes crazy. He pops a 2-piece, but Stable J is there for a little bit of a 3-piece as well. So just as Dame, Zulz, and Famous Kima, they take down J-Devise & Co. Well, unfortunately for you, it's going to be Strixie who finds you. So a couple of teams maybe finally butting heads over in those other side of Quarry buildings. For Nightscopes and B-Mark, they're maybe content just holding this building, just hanging on out. Night only with 1 kill though, so I wonder how long you decide to sit here, or do you look down below you and try and get a little active?
Okay, so we're gonna come back to this fight, and here's something different, right? We saw them pop into the side-by-side before we just went away for a little bit, and what they did was they positioned themselves behind, so instead of gatekeeping, they're effectively pushing up on this Faith roster, forcing them out into the open and just destroying them. Fida, now the last one kind of standing here. I believe Ant dropped into the Gulag. We'll have to check in on that. It looks like they're gonna have a fighting chance that way. But now Fida has found himself in that 1v3.
I feel like that team had the positioning to win this fight, but a great job from, of course, this other roster just to kind of bring it to them. And well, guess what? From Fida, it's just not gonna be enough. MG effect, Ant-Man, cut you on down. Great play from them to be able to hold that. For some Scoliosis and Cedo, it's just about continuing to stay in zone and lock down. You got a player above you, though. You don't realize that maybe they've gone to a different area. Do you even need the trades? No, you don't. German taking on down. Scoliosis gets another squad wipe. Plus, on 23 teams remaining here, Tiff. Only about 3 more teams need to drop for us to be halfway through our lobby. The VK's Nano and Erickson trying to stay alive. They're about to be maybe the victims of a third party, though. You saw that fight go on in, and I think this is the right play for Nano. Go ahead, back on up. Maybe you can play it from a different side. C9 is starting to ring on out, but another team has you in their sights. You're not playing together as a squad, though. You're trying to take a couple of separate 1v1s, and there you go. It's Johnny Bro from range and Clap. They are just trying to clean up so much of this fight on the edge of zone, but they have to be careful because guess what? They're not the only people who are trying to get active in this engagement.
Yeah, to be fair, none of these teams are surviving. They're just not, because look at that rotation.
Okay.
Look at the picture in picture. Unless you have a vehicle or some way to make that happen, you're just looking for scraps on the outside. So Tricky Rick here, at least picking up that knock, it's going to open the door for them to cross the road and try to pick this up. But like you already said, there's so many teams holding the cross here that you can't make these pushes.
No. You can see Brawl, Tricky Rick, Studley. They are trying to also do the same thing here, but it's just not easy. Zepti is just continuing to pick apart this team one by one. You get the reload caught. Zepti basically, I think, just 1v3'd that squad. Yeah. And they have an LTV as well. Okay. Tiff, you mentioned it. You said even if you win this, you are getting taken on out. Well, not if you have a vehicle like this. And that's exactly what they do. Zepti with a quick little 1v3 says, hey, grab the loot. We need to move.
Yeah, see, they're getting ahead of that timing. You do have one player left of Blatant up on that hillside. I believe it's Delirious, and he's not going to fire at this at all. You want to play small and look for that multiplier. So at least that roster with Zepti, that Lotus 8, they hit that rotation. They find themselves a little nook to kind of get inside of because we know how far north we're going. And can we talk about the rotations that Paul X's roster has been making? From the quarry area, drops on down, and now they've found themselves on the northeastern side of this circle. They've got plenty of space here to work with, a lot of these rocks and this hillside, so it leaves them able to just kind of duck and dive. But I think this fight against Twitty's team is going to be one of the most imperative, because if you do kind of show out, they're going to catch you from the side.
Well, I like what we see Attract doing there. He's just playing that little bit of a side angle, which keeps him an eye on all of the different levels that you can possibly move up and down on. So he had that team in his line side, but you saw him kind of looking down below as well. So great sort of awareness there from Attract to try and make that happen. For Rabizi, Rudy, and Sunny, though, it is just getting cut on down on the way in. Strixie and Stable J here, Tiff. I haven't seen them light up the kill feed all day long. They have some very solid kills. They only need 4 more teams to drop to get into that 1.6. And I know we kind of like to say that 1.8 is the gold standard, but if you're one of these squads who can really fry out and consistently get to the 1.6, it's almost just as good. You can make it happen. But for some of these teams, though, they really would love that win. They would love to take advantage of the 2x multiplier.
Oh, look, I'm calling it out right now. This is Paul X's team's game to lose. They've done something that's very reminiscent of what we would see the Falcons do on Urzikstan and what they try to recreate on Verdansk. It's clearing out one side, controlling all of that space. They've done that, right? And especially with it being so incredibly open, it's going to be tough for people to push on in. But Adrian here with 5 kills, this is a solid performance to get at least maybe that top 5, so you can have a really stellar multiplier to go alongside it. Plus, you got the cluster strike in the back pocket.
I'm a little bit worried, though, because where they have to push on up, it's through a couple of different teams. And I like that you call out what Attract and Paul X and Desmond have to do. As long as they don't push too far forward, they should be okay. And oh my God! What? Nick Cool from above, a C4 in a dream, is able to make it happen. listen, there's no better time to make that happen than right now. And he's by himself. His other two teammates, they're still on that outer edge. And look what's happening to all of these other teams who have to push their way up the mountainside. They're just getting farmed right now. Everybody dropping left and right. Tappa, Sway, Titty, they're still up here. They're trying to be able to make it happen. Twitty trying to be able to come on through. The nades come on out. Can you catch one? You do. The Ladra, it is absolutely firing on all cylinders. You drop Lotus 8.
All right, Twitty, cleanup crew, gonna get Tappa back up on their feet, but this is where you're talking about. Look at a track down there on the lower side of things, but you do have this Watch Waldo, Nickel Colony 2K roster on the other side. If it's something, maybe it's this Vegas vibe, you can always gamble on this team to really lock it in for the LCQs, and this is gonna be a good game from them so far.
Definitely a great positioning. This is gonna kind of basically come down between this squad, Pollux, Attract, and Desmond. They just have to be okay. You're hearing some of those shots coming from the left, so they will turn their eyes on over. Johnny Bro, Clap, they get taken on out as well, basically facing the ire of two of these different teams. We're down to our final 4 squads remaining. Clap finally gets full. Tappa gets dropped as well. This squad doing a great job of just keeping everybody into their sights. And just like that, Tiff, we get down to the final 3v3.
All right, Pollux, Attract, Desmond taking so much damage. Watch Waldo just playing positioning, letting the ABR do a lot of that work. The cleanup crew is here, and I thought this was going to be a gnarly 3v3, and it's not. Watch Waldo dealing the finishing blow and taking that map 1 victory. Do you expect anything else from a team that is substantial when it comes to the last chance qualifier?
I don't. I mean, I think when we were talking about teams who could really come out swinging, this was one we had our eyes on, and they made that look good. That's all I can say. But Tiff, more importantly, I want to hear the comms flowing from these 3 in those final moments. Let's go ahead. Let's take a listen.
Okay, we're gonna have to smoke one of these trees. This tree's in. This tree's in. You should smoke that tree. Guy, I'm down. So this tree's in. This tree's in. You should smoke that tree. Guy, I'm down one. Down one on the right. Down one on the right. You need to smoke this tree.
You should get in this divot. Yeah. I'm playing up on the left. I'm playing up on the left.
Put a trophy on me. Put a trophy on me.
I'm playing up on the left. I'm playing up on the left.
Okay, get on that loadout. Get on that loadout. Okay.
Broke one on my right. Broke one on my right.
Okay.
Last team. Last team. Last.
Might be somewhere. On one shot.
Down another. I'm pushing up. Last one's behind it. Last one behind it. One shot. One shot. One shot. One shot. One shot. Nice. Let's fucking go, boys. Come on. Good fucking shit. Come on. That's how we fucking do this shit. Fucking locked in, bro. Come on.
Come on.
Well, you hear Nick Cool. The comms are flowing. They don't want to try and qualify through the LCQ by a wildcard map this year, Tip. They want to try and make it happen. They want to be one of those top 5, and 16 kills and a win, 32 points on the board for map number 1. Not a bad way to make that happen.
Yeah, as we kind of roll it back to the last stand to see it from yet again another POV, I think it's smart for them, right? Especially if you're going to have 32-point game right off the rip. We talked about that average being just over 16 points per game to get you into the top 5. That means they've done enough to really do that for 2 games. So if they can be consistent through the remaining 4, this is already that start that they asked for.
Yeah, and I just love the positioning here. I mean, I think you said it best. Like, I thought this was really Pollux, Attract, and Desmond's game to lose, but they just, I think, go a little bit too wide on the edge of zone, and Nick Cool, Watch Wallity, and Colony 2K, they just do exactly what you have to do. They realize, hey, we've cleared out so much of the zone. There's really only one area this team can be at, and it's just a solid push on forward. Both of them getting there. They absolutely wiped that team. It thought it was going to be a little bit more of a battle between those 3, but I think it was just a good timing, a good push by that squad to be able to take them on down. But map number 1, the action was hot, it was heavy, it was fast paced. Let's get the desk back on in here, Tiff, because I want to hear what they have to say about that game, because it was a lot of movement very early on.
We were having a blast in the green room on that one. Holy cow. Great cast, Dan, Tiff. We'll see you guys for game 2. It's going to be a lot of fun. We got to break down all the action. Holy cow. We head to the northeast to start things off. Smix, I'm going to you first. We see the first zone and you go, I think this is ending North Quarry. Talk to me about the first zone and what you saw on the map.
Again, a lot of these zones are zones that we saw before, and we saw this zone in regional finals, and I was like, this is where it's ending. And I was really, really shocked by seeing so little teams land around this area.
Yeah, there was like nobody up there to start things off. And of course, we had some high octane action. We saw a couple interesting team fights, including this one where people were shooting their teammates. But hey, we get the team wipe. That's all that matters. Unfortunately, Picnic and crew got slammed here. They did trade out at least one, almost lost it all here. Very, very close from IQ. But yeah, Dream, what else did you see from the mid game? I mean, there was some fights pretty much everywhere. We had a lot of action early in this first map.
Yeah, I love how Tiff said it. Like, a lot of teams burning their gulags early, but the late game regain. And, well, we didn't see this interaction. It was a track. It was Wester versus my dream team here. And, well, for Wester, as we saw in those late game moments, credits to them just being able to be set up. And Desmond and Paul X alone were on 4, I believe. They were slaying out. But for some of these teams, too, Goj, again, for the North Side Kings, it was really about if you could hold your POI. And, well, for them, it wasn't... You know, it was just expected to see Nicole.
Yeah, it was expected to see them near the end. They were very close. Obviously, Nick Cool dropped a banger C4 that was wild to pick up a triple. They had a great game going, and then it was no holds barred. Let's fly out our opponents. We get the first knock, and we just go in and clean up this entire crew. I was saying the exact same thing as Danger. It really felt like Desmond's team's game to win, and then the zone dictated it. We get the first knock, and all of a sudden, this trio went guns blazing at their opponents. Smix, what else did you see from some of these players and some of these teams? There was a lot going on in this map.
I was super impressed about Desmond's rotation. They actually kind of rotated all around Quarry, just taking that high ground the whole time. And I was like, oh my gosh, these guys are making such a great play here. And then they flanked a team, they got those kills, and then they were in zone for a little bit. But I think what went wrong is rather than rotating up the hill, they rotated down the hill, and that's when they got caught by Nicole's team.
Yeah, that's super interesting. I mean, there was some very nuanced fights around that hill. I was calling it in the green room the goat climb of death. I mean, we even saw teams dying to zone, Dream.
Yeah, and that was devastating. As like we're like, what are they doing? Maybe they're taking too long to rotate. But speaking of rotations, right, with Waldo, Nick Cool, and Colony, they won a huge engagement at the south side of TV station, and we were wondering, how did they get so far north so far fast? Because they landed Dam and they picked up that helicopter to rotate. So where some of these open zones go, it's super important to have a vehicle, especially out in the open. You got to be able to use it for cover if you can with a trophy.
Yeah, definitely you need a trophy. I think we just noticed that. It was really funny because we were in the green room and Vic said, wow, it looks like people are actually using vehicles this time around. We needed them bad. Unfortunately, without a trophy, yeah, that's a full team wipe with a couple C4s. So that was a bummer there. But yeah, there was a lot going on. We, of course, that was a great call out from you. Using the helicopters to rotate, super important. We saw a couple teams a bit in the regame blender, though. Saw FaZe all over the place. Adrian going huge as a solo, I think 3 separate times on broadcast. I mean, there was wild stuff happening. Smix, what else did you catch in that map that maybe bodes well or maybe not so good for some of these teams going into game 2? Maybe more fine-tuning into some of those drop spots.
Yeah, we saw Zepti and them change their drop spot. They usually go promenade, and then I saw them go ice houses, and I was like, oh, I don't know if this is like a zone decision because the zone was pulling north, or if it's just, hey, this is open, let's take this. But yeah, I'm really excited to see what they do in map 2.
Yeah, Zepti, I think, had a 1v3 on main. We were kind of looking at it from his opponent's perspectives, and they all got wiped by him because they rotated early. They were able to hold the edge of zone, expecting Zepti's team to be near the top. But Dream, another team that we saw in the kill feed a crazy amount, Stable J?
Listen, Stable J has that energy, and we know him and Strixie, they are clutch when it comes to the duo ship, but a lot of team issues, and I feel like comms that they had in regional finals, of course, maybe not being on the same pace as Bubba. They were looking pretty good with Cloudies there into the mix, probably anchoring things down, and I think Stable J was on 8, so 15 kills. I cannot wait to see these leaderboards.
Yeah, this leaderboard is going to look wild here. I want to take one quick look at this last stand again because it was a really cool moment. A look back at, obviously, the overall view of our final 4 teams here. Really fun stuff. I mean, again, I really like the position from Desmond and Paul X and Attract. This is such a cool roster coming together. Paul X, of course, joining the Warzone scene really not that long ago, and they made it to the final fight here. Smix, what are you seeing in this final 4 team fight?
I just see teams that rotated early, honestly. And to be honest, Twitty and Tappa and them just won their fights rotating up the hill. So that's good for them, but the rest just rotated super early.
Yeah, rotated super early, win your gunfights, Paul shooting straight, wiping teams here. And of course, it comes down to, of course, Twitty trying his best as a solo to stay alive. Sniper in hand, trying to get a pick at the end, dies to gas, doesn't give a point to anybody else. But then, Dream, it was this 3v3 to finish off this map.
An intense 3v3 indeed, where, well, Waldo, we talked about metas benefiting like slower teams, and for Waldo, it did a fantastic job, Goj. They looked amazing.
Yeah, it looked really good. Well, our leaderboard is ready. This is after game 1, only playing 5, and it is Team Colony 2K at the top with 32 points. But Team Twitty making top 3. They were slaying out as well, 25.2, with Johnny Bro there in third, 13 kills, 23.4. This is very, very close, Smixy. Any surprises on this leaderboard?
I'm just happy to see Johnny Bro, GD up there. Honestly, not really all that surprised, but kind of surprised to see Desmond in 4th after that game. I really thought that we were going to see them a little bit higher there.
Yeah, I want to say they actually had 4, 4, and 4 across the board, and now they're in 4th, so I don't know what's going on there, but we'll take it. Top 5 is what we're looking for. Hey, and it's like we were paying attention to the kill feed, Dream. It's Table J coming in seated last in this competition. 50th out of 50, coming in now 5th after the first map. That's wild.
That is wild. And of course, again, 15 kills as we'd mentioned, but we're talking about Revenge Tour 2 as well. Scopes, Knight, and B-Mark, that newly formed squad is sitting in 10th, being up there in the leaderboards. But you'd love to see Nuke Squad 2 as well. Adrian putting up all of those kills, sitting in 8th.
Yeah, and Tiff kind of talked about some of the paper math that we usually do behind the broadcast of like, hey, how many points do you need on average based on a competition like this? It was about 16 points per game, so seeing several folks ahead of that margin right now, some close, very, very close. But I am being told that we've got an amazing interview welcoming in Nick Cool, my GOAT from mobile. I love it. My man, it is great to have you back. I know you didn't want to be in LCQs, but good grief, dude, this must be your home. Absolutely crushed it last map. How does it feel to start off map 1 with a banger?
It feels good. It was unfortunately that we're brought to this, but you know what? LCQ is all about fixing mistakes, and a mistake we just did there, or completed a mistake there in game 1.
Hey, the King of the North. What's up, Nick? I have to ask you guys, because I just keep talking about the meta. Since the ABR like has been into play, do you guys feel like your team has benefited from it?
I don't think the meta really matters for a team like us. We have 2 shooters on the team and a sniper, so it doesn't matter what the meta is. It's just as long as we're playing our A game, we'll be there.
Yeah, exactly. It doesn't really matter. It doesn't really matter what you guys are using. My question for you, yeah, exactly. My question for you is, who's making these calls? Like, this was a perfect zone call, and I want to know who's making these calls.
Your boy Nicole is making those calls. Once again, we did a lot of those mistakes happening in the regional finals, so we really wanted to, for the LCQ, going into the LCQ, make sure we're there in that end game every time.
Yeah, I love it, dude. I mean, great calls, obviously. It worked out perfectly, and then the aggression at the end was flawless. A final quick shout here. I know you got a lot more games to go. You got to stay consistent. Shout out your teammates, though, man. Shout out your team, where you guys found each other, and, of course, just shout them out in general. You guys have got a great roster.
Thank you. Shout out to Waldo and Colony, man. They're the GOATs. Go Beasts.
But they are the GOATs. You guys have been playing together for a while. We'll see you in game 2, my friend. Enjoy the win, but a lot more work to do. We'll see you out there.
Thank you.
All right, cheers. That was Nick Cool, and a great interview as per the usual. He says, doesn't matter what guns are the meta. We got shooters, we got a sniper, we got a great IGL. I love it. Great team, great guy. Looking forward to seeing what they're able to do for the rest of these games, folks. We're gonna head to a very short break here in the booth. When we come back, game 2, only playing 5 for our first part of the competition, and then we'll get into that wild card. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome back, everybody. We're getting ready to drop on into map number 2. Map number 1, Tiff, though, was absolutely electric. When we take a look at that scoreboard, I mean, no surprise to see some of the teams that were up in there, just given the aggression that we saw. Let's take a look at our kill leaderboard, though, to see who's really frying out so far after that first map.
Okay, Stable J, I see you. 8. I mean, it's all relatively close, but I know that the desk was really highlighting that roster, and I believe they came in, it was Team 50, right? So, you know, they weren't probably seeded super great. So to start this strong is insane. We did see a lot of clutch moments there from Adrian, so no surprise that he's tied there with Nikul, who obviously just took that win and got a 32-point game. But I love that they were talking about specifically in this, Dandro, is that they always want to make it towards that end game, and that's going to be the key to success for them. But a lot of those kills are going to come from that alone.
Yeah, and I think you just saw it really in that sort of map number 1 as we go through some of the highlights. It was their ability to position the best out of the rest of the team. So many teams had to push from the bottom on up, and they just were doing great. But when we kind of talk about map number 1, Tiff, we mentioned it. It was just so much aggression early on, so much more than we were really trying to anticipate here. Just absolutely everybody just flying at different teams around them, just zero hesitation. And this play specifically here was really fun to watch, because just look at this. It's basically IQ. He's not in a position to try and find any of these kills because they're just playing on this backside here. A little bit of miscommunication, I think, between that team and Q. He almost does it, and it's just he's not expecting an Adrian to really slide on out. Just really good plays out of that squad.
It's interesting because we typically see a lot of these fights in Verdansk be that 2-1 split. But what I'm seeing here in the LCQ, just based off game 1, is the true death ball, right? We're all staying 3 together, which is, if it goes wrong, you're all going down together. But it's actually strengthening some of our team's fights.
Yeah, no, I think this is a really good call, and when you kind of look at a lot of these different fights that we're going, okay, I don't know what we're doing there, Blink CJ, but that's fine. I mean, when you kind of just look at some of these fights, it's like these what we just even saw right there, like from some, it's like, it's not just about being able to get these fights. It's about just being able to get these sort of 2 pieces, seemingly. This was insane. Yeah. Obviously, if you haven't checked out COD_esports on Twitter, go do it, because they had a fantastic clip. Nick Cool. And I gotta imagine, Tiff, probably that C4 play helped open up the rest of this map a lot for him just to back on up with the teammates, to then be able to make a play like this, to take on those final 3 players to take the map win. Absolutely insane plays here in map number 1, and we're not done yet. But let's talk about this leaderboard a little bit. Obviously, the decks did a great breakdown on basically top 5, but as we look at some of the teams on the bottom, who's jumping out to you?
So you can see right there, Nukes, right? 8th place, 15.4 points. That's going to be the first team that is performing that below 5th place average. That's based on how the EMEA LCQs played out just yesterday. Now, of course, this is going to taper off, because if you were to say, oh, you need above 16.84 to guarantee yourself top 5, well, look at that. 7th and up is going to be meeting that threshold. This does taper off over the course of our series, but you have to leave room for those pop-off games for the teams that do win, because 32 points alone for our first place, that's a pretty average game. Like, if you're going to win a game in Verdansk, you more than likely have north of 10 kills. So kind of, you're going to see that ebb and flow. Scopes, Knight, B-Mark, they're going to be there in that 10th place situation. But with the point sponge not actually being something that we've seen just yet, there's a real like spread across this leaderboard that any of these teams, even down to 20th place, with it just being a 5-game series, can have that pop-off game I was talking about and make it into the Global LAN finals.
No, I think it's a great call. When we kind of look at our next page here, it's surprising to see Devo, Vombot, and Clutch Belt down here. We saw them getting a lot of kills, 10 kills to their name, only 12 points. They only got to that 1.2, so getting taken out in the 21st to 35th positioning that's there. Solidify, Autorize, and Blink CJ, they had 8 kills. So you can kind of see here where when it slides on down, a couple of these teams are doing a great job of finding kills, but it's just not enough to stay alive. So maybe if they can convert that, maybe slow it down just a little bit, really be able to get some of those placement multipliers in your kind of favor, then you could definitely be coming on up there. But map number 1, it's only the first of 5, like you had mentioned. And I think one thing that we saw from yesterday in EMEA, it's all about momentum, it's all about consistency, because when we got down to going into that last final map after 4 games, it was so close. Only an 8-point difference between 1st and 5th, and even then from 5th down to 10th, it was really anybody's game with a solid momentum. Skinner was able to take the first top spot and able to do that off of a fantastic last game, jumping from 7th all the way up towards the top. So I guess my question to you is, do you think after that map number 1, we see something similar here in North America? Or do you think as we kind of go game over game, we're going to start to see a little bit of gaps get created on the leaderboard?
I don't know about actual gaps being created. I think we're going to see a couple of teams that will have their pop-off games, but might not be super consistent. So sure, just because maybe you net yourself a win in game number 2, but then you're dropping out relatively early, because there's one thing to play for the end game and let those kills come through when you're guaranteed like a 1.6x multi every single time. So consistency, right? Yep. But there's also going to be those teams that are just playing for the kills. They're going to go into the LCQ and say, okay, look, I'm better than 99% of this lobby, right? You're going to have that ego in play. And so what they're going to do is they're going to look for a lot of those easy fights off rip, and it could cost them. Open yourself up to those mistakes that you had Nicole talking about. The LCQ is all about fixing those mistakes and getting to global LAN finals. But for some other teams, they're going to fall victim to what they think are easy fights, and they're just going to have a ton of mistakes.
Yeah, and if you have a ton of mistakes, I mean, you won't be one of those top 5, but you will have one more chance to try and claim that last final spot at LAN. It is going to be that wild card map, in case you're just joining us here today. We are playing 5 games, top 5 after the 5 will be able to make their way to LAN, and we have one last game. Game number 6 is going to be the wild card map, and if EMEA showed us anything yesterday, Tiff, I think NA is about to be even crazier here today. Gulags were happening left and right. Teams just trying to snake their way to victory. Some 1v3s to secure their spot. It was a movie.
Yo, I was screaming in my living room by myself, which sounds really sad, but that's just what the wild card does to you. Especially when you get so close to that end, you know your heart rate is just elevating. I'd rather go out in last place or, you know, bottom 5 of this entire game than make it towards the end and just not clutch up.
Yeah, absolutely crazy. I mean, and we even saw here, just this was wild. And if you missed it, I absolutely went sicko mode on that gulag, kind of sounding like R2D2 just for a hot moment. But it was just all about just trying to make your way on through. This was a team that I was very sad to see not make it to our LAN, as this Fnatic roster of Zakhar, Patsuka, and Exian. Really want to see them get there, but it just kind of goes to show that, you know, it has to be the best player on the best day. Just lots of highlight moments. I mean, look at this. We're in zone 7. There's still 10 teams up. Absolutely crazy. But let's just kind of talk a little bit about what we're going on here today. Like I mentioned, if you are just kind of joining us on in, because it's not just going to be, you know, our top teams that are making it on through. We talked about this wild card map for a reason, to be able to get on through, right? 5 maps, or we're going to be using that World Series of Warzone scoring, where 1 kill gives you a point, and then the sliding policeman multiplier. Top 5 will advance to the global final. With then that winner takes all wild card map. Tiff, we heard from Nick Cool. He said, he's like, hey, it's all about fixing mistakes. They won the wild card map last year. I don't think they're trying to poison themselves to have to go back to back this year.
No, you don't want to leave it towards that last wild card map, because we've seen some of the craziest things that have happened. We've seen rogue precision airstrikes that take out half of the final end circle, and that is not a way to end your LAN dreams, right? But for one, you're risking it all. It's a huge gamble. Then you get to go to Vegas and absolutely slay out on the stage.
I guess there's no better time to gamble than when you're trying to get to Vegas. That is for certain. For a couple of our teams yesterday, it definitely, with the gamble, paid off. I got to go back and keep talking about our winners, that wild card map from EMEA. It was Marco being able to pick up that most wanted, goes on basically a 5 spree to get that timer down, get the teammates back on in. They float, they see it's Rocket's team as a full 3 and a couple of solos, and then they get their feet underneath them, and it's just from Swizzin an absolutely beautiful 1v3 to book their ticket to LAN. Probably one of the best moments we've had in Warzone, you know, kind of history that we've been able to have. Really enjoyed being able to watch that. Tiff, anybody, maybe we're super early in this prediction. Anybody who you think might be able to come out in a wild card map and give us a 1v3 for a win?
A 1v3 for a win. Okay, well, Nickel and 1 frag grenade against the world. No, Zepti, maybe. We saw a couple 1v3s out of him on main. Maybe even... No, I think that Twitty roster is going to make it in the first 5 games. So I'm not even going to count them in for the wild card. I'm locking them in mentally. And I'm so sorry if I cast or curse you. Please, like, cut this out of the main broadcast. If you don't make it, like, do not blame me. Like, I'm sorry, but I locked you in.
Well, hey, maybe it's a broadcaster blessing. We'll have to wait and see. Drop number 2. We're getting ready, ladies and gentlemen. Map 1, it gave us a lot of action. It gave us a lot of excitement. And map number 2 looking to continue to deliver on that. We saw a couple of teams just with the zone getting pulled all the way to the far north. They had to make an insane trek. So I'm really curious to see, where does this zone pull? Who's going to be able to play out of their POI? Who's going to be able to find those points they so desperately need? Map number 2 of the NALCQ starts now. Well, Tiff in map number 1, we went to the northeast. I think it's about time for us to go to the southeast. Plane line going to be dropping us from that southwest to the northeast, so everybody should be able to get to their POI. This is feeling a little bit like a port or prison ending. How do you feel?
You heard Snixie and them talk about the King of the North, Nicole. I hope he can find success down in the South, because you've got to be consistent throughout this. So maybe if game 1 wasn't your play style, maybe you found yourself fighting for your life coming out on mid-map, right? Just trying to get to the North. Okay, look, get ahead of it. Make a quicker rotation. Focus on playing that long game. Get the recons up. Know exactly where you need to be and just play off UAVs and play smart.
Yeah, I mean, that's what we've kind of seen from a lot of our players. These early games, it's about trying to get those contracts rolling. We've seen recons and scavengers be really the main ways to do that, since most wanteds did have that change kind of come on through where they don't spawn till zone 2, zone 3. So sometimes what players will do, they'll really had to highly prioritize some of those recons, get their cash on up, and then you know, kind of use an advanced UAV, see if there's anybody around them. Cash, Class, and the bunny guy, they had some fantastic moments very early on in map number 1, but it looks like here in map number 2, they're already finding themselves a little bit of a scuffle. Thermite will land on top of the LTV. It's going to deal a lot of damage. Can you manage to find the kill? I don't know if you do. It's just a pistol in hand as you basically give Sukra and Elo Lamb that kill. Sukra gets knocked, but guess what? You're going to be able to get the res, no problem. So already some early engagements as we still continue to move on over towards Hotel. And well, love the Astro Boy Hero Fighter. They're looking to keep going.
Ooh, saw some good fights out of them in map number 1, and they're already starting early. Just unfortunately looks like Gulag might be their call to fame right now. Looks like they're gonna jump down onto the high ground, coming back on in. But not when you've got a fat LMG like that. You gotta play smart. You drop down, put the finishing blows into Aiden, and well, now pass is yours.
It's great, a little POI to hold on to. You got a buy station, you got a lot of loot. Love to see them manage to kind of play out of there if possible. They are going to have to move on down, just given the southeastern zone. No worries there. Downtown is going to be a very interesting part of this zone here, Tiff. I think, you know, we're going to see a lot of people maybe try and rotate on in, thinking that they're going to have a lot of opportunity to maybe hold a roof, hold some space. But with this ABR, if you just show your noggin just for a quick second, you can be found on the other end of it. Or you can have a frost line in the hands of Nobu Spartan. A quick pick with some damage from the teammates, help him get an easy knock. Fully eliminated, and he's just looking to fly forward.
Yeah, tell me why I just had Caldera flashbacks from Nobu Spartan.
Okay.
That flashback wasn't involved, but we'll just ignore that. J Devise, though, looking like an unk out there, living up to the team name and finding a kill.
Leave it to Nobu Spartan to do something really cool, followed by maybe the dumbest play I've seen this weekend so far. But
happens to the best of us.
Happens to the best of us. J Devise just trying to maybe walk away from here. Nobu will go down early, but hey, you got the gulag for a reason. Don't worry.
Yeah, J Devise not getting super far. You saw Maeve pick him on up. We'll check in with this kick roster. You do, of course, have that blatant roster just ahead of them. Studley looking for some angles if we could find them. But I like that you're just playing off, hey, we know there's a team over there. Let's look for any openings. But until you get an actual knock through that, it's not going to be smart, because by the time you go to push over there, the res is going to be there. Paul X, second place in first map of the day. Looking to run it back on the backs of Desmond, who's already picked up 2.
Yeah, Dez, I think he's starting to feel himself after that first map. Already good on 2. Tries to find Fools. just not going to be enough, but Attract is going to be there to try and make something happen. He gets knocked, he gets fooled, so Pollux, Attract, they're not going to be here. And Dez, well, he's got to go ahead. He's got to back up, tail between his legs. Doesn't want to get wiped too early.
Smart though. I mean, those knocks were coming in from scopes, so not even the team that was initially in front of them, but back on over to Brawl Studley, Tricky Rick. Still staring at Blatant, looking for different angles. But what they've done is they've already moved over to their building, chowing accordingly, takes one back, so away slightly with a little bit of a flick of the wrist, turns around. Some trades going through and, well, Blatant hold.
Yeah, I mean, good job for them to be able to kind of stop that in its tracks a little bit. You only lose 1 and 1 for each team, so not too bad. I kind of wonder if either of these squads get antsy and try to push their way on through. On board with nukes. We saw Adrian have some fantastic moments in map number 1. Would love to see a couple more here. Playing over towards this graveyard area. We watched an insane fight happen here in map number 1. And well, the nuke squad, they might be looking to try and make another one happen here as well. Hopefully it goes a little bit better for them as they hold the high ground.
Still not bad. They're within striking distance, right? 8th overall after map number 1, just 15.4 points on the board, which if you think about it, knowing that they already had, I believe, double-digit kills, they've doubled their average from the regional finals in just one game.
Yeah. No, it's a good call. Chaz and Matthew, I think they're just waiting to see what is the plan. How do you want to go ahead and play this? Just so many different teams across the map are basically having the same process right now. I do see Adrian find Matthew in that kill feed, so it looks like that fight maybe has gone ahead, gotten a little bit aggressive.
Slide down those stairs. Keep it going.
We get a little deja vu. These are the stairs that never end.
True. This is dilly-dallying. Just rotating, living their best life.
Oh, yeah, I'm just looking at my map, seeing where are the real points of contention. It feels like with this zone, people have a little bit of a better opportunity to maybe kind of just stick to a POI and play out of it. They're not forced to fight as much as with that drastic zone pull we saw in game number 1. So they can play at a little bit slower rate if they need to.
And I'm okay with the slow pace, right? But I think you need to focus on getting those recons because you're going to have this challenging decision on whether you're going to play from the park side or you're going to play from the port side. And hopefully you choose the right because some of those ravines towards the end are going to cost you potential multipliers. So no matter how much work you've done in the beginning is just going to go to waste if you can't get into at least a 1.6 multi.
Yeah, no, 1.6 really kind of has to be your bare bones if you want. GK does a great job. Okay, go to Dave, tries to hit the dolphin dive to save his life, but GK, quick little trigger finger, won't let that happen. C9 trying to snake the stairs. Can you manage to find it? No, you get the armor crack, but it's just not enough. Realize, can you manage to get on up here? Can you activate for a trade? SOG in hand. Ooh. This is interesting. We've seen a lot of players opt for that LC10, but camo on this thing lets me know this is part of the loadout. He's looking to try and make it happen. Rez starts to come on through, but they are blocked by the AC. And, well, you have activated their trap card as Johnny Bro and Clap just going to get a nice couple shots as the duo and absolutely piece apart that team.
My man just channeled his inner pot of greed and wanted more, but it's not done. I don't know what just happened to Fida, his team, but you got picked on, bro.
What happened?
You got picked.
Oh my God.
That was brutal.
I feel like that's something we haven't seen as much in Verdansk is like these insane sort of like score streak, double kill, triple kills. And these first 2 maps already, we've seen a couple of them happen. So not only do you get that nice little squad wipe with the PA, but now you're able to hold some of these high top roofs down here in downtown. They know that there's a team over there in Diner, but I think you just don't have to really just hold them on out if you don't want to.
Okay, to the vehicles we go. Looking for rotations. As you can see, there's a good chance that we're going to pull still towards that eastern side of Verdansk. So you're going to have this issue kind of in the eastern farmland where teams are just really hedging their bets that we're moving to clear out that far side. But as you can see, the west, like you highlighted earlier, downtown is going to be hell reincarnated.
Yeah, Goj likes to call it a quagmire, and I always agree with him because it is just so easy to find your way into downtown. It's not always easy to find yourself out of downtown. You're starting to see a little bit why. Hunticity gets found by Scoliosis, and that's not really even a team that's trying to be in the mix right now. They are on the roof right now, and Sneely is just trying to basically ADS walk his way to maybe an exit here. You have to basically cross your fingers that these two teams start to fight and that maybe in all of the chaos and commotion, you can sprint away.
Here it goes, the first real chow. Nice way to answer with a thermite, but that push. See, strength in numbers, power of friendship. That's how you take your pushes, but there's still multiple teams in this area. You won't, actually. Maybe you will, I'm not sure, but hit the push.
Oh, you won't. Rakova in hand. Gets a couple little early tags there. T kills. The thermite goes up over the top, but you won't. Maybe gets a little bit too aggressive. T kills. Hopping up over the top. PPP's on in hand. Gonna be able to find some shots on there. Can you find one on the exit? It is just diving over this wall. It's gonna give an opportunity for your teammate to finally surge on forward and help clean it on up. Not maybe the most clean fight, but it was a fight that you win nonetheless. And now we'll let you play around this backside, play around side you if you need to, but T kills. Guess what? The action hasn't stopped yet. Gunner will be able to clean you on up. So just like that, it's Splurge, last one alive. Has to try and make it back to this buy station, but he's not going to be alone.
Yeah, Team Mexi just moved straight in, and really opportune time for them. They kind of listened to the fight. You kind of wait, right? Especially if you want to push when they're looking for a regain, that's the best time to move on in. Now, early on, I did see a full squad wipe on to that Attract Paul X roster. Now, chances are still have their gulag, but that regain time for them is going to be tough considering they were in second place after map number 1. Yeah, good. Desmond in the gulag here. 2 kills, not too bad.
Dez, oh, aggressive. Audra in hand.
Oh,
Nice to make it happen.
Wait.
Against Scoliosis. The molly lands on top of him. You run out of bullets. This thing, it shoots fast. It shoots hard. But you have to try and land those bullets. It's going to be able to reload. Those smoke will kind of come on through. And maybe gets lucky on the one way. But Dez, an aggressive gulag, gets him back into the game.
the best part about it is in the fight earlier, you were talking about how it doesn't have to be pretty. You just have to win it. That was the gulag in general. Was not pretty, still made it happen. That's all that matters for Blitzy, XFI Spirit. Really taking this northern rotation, and they need to keep on moving because you do still have a squad at your back, and if you leave it too open, Team Basham is just going to take you down.
I love that you're able to kind of get on out of here. Only 6 squads have dropped. We are officially under the 1.2 multiplier for the time being, so if you've managed to get some decent amount of kills so far, you'll at least walk away with a little bit more, but that 1.6 is really what we're looking for. It is our gold standard. There's already Gunnearth. We saw them playing the rooftops not too far away from that soccer field down below. They've opted to fall on back to get here. And XFI over at Stadium, looking to try and take a fight, but going against a Hetty is a very precarious situation to put yourselves in. And just like that, blink of an eye, Blitzy, he's last one alive. You can see all 3 members of Squad 13 are just absolutely flying at him. It's gonna be Clutch Belt, Devo, Vonbot. They want to clean up this kill. They do not want to let this guy get away. And you find one on the exit, and he almost gets the full on to Clutch Belt there. And that would have been a very bad situation for that team.
I love that he was like, look, if I'm going to go down, you're coming down with me, and focus instead of shooting on the player that was up, just trying to get the full. Doesn't actually get it there, but that's all right for Thomas Sinix here on your screen. Still trying to clean up the last player here in Lumberyard before they set their sights going south. But time is of the essence, right? And there's the finishing touch. Great move for them. It's just tough to see them here in the LCQ. They were that team that got 16th in regional finals, so just missing out on that global land ticket right there. And I believe, I'm trying to think of where they are after map number 1, and I don't think I saw them inside the top 10.
No, I don't think so either. For Night, Clutch, and Juju, they win this fight, and you can see where this zone is starting to pull tip. It's very, very southern, and look at this northwestern side of the zone. So many of these teams, they have to fight their way through downtown just to try and get into the zone. Squad number 2, they've done a great job of just being able to hang on here and manage to just kind of hold the center zone at port. That's going to be Team Tenix. who's just kind of looking to catch a lot of these teams pushing on through. And well, while we were looking at the map, we come back on over. I see Dez has been found by Picnic, and that is a squad wipe. Not entirely sure if that's just them getting sent to the gulag or if that's a full take off the map. Crossing my fingers after a great map number 1. It's only a sent to the gulag.
Should be full because I believe we watched that Des gulag on main, which means they were in fourth place after map 1. Knowing that they've gone out in about 32nd place is pretty disgusting in terms of that consistency that we were looking for. So they will likely drop out of that top 5.
Seeing this team already. Just trying to say here, Thomas, Cynics, and Delirious. I like this play. I think they realize they need to cut deep into this zone. Grab the players, hop on in. You're not going to be without company, though. Clear out this building. And just hold on in. You can slow down the pace for a hot minute. Well, if you are this Night Clutch Juju roster, you have an idea that this squad has just rolled up on this building. I don't know if you have an idea that this team number 9 is directly at your back, waiting to third party this if it breaks on out.
I'm all about a third party. Those are those smart engagements that I was talking about. And Thomas already on 3. Look, we talked about them not even being inside the top 10 after map number 1. Your best chance for that is making the comeback, and you've got just one nice isolated fight that you can take down Night Clutch Juju on the other side. But look at how they're splitting up, looking for this kind of mix up. You got the 2-1 split that we've been talking about that isn't always in our favor. And if you can just isolate the solo player, then you just have a nice 3v2.
Couple fights happening here still at Stadium. Vonbot, we watched them get into that engagement, and it seems like they maybe have gotten separated for the time being. Vaughn is still in Stadium, but Devo and Clutchbelk, they are going to play a little bit ahead. They find the bunny guy. That's going to force Glass and Cash to just start to run it back on over towards downtown area. Smokes will come on and through, and you can just see it is just all of these teams trying to light each other up on rotation. Cash, is he going to be able to get on into this zone for free? Does it get found out by Squad 44? I'm not entirely certain. It seems like, at least for the time being, he has managed to get on out of here. Texan Swole God, they were the last 2 players alive from that team. Kind of a little bit on the hunt here, and if they play patiently, they might be able to find Cash, and well, that would open up this rotation just a smidge for them.
Oh, this is tough. You've got so many squads. Clear to the right, but you do have that team that's still on the push, but it's super epic. It gets caught out by Swole God. Nice watching your back. This is another roster that I was really shocked to not actually see in the top 10 after map number 1. And to see them having difficulties right now with still 28 teams on the map is really uncharacteristic of the Wolf. I think they're looking for kills on the board and just playing the long game, knowing that, hey, if I can just have that banger that puts me up into the top 5, that's all we're looking for.
Yeah, and you can see in the top left corners, this zone goes ahead and pulls. We are just continuing to pull more and more south into the hills here of the southern side of the map. So all of these teams on the north, you have to start making your moves now. Get you some 2 kills to his name, playing alongside Cito and Scoliosis. That's all 3 here. And it looks like maybe they're getting gate kept by the Squad 14 just for a moment. So back on up, maybe try and play through a different area, because Brolic going to try and do his best to make sure that you are not going to get in for free.
Oh, a little interesting play here we've got from the Crimson Slays roster. I'm okay with it, right? We talked about where this circle was going to be shaping up at. Would you go for the park side? Would you go for the fort? It's not going to ever go hardcore prison. I say that, but there's the slight chance, maybe like a 5%, but it's not going to be this game. And forget you some Cito, Scoliosis still on that rotation on the difficult side like we were talking about. Sure, you're going to have maybe 8 kills, but you're probably not going to make it to endgame.
No, you're not. And this is a squad that we highlighted. They made their way early on into that zone, and they are just continuing just to try and take these fights one by one. Great job for them to be able to bring down a team, and they're just going to be sitting on this port side. I think if they're patient here, Tiff, they might be able to look across this ravine, find some of these teams who are trying to move their way in from downtown, or they can decide to say, hey, we know there's a team above us. Let's go ahead. Let's turn our sights more towards the south. Let's push on down there. And it kind of feels like that's what they're doing for the time being. They are split. Elolam does see Destruct, and so yeah, you're gonna have an idea now. A couple of these teams are starting to move on through, and you find these openings.
Well, 25 teams left in the map, and I think a lot of this is going to do with the fact that we're getting such a crazy pull towards the south. And LLM, this is the roster. I believe they were 17th in the regional finals. So really high up there. Should be one of those teams that should qualify in the top 5. But anytime you say that, it's really difficult. At least you can see they're doing a scavenger, getting their cash up and making sure they have the resources for that end game.
That's a great call. Making sure you have these things like your advanced UAVs, you have your streaks, everything you need towards this end game is going to be huge. Nano has an idea. There's some players trying to swim their way on in. I mean, if they just kind of push on out here, Tiff, they could easily catch these players in the water. You can see the team across that we watched earlier. They're kind of firing at them as well. Can you just work together with them, try and steal out some of these kills if you need? Or even manage to shoot across. And for Nano, well, he tries to manage to get some shots on in, but he's going to get backed on down.
Okay, but we're on solid number of kills here for B Gamers, though. I love that they were putting pressure onto that Nukes roster in the water, which is interesting. Nukes needs to go the distance, right? They were in 8th after game number 1, but this B Gamers roster is trying to do the absolute most towards this end game. Now, at least we do have high ground. That team across the way on the road playing off kind of the concrete barrier, definitely going for their loadout, and the AVR just needs to connect for at least a couple more. There you go. Ooh. Down, out. Give them, like, bro, we're close to 10 at this point.
Yeah, I mean, they actually find 2, and it's some from a different angle that finally brings down Chosen to wipe Squad 48. They were just trying to get to their loadout, but unfortunately, that loadout, it is just like a tractor of flies. You just watch all these players try and go to it, and you just are farming. For Sinister, Gunnearth, and Mexi, they have been able to make their way out of downtown here, Tiff. They have the winners of map 1 into their sights. I think if you are Nick Cool, watch Waldo and Colony 2K, you would love to be able to win this fight. Gain so much just area on this map. I mean, nobody's playing in the middle of this zone. It's basically, this is the most central part of the zone that we have. And well, for these 3, they might just be able to hold this lip as the zone decides to push on in.
The thing is, where is it going to shift, right? There's just a smidge of prison currently in the next circle, right? And you can just see these teams are going to collapse upon each other. When you look at the rotation, you got Scopes and Knight down there on the bottom, and the cross is definitely keeping them in check. I love that we had Colony 2K in the north. They do have a trophy that's going to anchor them down and prevent people from throwing those lethals onto them. And as long as no one rotates in behind them, they should be okay. For Grits, this is the bloodbath that we're talking about. If you keep an eye on that mini map on the left-hand side, look how many teams are in the nearby vicinity. You're just twirling inside of a smoke and praying that no one looks your way.
Well, and he has the new squad near him as well. Some shots go on out. He's going to be able to find Adrian. A great pick onto that team. How can Grits just manage to continue to stay alive? He's out of smokes, will invest that trophy system, and I think use this to his advantage to back on up, but no real cover for him right now. So while he's a solo just trying to stay alive, I'm watching a lot of these other teams. They're starting to have these fights break on out across the map and these different areas that are here.
Ooh. Okay, Super Evan going down. I love that Grits is just kind of, he's really ruining Nukes' game here, and that's okay. Someone has to do it, right? B Gamers elsewhere having some strong moments as they go ahead and wipe out Super Evan's team. But this is going to be detrimental to that Nukes roster, because as soon as this rotation starts to happen, he's just going to look for any kills that he can. But we're looking for 1.6, and 3 more teams have to go down. So for now, channel your international geographic and let it rip, Dandro.
You just see a couple of solos just kind of trying to stay alive, but meanwhile across the way, I mean, there's just fights that are happening. Booyah, he'll be able to find Thomas. That's another squad wipe. Grits just watching these fights go in around him on the edge of zone. Nick Cool continuing to find kills in the kill feed on this northern side of the zone. I mean, Stable J and Strixie, they're finally eliminated. There you go. It takes a while, but Sloppy Joe, he's going to be the one to find him, and Maeve is there for the trade as well. Just solos everywhere, Tiff. There's actually only 2 teams of 3 that are still alive. It's our map 1 winners here, and it's going to be that Erickson and Tabike's squad as well, but one of them gets found on out. And, well, this team, they might be able to gatekeep them out in the gas.
It's unfortunate that Watch Waldo is the one player that doesn't have a self-res, but he didn't fall too far down. So at least you have Nickel playing forward. He is that sniper for their team, right? 2 gunners and a sniper. Your sniper's still up, playing that overwatching support. You can use that to say, these are where those rosters are. You got Nuke Squad out towards the right. And doesn't make the drop down into the smoke. It costs them, but you do still have 2 players in the mix, and they're going to lay low. But something that they did do was get themselves consistently into that again game, get that 1.8x multi to go alongside it. But now who's going to get the 2x?
Yeah, I don't know if they have really the kills to match on up with it, though. I'm not seeing a lot of plates in either of these 2 players. So while they're pushing from one side, we have the Nuke Squad pushing from the other. Still gonna hang out in the gas just for a moment as Watch Waldo maybe can have a good thermite that can break down Magoo on some of these loadouts, but a couple of tags on up. He knows that they're flesh. He'll sit on out here at Colony 2K. He gets found by Magoo, but at least the trade is on in. Nuke Squad, they've been able just to push on through the other side, though. Can they bring down Maeve and push this to the last final player if they need to? Scopes, he's actually going to be able to find 2. That's their top 3, Tiff. Nuke Squad, all they need to do is just get a little bit aggressive, play as a duo, and they could secure map number 2.
Oh, it's a 2v1v1, and they got 1 in their sights.
Wait, look at this.
Maeve, down out. Sure, you may not have the high ground. Scopes does. Scopes does. Scopes win. Revenge Tour 2.0 coming in clutch here in game 2.
All they had to do was push as a duo, Tiff. They just had to push on forward. But Scopes, he's going to be able to activate at the very end and just clean up the rest of them. Wow, what a beautiful play of defense there from Scopes. I can't wait to hear how they were going wild in the comms, Tiff. Let's go ahead. Let's take a listen.
Let them fight. He might have self. Yep. Hard focus that he has to throw. He's 1 shot. Nice.
They're fighting under you.
Lay down, lay down, lay down. Yeah, it's 1v2v1. Let them try to let them fight. You're not safe.
You're gonna get hit by gas.
Good fucking shit, Scopes. Come on. Come on, Scopes. Come on. Beautiful. That was beautiful. Come on, Scopes.
Oh my gosh. Beautifully played.
Well played. Way to fucking listen. Well played, bro.
Third party king right.
Well played. Way to fucking listen. Well played, bro. Oh my god. That game was all way to fucking listen right there, too. That was beautiful.
Dude.
All right. I mean, you hear IGL B-Mark. He gets dropped from the Lotus 8 roster, picks up with Scopes and Knight, and what happens? Well, they take map number 2. 15 kills on the board, to 30 points added to their total. Not too shabby of a way to end map number 2.
My favorite thing about it is, as you kind of look back, sure, maybe it sucks going into the end circle as a duo or a solo, but what you get in return is teammates that can come for you. They can look at things that maybe you're not actually focusing on. They're like, hey, you're not safe here. That gas is gonna hit you, right? So knowing that they need to move up, waiting till they fight, it may seem like really simple instructions, but in that moment where you are locked in, just having that extra reassurance can be so nice.
Yeah, and I think this is just, like you said, it's just some patience from Scopes there, listening to B-Mark. You heard him calling out, wait for these kids to fight, and it's the second that he hears these shots going on between Maeve and Nuke Squad, that's when Scopes just looks on up, and it's basically they line on up, and with the AUG, you only need a couple of bullets, and they are flesh to be able to bring them on down, and he is going to be able to. 15 kills is feeling pretty good for that team. Very excited to see where they end up there on that leaderboard, but also Nuke Squad. Hey, very curious to see how many kills they had as well. I think this leaderboard is just going to continue to surprise us game after game. Let's get the desk back on in here, though. Coach Dream and Smixy, what do we think about that game number 2?
A great cast from both of you. I'm thinking it was the Battle of the Bush Wookiees. Good gosh. Scopes had been there for so long. I think it was like 3 or 4 zones, it felt like. Unbelievable how long he patiently waited. And I loved the call in that victory moment that B-Mark said, Attaway listening. Good job listening. Is crazy calls from their IGL. Scopes listened well and then dominated. A fun one. I'm going to you first, Smixy. What do you think about this zone? Called it perfectly. You had to get in the green room. We were way down there on the southeast side.
Yeah, again, I I'm a little bummed out because I feel like nobody's really rotating as early as I would want them. And then everybody's kind of fighting outside the zone, which kind of is what led to nobody having plates at the end. I felt like all of the teams left just were plateless.
Yeah, resource management seemed to be a huge issue towards the end. Also saw a couple of these massive team waves with PAs in transition coming in and out of downtown. Dream, a couple things you picked up on. You were talking to me about a couple teams and rotations made. What you got for me?
Listen, this was crazy how many clutches we saw, like 1v3 clutches map 1, right? And then of course these teams and battling it out for a while. I know we saw Teenix, Sukra, and Elolam get a little bit active, a little bit of a, you know, kind of a good engagement here, but nonetheless, it was FaZe in the regain for me, Goj, in how Adrian high risk play lands into the water, and then how long it took them. All these teams, as you mentioned, Bush Wookiees trying to survive, but Scopes being set up in the perfect position that was still huge for FaZe just being able to go up to second.
Yeah, Bush Wookiees proned out, parry the platypuses. I don't know what was going on. There was a lot of solos ratting for points, and some of those solos getting paid. Grit's certainly not one of them. FaZe dominated that map, though, and I love that call-out, Dream. They had a big map, and they were already inside the top 10, I think 7th or so going into this map. A huge one for them. They might leapfrog all the way up into the top 2, if not at the top. I think they had a crazy amount of kills, but again, you got to remember that Scopes team. Yes, it was a solo ratting for a while, Smix. He did have 15 kills as a team. They had 15 kills, 30-point game. It's not one of those solo wins where you're like, oh, well, they didn't have a lot of kills. A 30-point game's crazy.
Yeah, like you said, it was beautifully, beautifully played. Scopes played that as best as anybody could, just waiting patiently. And I think that's the hardest part when you're a solo, right? It's like you see all these shots going around and you're like, I want to get involved. I want these kills. But the patience he showed was so good. And shout out to B-Mark for really being that voice in his ear to really stop him.
And we got to remember, that's a sub too. Like, that's a substitute. They changed their roster coming into this, right? So that's a brand new player joining their roster. IGLing, I love it. Dream, you were talking to me about a couple different teams. Obviously, the big one, FaZe. I think they had a huge game. What else did you see on the map? I mean, I saw our Brazilian friends that have come up into Nano, come up into North America. They were balling out in port as well.
Yeah, I was gonna say Tabby too, just going off. But another player that we saw go off too, Stable J. Hello, I think alone this guy was at like 11 kills, so that would put him at 19 if we see that in the scoreline, which would be crazy. But also too, it almost looked like another double back-to-back win. Smixy called it. Waldo, Colony, and Nick Cool, they were set up in the late game moments, and that's credits to them winning on the east side at Farmland, as they did take out, I think, Thomas, Synax, and Delirious.
Yeah, that's a really good shout. Smix, talk to me about that setup, because we all kind of were saying it. You were really cheering them on and saying, hey, I think they're going to do it. They're in the best position. Talk to me about what went wrong for that team, and then also what went right to get them to that position.
Yeah, it comes down to the early rotate, right? Again, Nicole's team rotated early in farms, and then they, held out Delirious's team, and that worked out for them. But then, again, after that fight, they had no plates, and that was the problem. I think we saw Nicole kind of try to jump down the hill and grab some resources for his team, and I unfortunately think that was the one mistake that they did, because then Nicole got picked, the whole team fell apart, and, it was just kind of crazy for them.
Yeah, it was crazy, but again, still a consistently good game for them. They don't have to win every single map, right? They just got to be top 5. So to have another pretty solid game, I love that call out early rotate, and they were playing the high ground really well, always making sure that they had their backs to the highest part of the map. I like what that team is doing. They're looking really, really strong. Any other shouts? Dream, we talked about a lot of teams. Anything else you were thinking about of a couple teams we need to keep our eyes on? Stable J, absolutely one. We've got to keep watching. Probably going to be near the top of the kill category. Anybody else?
I was looking at my notes here. Just on the fact that for some of these teams needing to make that early rotation, but also the fact that how most wanteds are so beneficial. Even if you are a team that goes down early game, I think we saw Get Some pick up a most wanted and stay alive for his team. But with the placement points, Goj, just that it just could come down to 1, 2, 3 placements, but staying alive in the late game and taking the early rotation like FaZe did. That was a problem that they were having. You just never know what it could do for you, even if you ride it out from the water to a bush.
It matters. It matters. Hey, the bushwhacking strat's real. We got to take a look at our leaderboard, though, because our scores already, it all comes down to those multipliers. How many kills do you pick up? We still have Watch Waldo, Nick Cool, Colony 2K up there in first. Now, look, I might be a mathematician as my side gig. I thought it was going to be pretty dang close. Booyah, Adrian and Swag drop a banger map, and they jump all the way to second place and are only behind first by 0.4 points. Unbelievable. But look how close the margins are. 1 to 5 is only a 6.2 spread. That is crazy tight numbers. And then even 6 are already only 3 points or less than 3 points behind top 5. Smix, any other shouts here? It does look like our team in 8th has dropped down a little bit.
Yeah, I was just about to mention that I feel like, you know, they probably had a pretty bad game here, which dropped them down quite a bit. I'm also really surprised to see Zepti and them in 9th, but I think they died out pretty early on this go around. But again, really happy for Stable J, really happy for Devo. I think Devo and them are getting a lot of kills, just not getting those placements that they need.
Yeah, Devo's right there in 6th. And the B Gamers, look at them. Nano, this is the team we were talking about. They had a big game. I think Tabby was at, I want to say 9 when they were leaving port. So a really strong game from them across the board on kills category. Let's take a look at the second page, though. Dream, talk about some of these squads. Super Evans team, 12th.
Okay, that's sad. Sad 12th, Dream Team 14th.
Yeah.
I mean, come on, guys. We got to step it up. We don't have, you know, people marked in the game anymore. But, hey, they're at least on 20 kills. So that just tells me it's a little bit with their placements. As we know, teams are fighting for that. But these zones have been really far north or really far south. Just, well, whether or not it benefits them as well. We see do 15th, right? Ceto, Skiliosis, and some also on the regain blender.
Yeah, that is a good shot. I mean, we're 2 games out of 5. Reminder, we're not playing 6 today. We are playing 6 in total with the wildcard map, but 5 are scored for the top 5 positions to make it to LAN. And so we are nearing the halfway point. We will be past it after this next game. It does matter, though, when we talk about the zones. If you talk about somebody like Bralik's team, if they get a more central located zone, maybe that favors them more coming out of hospital. I don't know. There's some fun conversations here. I mean, Smix, any other notes on this roster? We saw Astro Boy Hero, loved it. A lot of folks hyping them up. They're having a bit of a struggle game right now, 19th overall.
I know I'm going to sound like a broken record here, but I think all these teams on the second page are just struggling with rotations. This is the biggest part of the game, right? It's just you got to rotate. You got to get there early.
Yeah, every time we're in the green room, folks, we should get live mics because Smitchy's like, they're rotating so late over and over again. She's 100% right. A lot of late rotates. We'll see if anybody adjusts going into the next one. But we've got somebody that early rotated as a solo in the booth. My goat Scopes. Dude, talk to me about that final moment, my man. The final moment, winning the 1v2, the patience. How are you feeling about that?
It was crazy because like after we like came from our POI, it was like such a far pool and we were just stuck doing like the supply runs to get back in the game. I eventually found like a most wanted in prison and I got my teammates back last second. Like a team pushed me, like they got third party by another team. I got my teammates back last second. We ratted in bottom prison the whole time. And then after that, they died on the outer wall and I just wrapped in the storm and just like literally camped the whole zone. And they just said, wait for picks and just wait for third parties and it worked out.
Love that, Scopes. And I mean, obviously you guys just made a team roster change. You got B-Mark into the mix and he was kind of leading you in that. What is it about him that makes such a great teammate?
Honestly, he's a really good IGL. Like I'm a good shooter, but it takes me some time to like adjust to the game. So like if he's there to tell me like where to go, what to do on the map, like I could just shoot my gun and just listen to him and it works out in the end.
Yeah, well, that's kind of perfect into my question. I was going to say, do you like it when somebody is like in your ear telling you like exactly how to play a situation? Or do you prefer to be like, hey guys, just let me do my thing?
Yeah, see, like in the end game like that, when it's like maybe like 2 or 3 people, I'm trying to sound horde. So like maybe right there, like I like being like a little quiet, but like if he tells me like take space in the middle of a gunfight, like on teams, like that works out because I might be like stuck somewhere. But if I do get to take some space, then we could break down the roster pretty easily.
Trust.
Nice. I love it, man. Hey, look, you guys won the map. It was a big one, too. Ended up, yes, there was a lot of dead time and a lot of ratting out trying to stay alive. Still got 15 kills, man. That's 30 points. That's big. Still a lot more work to do. Any final shout-outs for your team or anybody else at home before you head into the next game?
Yeah, I'm just going to shout out B-Mark for Like our problem with the last team, like we had a good firepower, but it's just we could never make it to end game. But B-Mark, he's been getting us to end game almost every game.
Heck yeah. Shout out B-Mark. Great roster, man. Good luck in the next one, and I'm sure we'll see you again.
Thank you.
All right, cheers. That was Scopes. They just won the map, and he did it almost as a solo at the end. Good grief. I didn't see. That's fun to see the behind the scenes, ladies, at Dream. I didn't see that they had to rat out that long. Like, I didn't see that they got fully wiped and then most wanted and then regained and then finally made it there.
Yeah, I'm so glad too that Smixy asked that question, because like I literally was debating on like the B-Mark question or like, hey, do you get flustered when someone's talking to you? Sometimes that can create chaos, but from the moment taking the most wanted to the end game moments, that was just perfection and a lot of trust needed.
Totally agree. Well, chemistry, a huge component to success, and a lot of trust between these players. They've been in the lab and it's paying off, but we've still got 3 more drops to go. Game 3 is right around the corner. We're going to take a very short break here in the booth. When we come back, we're going to be past the halfway point. You're not going to want to miss it.
Wow, love that interview with Scopes there, Tiff. You just can tell the trust between him and the teammates. You heard him say like, hey, our old team was good, but B-Mark just brings us an absolute new level to our team. Let's take a look at the kill leaderboard to see how they're looking after that game number 2. Because when I'm looking at it, hey, Scopes, the man himself, he finds himself at 4th.
Yeah, but still, once again, Stable J at the top. At the top after game 1, at the top after game 2, and that team has really just been climbing the leaderboard, so it's definitely paying off. But the cool part about this leaderboard in general is when you're seeing multiple players from a roster inside the top 10. You see Watch Waldo, Nickel up there, both with 10 sharing like kind of the large majority of the kills there, and that just allows you to keep up the consistency.
Yeah, and I'm seeing also Vonbot as well as Clutchbelk on that list as well. Currently sitting just in a little bit. Where did I just see them? They're currently sitting in 6th overall, right? So just on the outside looking in. And obviously they're finding the kills, but they're not being able to find the placements that are there. We'd love to see them step it on up. But these first 2 maps have been absolutely crazy, Tiff, as we kind of take a look at some of our standings where they're sitting. Game number 2, Scopes, and they get 30 points on the board. 30 of their total 46 is just in that game, or 44.4 rather. It puts them in 3rd. Not too shabby. We were questioning, when gaps start to get to form, and even after game number 2, it's still very close.
It's super close, but also I wasn't expecting it to trend this high in terms of the average points per game needed to stay in 5th place. We talked about yesterday in EMEA being just about that 16.5 mark. Well, look at Stable J's team, 20.1 points average. And if we keep up that consistency, it's going to be really hard for a team in that 5th map or the 4th map to really jump up into the top 5 because it's just going to be too far gone.
Yeah, no, I think that's a great call out. Yeah, the 20 points a game is kind of crazy considering what we've seen in the other stages of the World Series of Warzone to get on in there. So, hey, I think if you're looking at this leaderboard at the first 2 games, if it hasn't really been your map, you now have to start looking, okay, hey, 20 points, it's really our marker. Getting that 1.8 with basically 12 to 13 kills kind of gets you to that marker. So if you can manage to make that happen, that's great. We've had some aggressive zone pulls though, Tiff, that I wonder, has that been the contributing factor to some of our teams struggling?
Well, it definitely has, because if you end up on the side where there's like 8 to 10 teams all vying to get through an open vicinity, that's going to cost you. And there's not a ton of vehicles to be had, or you run out of resources, don't have enough smokes to make that rotation. And then you've got some, I was going to call him a Joe, just sitting up on top of a hill with an ABR in hand. Like, you're not getting across.
No, you are not. Well, guess what? Your time to get points on the board is dwindling as we are getting ready to drop into game number 3. Only 2 more games after this TIFF to try and be part of our top 5 to make it to our global LAN. Otherwise, you got to play through that wild card. So let's lock in. Let's get ready. It's drop number 3. Well, here we go. You can see this plane rocking a nice little east to west, cutting this map right in half. And well, for the first time in today's event, Tiff, we got kind of a normal zone.
I'm okay with normal. Look, I'm telling you, normal is my middle name at this point. And we're literally cutting it in half with the plane line. So you see their teams going up to Quarry, and I think it's safe, right? Vengefort 2.0, your most frequent winner there with 30 points on the board. Up there in the north, you can see a couple teams like HRS trying to join them. And honestly, one of them might pounce on them. But your map 1 winners, they're looking towards ATC.
Yeah, I kind of wonder if they're just continuing to go up towards the scam area or not. For other teams, though, it's boots on the ground and guns in hand. GPR for Otter Eyes. He's looking to have one of these players fly out through. Solidify playing through the back and some great shots. And Caesar's playing through the front. Sinister Gunner taken on down. So that's an early squad wipe from Solidify, Blink, CJ, and Otter Eyes gaining control of those hangars area. And well, in Superstore, listen, we know how much of a hot drop this is in pubs. Looks like we're continuing that trend even here in our customs of the NALCQ.
Well, our Nukes roster that had a really nice game in map number 2 to shoot them into the top 5. Want to keep that momentum here today. And I don't love off the rip fights in Superstore because there's so many places you can position yourself, like right here. And it's jump scary. I know Halloween's coming up, but I don't need any scares here when we're trying to make it to LAN.
Yeah, no haunting in Verdansk just yet. But for Kalatz and Kuzi, I think you're just kind of trying to maybe work together as a team. Authenticity, Raysky, Sneely, trying to go up against Omeka and Co. Over here at the military base, you can see Raysky's already into this LTV, just trying to use it to maybe find a little bit of an angle. You could take this fight, but you have to be very careful because all 3 of these players could just turn their sights on over and try to bring you on to town. That's exactly what is going to happen. You see all the arrows start to turn over to where Raysky's is trying to play. Meanwhile, Hunticity and Sneely, they're kind of just playing down here. Nobody wants to commit to opening this fight up just yet. You can see one member maybe going over, could find Raysky's if they wanted to, but he's just going to use that LTV, come back with the boys.
Yeah, get the LTV, get with the homies, and get out of there. If you've got a team like the Chosen Ones at your back, this is one of those things where you just say, I'm out of dodge. Smixy's in the back somewhere screaming, rotate, rotate, rotate at this rate. But at least we have a central zone now, so teams can actually focus on putting themselves in positions, looking for kills, getting those recons so you can hit the early rotate.
Not a bad idea.
I don't know what we're doing there. Like, there's got to be comms happening, but the LTV positioning was just a little tough for me. I hope we can see some better drivers.
I just want them to fight. Either fight or don't fight, you know? Like, you're not gaining anything by just sitting here, right? For Delirious, ETC Thomas, they're going to back on up. All right, hey, look at that. COD timing at its best. Kami's going to be able to actually open up that fight on a Hunticity. Raysky's going to go ahead and jump in this LTV on the wall. Any thermites for this vehicle? Not yet. It's just going to be bullets. He's going to try and maybe make his way on out. Can you go ahead? Can you pick up Sneely and just make an exit here? It doesn't look like it. You're just looking. Hixer's on the roof. If Sneely just backs up just a little bit, he has a perfect line of sight for a headshot. If he wants to make it, not going to be yet though. Kami, I don't know if he sees Sneely there. He's definitely going to hear that door bust on open though. Smoke comes on.
No.
It's just
no.
Sneely.
What?
Sneely. Okay.
This was an utter breakdown on main, but that's okay. Hopefully they still have Gulag. We'll check in with them later. We just keep moving forward, okay? Nodes on your screen. We go. We don't worry about the past anymore.
No. Couple of fights breaking down here towards the farmland. We've seen this team be on the receiving end of a number of fights here, but Blitzy, he's actually going to be able to slide on out, finds nodes and the full, puts us into a 2v2. No real plates though for either of these players. It's going to be the LTV. Hop on in, get on out of here. Make the quick escape if you can. You can see they are being hunted. A couple of these members are trying to be able to find them. Yo Legit and co. I think you just have to make this push all the way, maybe down to where though. It's you got a team just waiting for you at prison. So even if you try and make your way on over, it's gonna be tough. So I guess yeah, back on up, grab one of these farmhouses, and I don't know, try and just do the best you can.
Do the best you can. Look, something that Smixy noted at the start of this, right, was the buy station reshuffling. So I wonder how much of that is actually coming into play when you're looking for those regains and trying to get your teammates back, and you just have to kind of put yourself in a different situation that normally wouldn't have been on kind of your loot path.
And kind of one of those things that we loosely talked about at the top of the show was, you know, Smixy mentioned it, those additional buy stations got added. A lot of the additional buys were based on this eastern side of the map. So you have a bigger opportunity to regain if you are here. The zone's kind of starting to pull in this direction. So you might have an opportunity to regain if you are that squad. Nick Cool, Colony 2K, and Watch Waldo continuing to just farm on this edge of zone. They are on the outside of gas, but hopefully they get back on in. We'll move on over to the Gulag with Magoo here. Part of Lotus 8, the pistol in hand. You get the armor crack, and well, it's one last tap to the dome onto Glatz in order to keep your team alive.
I love the faith in that too in the chamber, and just like, yeah, I'm gonna hit this shot, because if you whiff that, bro, then you have to reload and it is just gross. But you know, hopefully you can have some of the same luck here against Zombie. Clutch on up. Yeah. Okay, clean. Takes a bit of damage. Reach out. Still looking to put the finishing blow in it. And a slide chow from Zombie. Okay. You know, not going to get their boot back on. Hopefully they can get the buyback for Tenik, Suka, LLM. You got squad number 39 on the other side. We saw what Sloppy Joe did in endgame in map number 2, and he's trying to put the Kansas City Pioneers one step closer to the Global LAN Finals.
Yeah, well, Gamax themselves, they would love to be able to bring them on it down. They were looking pretty solid in that last map. Another good map would do well for them. Looks like Hustle might be able to get to this chopper, but this thing is going to be made of paper, and I think you see it just gets immediately laced on up, and that's going to be what Gamax needs to push on forward. For KCP, it is yet again another breakdown we see on main. Not entirely sure how they want to try and take that fight. Just gets a little bit too confusing, but still fights in the stairwell. Orbsy taken on down. Picked, gonna be able to get the revive off, but I think you have to just try maybe reset this fight if possible. No plates for Joked right now. You'll see them start getting share between the teammates. Can you reset? Can you manage to bait this team on into your sights? Just lay in wait.
I love how patient we are, and you kind of have to be. You want them to swing on down that staircase, but look at them. They go out through the window, but get picked, gets caught out guard, and that is actually really challenging. Next Gen Hitman has been taking some solid fights here throughout our games, and granted, they're not inside the top 10. That's okay, as we get a good look at the map and where we're pulling towards. The teams in the north should have fun trying to get through that TV station area. I do love that squad number 2 on your screen. That is actually going to be Team Tenix. They have a large majority of the south, and that bodes well for them, except when you're looking for kills. But in terms of rotation, it's going to be nice.
Yeah, a little bit confused about that fight. It was like they had the opportunity to catch them as they flew out the window, but it was like they hesitated, and by the time they decided to try and chow down below, that team had got their boots on the ground, so it was just all about trying to fry them on out. Very, very curious. Picnic, Shero, IQ playing down here towards this ringside against Tapasway and Twitty. You have to be very cautious though, because you can see squad 50. They could try and move their way on up here to third party if they wanted to, and that's exactly what happens. It's Stable J. He finds an opening through a window, opens up onto Twitty, and maybe if you're Shero, this could be your opportunity to start to fly on through this building if you need to. Just trying to play a little bit of the hop up here. Most wanted contract will be in on the back. Fake Nick and Shero trying to play off of each other. How do you take this fight?
Dandro, I'm scared, and I say this with the best of intentions because this Twitty Tappa Sway roster was inside the top 5. And then I made my call of thinking that they would potentially be locked in to qualify for LAN, and they fell outside the top 5. And now they're currently sandwiched between 2 teams, and they're going to have to clutch up them in a trophy system against the world.
Yeah, you can see there. It's like Stable J, Strixie, Johnny Bro. They're just on the outside. They're looking over here. They want to see this fight. I mean, Picnic, Shero, IQ, they're in the same building as that Twitty roster. And B Gamers, they've kind of moved on up from the backside as well. It's going to be a standoff for the time being. Picnic might be able to find Nano, though. You can see Eric Season trying to move on the outside. Some great shots, but Pick, he tries to run away. Baits that team into his teammates. Now, do we see Twitty activate down the stairs? They do. They come on in. You set up for the crossfire. IQ. He's able to find Sway. He's able to find Tappa, but you're not able to find Twitty. And B Gamers, they sense the direness in the water. They want to try. They want to find this team. They do. Squad 16 wiped, taken off the map. The patience from B Gamers, giving them rewards.
Well, a team that's in second place overall runs into the first place team, not who you want to contend with here in game number 3. With 5 games determining your fate, the only way to change it is those smart engagements and not running into the heaviest hitting teams in the lobby. But for now, you have to see what this is going to do to them. Whiplash, probably a rogue streak that's going to take one down. They should be able to hit the reset, but how we're going to get from this position into the next parts of the circle, that's going to be tough.
Yeah, go to Dave, playing up here. Where's the top? Evo, though, gonna find Johnny Bro. And go to Dave as well. So it's a quick cleanup here at the fire station outside of downtown. And I love this. If they win this fight, and what does this team immediately do? It's a full sprint over towards Stadium. Trying to play outside of this POI. I think this is a great idea. Obviously, this is our first big tournament where Stadium is now open here in Customs. So I think what we saw yesterday is some of the teams that know how to play around this POI on that inside and the outside will definitely get some boon here. Pollock's attracting Desmond on the outside, though. They're already getting found out by Hixer's team. And while you've lost Paul X in the trade, in the transition, can you manage to fire back, or is it just all about trying to exit here?
Well, they're so split here. So it's Jesmond against the world. You have to take a 1v3, and you've already given up that information of where you are. So what are you going to do? Do you just kind of wave the red flag and try to attract the chosen ones to push towards you so your teammate can get out? You do have cash in the hands of Attract. He could make a full buyback, right?
He could. You got to win this fight, though, if you want to make that happen. Dez, he's actually going to find Omega down below. Puts us into a 2v2. Smoke will come on out. Can Attract bait this team into full flying at him?
Well, it's a 2v1.
He's making a lot of noise. Yeah, wait, what just happened?
Desmond caught out Cogni. Okay, Attract. You guys push this together. Don't let them get the res. Even if they do, the res comes through. So a 2v2. They throw the smoke on him, but it gives Dez the opportunity to crawl on up. But that push was not the best there. And now Attract back into a 1v2. This one's tough because it's so much into the open, and the ABR really makes a difference here.
You have the opportunity to just play as 2. Attract, he was in the perfect scenario. He couldn't make it happen. Wait, Hixers, Kami, they've been gifted another chance here. Can they find Attract? He's trying to do everything he can to win this 1v2. It's a little bit of a slide shell. Not going to be enough. Hixers and Kami. Okay, they work together to bring down one of the top squads that we've been keeping our eye on. And I don't know, that just seemed like a huge miss in communication.
I'm going to go ahead and go with that because at least you had Desmond kind of crawling up and you saw the trigger discipline come through, but it's just missed timings for sure. But we'll check back in with them. Hopefully they still have some gulags available and look for a mid-game reset. For Tenix, Alolam, Sukra, they've been kind of putting in the work towards this mid game, but we're going to need massive amounts of kill for them to move up the leaderboard as we shape on up. Look at where this circle's going. Very much downtown centric, and there's already 7 or 8 teams there.
Yeah, no surprise to see this. A lot of these teams are trying to gain their little patch of land that they can hold on to. I think for some of them, they might have a strong opportunity just to look down at the rest of these players trying to rotate on in and catch them moving through. See Whiplash, Tricky Vibes, and Skizzy over here at Hangars, just trying to figure out what do they want to do. How do they move out of this POI up towards airport? It's gonna be tough. They're just on the outside of zone. They're getting gate kept. I think CJ on Horizon Solidify. They could be the team that finds them if they want to. Solidify in the sky. Would find anybody? Doesn't look like it, but he's gonna be able to land back on his loot.
Yeah, we gotta move on. We've got to move relatively open ahead of them. Probably not gonna have any vehicles landing around here, but at least you can rotate off the backs of a UAV. Not gonna be an advance, but you know, better than nothing. Whiplash here though, chomping at the bits, trying to get that team down and out. 2 on the board, but the plate comes through thanks to Tempered. Gonna keep them alive a bit longer.
Good shots coming on through. Whiplash just trying to use this box as a little bit of cover. Let the teammates come on up. Can you play from a different angle? Looks like you don't want to try and take that fight for the time being, and I think this is the right call. Go ahead, back on up. Maybe make your way up the hill. You are about to potentially run into a couple of different squads, though, and that is my only hesitation. For B Gamers, still on the outside, though. They're getting caught. Sway getting a little bit of revenge here. Nano gets dropped in the transition, but Erickson and Tabix, they're still alive.
But can Sway get out of the gas? It looks like just a solo left. And no, Tabby's is actually going to get credited with that knock, with that kill. So another one goes the way of B Gamers. Not sure if that's a full wipe onto that roster, but we know we've seen them in so much action, and it was not looking good for them. So the chances of them being full wiped here, probably true.
Good job from B Gamers to kind of make it out of there. They'll have a pretty safe rotation, mostly all the way on in. Attracting Paul X. Looks like they've been able to kind of have boots on the ground here. You can see Dez flying in the sky. Solidify and Autorize. They've taken a lot of damage because it's somebody else pushing in from the other angle. It's T-Kills. He doesn't realize he's put himself immediately in between these two teams and throws his life away. The teammates, they're still over there towards that diner at the plaza area. So for Paul X and a track, that might have been all you needed just to kind of turn the eyes of Blink, CJ, Autorize, and Solidify away from you. Give you a nice little wrap into zone.
Well, you know, better late than never to start jumping up that leaderboard. This is where it needs to happen, considering this is like the halfway mark of our 5-game series. So if you are outside that top 5, jump into it. You need north of a 20-point average, which means you need like a 30-plus point game to make up the difference. Splurge, and a sniper in hand. At least we're hitting for some plates, but don't know if we're really going to be able to do too much in that 1v3 situation.
This fight breaking on out, and it is just too easy right now for Rudy and Sunny. You lose Robeezy in that fight, but at least you managed to clean up a whole team. A lot of loot to your name. If you don't have the guns you want, here's an opportunity to grab them, but look who's moving their way on in. You hit the zip. You're somehow able to get towards the top. Sunny, not nearly as lucky. Lotus 8, they moved on in and towards the bottom, and they've cut down your other teammate. So just for the time being, Rudy, he is going to be a solo, and he sees a whole trio across the way. I think for right now, bud, your best bet, camp this zip.
I'm okay with a bit of camping here. If that makes the difference between you getting a good enough game and a regain to go to LAN, do what you gotta do. Do what you gotta do. Oh my, that's so fun.
Oh,
that is so fun.
We love a good ragdoll here.
My favorite. My favorite. Okay, here's the deal. This might be the best circle of our entire LCQ.
Definitely going to be a very odd, because you still have a little bit of stadium on in. You have this eastern side of zone that they could still be on in. I like where Autorize and them are playing out of right now. They're just kind of slowly trying to cut their way into stadium. If they can manage to get there, it's huge. And I would love to say here, Tiff, I think this is a squad that, hey, this is a huge game for them. I'm seeing Otter currently on 7. Only 30 teams remaining, so they've secured the 1.2, but this is a team that needs at least a 1.6. We'd love to see them get to the 1.8.
Can you just run it back on the only 30 teams remaining when we're 20 minutes into this map? and we have 30 teams still up. That is because the majority of downtown is still in the mix. You're gonna get this massive layer cake action that we love and need sometimes. Instead of having like, you know, 5 games in an end game circle, there's a good chance we have 10 in that end game.
Yeah, as this zone starts to continue to collapse on in, just so many of these teams trying to find their little patch of land that they can hang out in, that they can manage to make their own. Ensure that as the zone kind of becomes smaller and smaller and smaller, they have somewhere to go, they have somewhere to play out of. For Clutch Belk, Vombot, and Devo, it's this small little building down below, but they can't really do anything about these players and teams that are above them.
Yeah, you got B Gamers just ahead of them. I see Blatant in the mix as well. But where is that circle going to pull? Who has to move? Yikes. And everyone towards the north has to move on. If you're in Stadium, you have one heck of an open rotation that's gonna suck. You're likely gonna get picked off. You can already see the teams on that right-hand side of the circle starting to carve on in, but knowing that you need ultimate high ground to get kills and play Overwatch, but it costs you when you jump on down, and it's gonna be Inno who finds a few, but it's not done yet.
Yeah, Gamax, they're still alive as well, and they're actually gonna be in this new zone because they are just trying to stay alive here, poke their head out where they can. So we're just going to be putting shots down on in. Keep an eye on this team's remaining here, folks. We're at 26 as this gas is going to start pulling us in from the north. You are about to see so many teams fall. Currently in first place, Nick Cool, Colony 2K, and Watch Waldo. It's been a great day for them so far. Game number 3, if they can manage to have a pretty solid one, they might just book their ticket off of 3 games alone. But so far, we can see it's looking pretty good. Tiff, this team has been firing on all cylinders all day. I want to hear what the comms are sounding like, especially in this hectic sort of mid to end game. Let's go ahead. Let's do a listening with this squad.
You can...
There's one to our right too. One this way.
Yo, can you harp it over here?
Yeah. I mean, one's on the buy. I don't have anything on the beat.
Okay, we just play this.
There's three like here.
These guys were on that close corner. These guys were on that close corner.
Don't overchill, Nick. Don't overchill that.
We literally just wait for them to push.
Yeah.
I'm literally waiting. They're smoking up to us. They're smoking up to us.
Push up here.
Challenge. Knock the one. One more.
Nice.
He actually fooled me, bro.
Wait, in front, on our front side.
Okay.
Dandro, I always feel like somebody's watching me. Always. Except I don't ever check it. Bro, they have a heartbeat. Like, of course he's not reading on it, but that is insane.
Well, I'm also a little bit confused too, because when we kind of tuned into his POV for a second, it kind of looked like he just had Eladra from the Gulag. So
wait,
I'm like, did he have perks? Did he have ghosts somehow? Like, did he pick that up before tucking himself in that corner? Because they're using this heartbeat. You would think for sure he would be showing up on that heartbeat at some level. Maybe just it gets a little bit too crazy. They lose Colony 2K in that little bit of a scuffle. Nick Cool, he goes down on this push as well. Watch Waldo, he's still alive. I mean, he has 6 kills. They can manage to stay alive here. This would be crazy. Munitions box is going to be a lifesaver. Get your restocked up on those smokes. He's made his way on in. And I've seen that kill feed Super Evan finally starting to come online as he brings down Lotus 8.
Look, you have to do it in this map. You still have 2 more chances to climb up the leaderboard. At least we see a buyback come on through. Look at that. The entirety of this Colony 2K team is back in the mix, trying to hold their top spot, but Super Evan ends the dream of yet another team, and it's Revenge Tours 2.0 going down.
Thomas, Cynics, and Delirious. They can make this hop up. This is huge. Nice little bit of parkour to get them here on the roof. Blink of an eye, we are down here to the final teams. Only 2 more need to get eliminated to put us into the 1.6 multiplier. And there you go. Clutch Belk, he's going to try and be able to bring down some. This squad has some decent amount of kills, Tiff. If they can manage to make it all the way to the top 5, 1.8 multiplier is going to be feeling good.
Well, this roster in 14th place after game number 2, just 25 points on the board. We need to double it. We need to go further and we need to be better, but at least you've got this high ground. You can play that overlooking support. You hear the smokes go off, so of course you think there's a team down below, and you are right. You don't have the best angle to make it happen, but you have to play the long game. I love that we're looking to avoid those streaks here, but still don't take any damage. Preserve those resources. I'm looking. We got 2 frag grenades, 1 smoke in the pocket here for Phoenix, and 4 kills on the board. Let's make it 5.
They might just be able to cut down a lot of these teams on rotation, because look exactly where Thomas is. This little sliver of roof is still going to be in zone, and this is basically going to be high ground. For the rest of what's there, you can see Phoenix and Tomix, they're actually combining for a fair amount of kills, and they are just absolutely lighting these teams up. Super Evan gets found, 10x gets found, and with that, that's Gamax wiped. We come down to our final top 5, 1.8 multiplier secured for at least all of these teams. And I'm trying to look at our minimap feed, Tiff. This might be our only team of 3 left alive.
I'm okay with that. You've got high ground, but you are going to have to move, and it's going to put you in the line of sight of the teams on the other side. Pool will not be in your favor. But you know who does have that? It's going to be Devo, Vombot, Clutch Belk. The issue is, I think there's only 2 of them, and I am correct. Thanks, observers on that other side. I do hear a buyback in the nearby vicinity, but they're just going to be able to let it rip onto that squad. That team of 3 is dwindling. They're going.
Vaughn, he makes the read. He makes the play, Tiff. He's able to knock 1. It's the follow-up Thermite that gets the full. They had the opportunity just to stay here if they wanted to, but they get a little bit aggro. And I think Vamba, he wants to try and come on through. He's going to hit that buy station. He's not going to be able to get the full. Thomas is not going to be able to get the revive in time. So it's just going to be him alive. You got a teammate flying on in. He will hit that roof. Pistol in hand. Delirious. He fights Juju. Thomas won't be able to bring down Vonbot. Clutch Belk, he's boots on the ground, but Devo, he's trying to do to Delirious what Delirious just did to Juju, and he's going to be able to, but he gets knocked to the gas. It's enough damage. No self-revives on any of these players. Clutch Belk has himself. He's trying to be able to stay alive here, and we are down, Tiff, to basically one series of 1v1s.
A 1v1v1. Team Brawlic in the mix as well. Who is it? Who's going to be on the other side? Clutch Belk with 5 goes down, has the self-res, but they're going to swing on him just like that. It's Prospect who's going to clutch up for the roster when they desperately needed it most.
Yeah, this was a team we were looking for. When were they going to come online? But guess what? Map number 3, we got the Wolf howling at the moon finally, as Brawlic, Prospect, and Super Evan will be able to take the dub. I want to hear how that sounded from their POV, Tiff, because you know Super Evan was non-stop motor mouth in those final moments.
Attack me on me. On the roof, on the roof, on the roof.
What do you have there?
I'm good here, I'm good here.
Okay, here.
Got nothing there.
Yeah, keep a guess.
I'm looking for that kid to even guess. 2 guys on the roof, 2 guys on the roof. They gotta jump down, I had these guys. One right here.
I have 4.
One right here. Yeah, nice. One on that.
My far right.
Nice. Oh.
My far right, though. This one guy's coming out of gas right here. Shut me close.
Joe, come on. Yeah, boy, come on. 1v1.
Yes, sir. Boy.
Come on, baby. Come the fuck on. Come on, baby. Fuck, light the fucking scoreboard up. Come on.
Fuck I'm talking about, baby.
Good shit, boys. God damn.
That's what we need, baby.
Come on.
Easy.
Let's go.
And just like that, it's one game that puts them into the mix, Tiff. 17 kills, 34 points on the board. I gotta say, they were a little bit gifted this, because that felt like that was basically blatant game to lose, and yet somehow they try to make this weird gas play and it all just falls apart.
It really fell apart, and you see here Clutch Belk just holding onto this area. You do still have that team kind of in all the chaos going in behind him, but the rest of the lobby really focused on itself. So Brawlic and Prospect against the world. Brawlic is doing the most over here on the right-hand side of the things, giving the call-outs, and sure, he gets caught off guard, which is going to allow Prospect to succeed here, because the 2 that are on high ground, they're done. They're out. No one's picking them up. You just have to play it smart and calm. And those callouts really helped because as soon as Brolic falls, what does Prospect do? He full sends the 1v1, wins it. Then Clutch Belt jumps over the fence and you see him get caught off guard because he's not looking towards the right. Prospect is able to have free shots onto him and cleans it up so nicely.
Yeah, a little bit of a weird push from Clutch Belk there at the end. You would think that would have heard some of those shots going through. Maybe he thought that fight was going to go a little bit longer and he can make a nice wide wrap to get an angle on that fight. But Prospect, like you mentioned, he just does exactly what he needs to do in that moment. Trusts the comms from Brolic, flies on forward, C9 in hand, able to bring down that player. Love hearing Big B get loud in the comms, man, because we've known that he is just a cool, calm, collected player. Feels like he's got some fire in his eyes, though, and especially after that win. Let's get Coach Dream and Smixy back on in here, though, because the downtown was absolutely insane, and I know that that is Goj's favorite POI. You've got a lot to say.
Layer cakes and quagmires. Those are the two words that we've been talking a lot about in downtown. And shoot, that was a fun cast. Great job, Dan and Tiv. Really, really fun one to wrap up with game 3. We're over halfway done. And I got to say, that was easily the most chaotic map we've had thus far. Dream Smix. Fun to watch from the green room. I doubt it was very fun for the players. Utter chaos. Smixy, gonna start with you. We saw the first zone and we were kind of waffling around of where it could be, but downtown, holy cow.
I was really surprised that the zone pulled downtown, and kind of like you said, I think the players were surprised that the zone pulled here too, because I was not expecting it to finish in this particular area. But hey, it made for some good Call of Duty to watch, that's for sure.
Yeah, it certainly did. I mean, utter chaos at the end, but of course, early engagements. Dream, what do you think about the early game? Watching some of our top teams. Nick Cool on your screen right now, hunting down kills. I think this team maybe not as good of a game as we were expecting from them after 2 really good maps.
Still putting up a lot of numbers, though, winning their POIs at the Dam area. And, well, for Gamix, we saw them in the final moments. That's a team that also has been winning a lot of their team fights. They are looking really good when it comes to positioning. And, well, another team looking good when it comes to positioning, Goj, it was B Gamers that we saw a lot of interactions taking out. I think it was Twitty and Picnic as well. And, well, it's super important to win your ones, such as Teenix right there.
Yeah, and some funny moments in this zip line kind of elevator shaft. A couple funny moments. 1, a full team wipe, and then 2, what the heck? Hitman was in there for multiple minutes on a single Warzone map, just lying in wait, and ultimately doesn't even choose to engage. And then, of course, a great final moment. Prospect clutching up, winning a series of 1v1s. And I think Prospect versus Clutch Belk here. Clutch Belk was trying to make a play. I heard Dan say it. Trying to make a play for the zone. Just didn't have the information. But the chaos of those recap package and the chaos of what actually happened, not even fully personified. You got to go back and watch that one, because Smix, there was several things we wanted to highlight in that couple last zone or 2, I guess the end game of what went down. A lot of crazy moments. What you got for me?
It was almost difficult to follow because there was so much happening. I was watching and I was like, what is going on here? I mean, one team I really want to highlight is that Team 38, the Clutch team.
Yeah.
They landed in Dam, all right? And they made it all the way to the end. I think they made it top 5. At one point on the map, they were northeast in the woods doing God knows what. And somehow, there they are. He's on the buy station end zone. I don't know what happened, but it was wild.
Coach, can I take over right here for a second?
Yes,
because
yes.
in that final moment, it was Synax and Thomas right there. You say take the long rotate, and we saw Vodbot and Clutch Belk. Like, they just traded kills, revived in the gas, and then, of course, Thomas trying to make this long rotate right here. You see Clutch Belk looking behind him. I mean, Delirious trades up that 38 team that was taking a dump up northeast. And then all of this chaos while it's going down, Brolic and Prospect, Coach, they wait for their moment, and it was just perfect for the end for them.
Yeah, it was great patience for Brolic and Prospect, missing 2/3 of the Super Evans squad, and a great win from them. But a wild sequence around that buy station. I like what you said, trading kills and trading revives. That's what it was. It was bizarre, and we saw the full team of 3 of that Dream Team drop down onto the buy station, play for either an advanced UAV, gas mask, or something in between. get punished for it, but at the final moment, a great clutch here from Prospect. And again, look, not to toot our own horns here, we did say on broadcast, hey, Super Evan's team not doing great. Maybe a more central located zone where they're not having to go to the edge of the map, they might do a bit better. Then they win the freaking game. So well done to those gentlemen, and a great shout from us. But Dream, we gotta talk a little bit more about your Dream team, because they did make it to the final 5, and obviously getting a great multiplier. The big question is how many kills and if they're gonna maintain a position into the top 5 because of it.
That was the thing too for a lot of people in the community. Even Repulse was saying it, like, these guys started off really hot in the year and you know, maybe had a little bit of a drop off. Like, they have to be able to close their games and show up. And well, for the start of, you know, for this lobby, you would think that they would, especially in regional finals where they said, hey, no one matters, it doesn't matter who's challenging us, we're gonna take everyone down. But of course, the zone being all out of sorts, it's really good that they made up that early rotation. As you guys, we've been preaching it, teams need to get set up early, but also win their POIs.
Yeah, and again, this is the zone that surprised us all. I think it was the 5th zone, if I remember correctly, that moved to the far eastern side of the downtown section that we were all like, oh, well, weren't expecting that one. And a couple teams got blessed with it, but great rotation to play the rooftops of the buildings. It was really funny to watch downtown Smixy and see basically every single building in downtown occupied, whereas off drop, I think 2 buildings. I think there's 2 teams that drop downtown. Like, it's wild over there.
Yeah. I was watching Super Evan's team and they had a beautiful rotation. I don't know if they had an advanced UAV or something, but from the hospital to downtown, I was like, wow, I was not expecting them to survive this. And yeah, they did, and they got bank for free. It was, I don't know what happened there, but they got blessed with that building for sure.
Yeah, blessed, and we're slaying out. We got to remember, 17 kills, 34 points. Absolutely jumps them from, I believe they were in 12th going into this map, jumping them all the way into the top 5, no questions asked in my mind. Now, I've been pretty good with math. We'll see if I'm good this time around. Leaderboard's about to be ready. We'll see where they're at going into the final 2 maps, because as a reminder, folks, only 5 today. World Series of Warzone scoring. Got to get your kills up, got to get your multipliers up, got to be top 5. Dream, any other teams you were paying attention to on their rotations into the cluster that was downtown? Any other shouts on some of these squads we got to keep an eye on? I think FaZe dropped early in that game, from what I remember.
They did, and that was definitely difficult. I was a little confused, you know, color-wise, map-wise, looking at the north side where they did run into Otterize, Bling CJ and co. Yeah. And it was Booyah that he was the only one, I believe, that won his gulag, and then trying to recover. Of course, we know it's very hard to do so on the map when everyone has their loadout. Found some difficulties landing. So a really good second place for the map number 2, and then map number 3 was definitely difficult. So going into this next one, Goj, for them, yeah, like you said, 5 maps. It's going to be really close. I can't wait to see the scores.
Yeah, scores about to be ready, but before we get them, we've got to talk to 1/3 of the team that just won. The man himself, Prospect, joining via audio only. Prospect, I think you can hear me here, man. A big congratulations on a map win. Very well earned. What's the feeling when you win that map?
I just want to say, appreciate you guys bringing me on, of course. But yeah, honestly, there's no better feeling. Like, 150 players on this map, like, it gets hectic. Obviously, as you guys can see, end game, there's so many people, so much stuff going on. So it feels great to, you know, get there and just get it done, to be honest.
Well, congratulations on the win. Looking at your squad, Prospect, you, Brolic, Super Evan, you guys are goats. From your perspective, with the exception of being stubborn with OP Marcus and E700, what would you say is like your guys' biggest pain point?
I think, I mean, we were kind of like a last minute team, so we were still working some kinks out. But I think, honestly, just getting on the same page and really just like having cool and like quick comms and just really understanding each other honestly took a little bit, but I think we're at that level now and we're trying to getting to where we should be at this point. And yeah, I don't know, I think we've grown a lot as a team, and I'm glad that like how we've been playing today. We had a slow start, but I think we picked it up a little bit for sure.
Love that.
Yeah, that's a beautiful, beautiful reply. I love that. My question for you is just, Did that endgame feel as chaotic as it was to watch? Like, it seemed like I had no idea what was going on.
Yes.
Did you?
It did, yeah. It's hard. It's hard like that, especially when it's out in the open. You know, you don't want to really make a mistake. You don't want to peek too much, especially with the guns that are meta at the moment. Like, there's really no room for mistakes. So yeah, it's a lot going on. Honestly, you just don't. Just having everyone on the same page is hard. So yeah, it was definitely chaotic for sure.
Yeah, it was certainly nuts on our side. I'm sure it was nuts on your side, but you were able to execute it, man. Big congrats again. Looking forward. We're not done yet, right? We got two more maps to go. Got to keep those points up.
Yeah, a lot of
but any final shout outs? Yeah, that's right. Any final shout outs here in the booth for anybody at home?
Honestly, shout out to my teammates, man. We definitely picked it up. We just want to feed off of that and keep going. You know, shout out to my guys. We're definitely going to get it done here today. So.
Heck yeah, man. Well, hey, I'm hoping to see you on LAN, and job's not done, but certainly well on your way. Big congrats, and we'll see you out there.
Thank you. Appreciate it, guys.
Of course. Hey, that was Prospect, and obviously a big map win. Smix, any final thoughts around the chaos of that last map? We've got 2 to go. We're past halfway. If you're a competitor, you changing things up? If you're near the bottom of the leaderboard, what are you thinking?
Absolutely. At this point, you have nothing to lose. This is when you change things up. You attempt new strategies. If you don't feel like you're playing aggressive enough, now's your time to just push everything.
Push everything. Let's take a look at the scores and see who needs to change things up. Top 5 pretty solidified at this point with a 5-point spread. B Gamers do drop out Dream just barely, and the Dream team jumps in. Let's go.
Heck yeah, into 5th, which that obviously, you know, getting kills is not a problem with them getting placements. But for here, the standings, can they hold on? As you know, Goj, you gotta be able to get the kills. But look at Stable J, a little bit of a drop off, sitting at 9th still.
Hey, a couple good maps for them, though. They got to keep up that consistency. Have one more breakout map. All of a sudden, you could jump up into the top 5, just like our Dream team. Blatant, going crazy, getting up into 5th. But job's not done. 2 more maps to go. Devo, Vonbot, and Clutch Belkin first. What are we doing? Here we go. Dandro, Tiff, take it away. The game's about to get started. 2 games to go. Who knows who's winning this thing?
Brother, this scoreboard has looked completely different after every single game, so I'm just done trying to guess on where this thing is going game after game. We're right there with you. We're just in the seat enjoying the show that is going on before us. I love hearing what Prospect had to say about that end game because, yeah, it was definitely looked chaotic for us, but it felt great that for him, it was just a little bit, hey, I got my teammates with my back. We know exactly what we're trying to do in this moment. We're able to execute.
They're able to execute, and they're also saying that they need to carry on that momentum moving forward. But a large majority of our points are going to be attributed to the kill leaders. And just because you're on this doesn't actually mean that you're going to net yourself success inside that top 5. Finally, though, Staple J has been unseated at the top from B Gamers. Tabby's there. 20 kills on the day.
Feeling good. I mean, Tabby's being up there, I think, is really, really fun to see, but it's still pretty close. We're basically 2nd all the way down to about 8th there. Only is separated by 4 or 5 kills that are going on in. Tiff, we only have 2 more maps left, including this one. I mean, it is only a 7-point spread from 1st through 5th. Job is not gonna be finished just yet. Nobody is safe right now. You have to have 2 fantastic games. Drop number 4 is your way to continue to success. You are just within reach of being able to secure one of our 5 spots going to Las Vegas for LAN. Drop number 4, it's do or die. Tiff, you said in the last match, you like normal. Normal's your middle name. I know it's not, but for the sake of our broadcast here today, it is. And our zone is definitely going to agree with you yet again here in map number 4. Gonna be really just trying to lock on in to see where does this zone pull and put some of our teams.
Oh, well, for those that are on the south, you're going to be a bit delayed in terms of getting your loot quality on up. And when you said 7-point spread and no one's safe, that means you have to play to perfection, 2 more games to execute with minimal mistakes. You cannot afford any of those to happen here. If you want to play on LAN for a substantial amount of money, put yourself in the history books of Call of Duty Warzone, then it has to start here. Get yourself inside that top 5. And honestly, next gen Hitman, we saw what you were able to do in that last map, kind of being a little sus inside the zip line area, little trigger discipline. Well, get mixy now.
It definitely maybe wins the award for playing your life the best. What it feels like, but going up against the nuke squad on the other side. We've seen them land in a couple of different areas of the map here. Normally it was Superstore where we saw them in that last map. For here, it looks like it's going to be sort of down here at the graveyard, and you have a squad that's not too far away either who could decide if they want to slide on over, get put on in. That is going to be squad number 19. Tricky vibes, Whiplash and Skizzy. And Ant-Man pushes on forward. Next gen Hitman, he's got to back on up. Tiff, I'm sensing some of these players, they're playing a little scared right now.
Yeah, I mean, we knew the pacing of this lobby was going to be exactly like this. The mistakes that could happen, well, these are going to be those fights that break out for those moments where Smixy was saying it's do or die. Anything that can happen, just change things up, take all of the fights, just go for broke. And that's really going to shake up the way the lobby plays. So how, if you're looking to play the long game, get into the final like 5 to 7 teams and play positioning, how are you going to be able to do that when you've got teams just straight inting you, taking dumb fights?
Yeah, no, I mean, it's a great call that we've seen that time and time again, where you kind of have an expectation of how a lobby should play. When you get into these LCQs, man, they just play in a way that you have absolutely zero idea how it happens. And some of these early fights, early engagements are definitely lending themselves to that. Skizzy took a little bit of damage. To back on up. This is a great angle to take. Next gen Hitman taking it out as MG effect goes down to Whiplash, and Ant-Man is last alive, and it's actually gonna be Adrian who gets in some damage from range, kind of giving a helping hand to clean that one on up. So a nice, clean, concise fight there, as we still then move on over towards this Ice Houses area, a little bit above Dam, and you can see these two teams starting to battle on out in the hills.
Well, you've got Crimson Slays out in the hills, like you mentioned. Not a lot of ammo here from Rudy. Our resources are very minimal. I was curious if we were going to throw down the field upgrade, but regardless, still trying to keep that pressure out. And you're kind of trapped here. Thanks to the streak, it's going to keep you inside, but at least we're not having any rogue knocks through a window from that.
Good shots from Rudy. Only have 9 bullets left of that aims, though, so you've in some, and there's a cluster strike raining out of over the top. Nice spread though, but oh my gosh, Clutch from up high is actually gonna find Grits there. So you maybe were feeling pretty good about this push on up if you were team 45, but just like that, Grits from downtown gonna send the shots in. And you guys gotta get taken on out as we just yet again come down to a crawl, man. Third party central already here in map number 4.
See, I was curious if the lobby would actually go at a snail pace or if we would just have an all out frenzy. And as we cut to just even more fights Dame season, looking to get involved, of course, the train station and the outskirts of it can be really tough at the beginning, right? Tons of loot, nice access to buy stations, and already you see people just trying to get out of dodge and the side by side, but we get it caught off from the cross. High ground is not yours, it's Claps.
Yeah, no, I like this position right now from Johnny Bro, Clap, and go to Dave. Just trying to look down at a couple of these teams. You're hearing the fighting going on, and this could be your opportunity for go to Dave. He's going to jump on down. Can you start to get active? He sees some loadout guns, and he's going to absolutely take advantage of that. Clap on the inside. A little bit of a fadeaway onto Class and Cash. Going to be able to find them, and they're looking for one more. On the outside, he runs out of bullets, though. Okay, go to Dave. Maybe overheats just a little bit, but thankfully the teammate isn't there for the trade. But blink of an eye, you go from a full 3 down to just a solo. trying to manage to stay alive while Blatant on the other side. Well, they're looking to bring it to Basham and Ames, and they will be able to clean that up.
Yeah, full wipe there onto Team Basham, and now Blatant does get to be able to loot them on up and take a breather from the start of this game. But still more action all over the northern side of things. We were looking at these teams earlier, and now Hixers trying to close things out. Can we thread the frag? Is it going to open the door? We connect for a couple plates, but now we've got to do the work ourselves. Filter on up, and Kami, first point of contact. A nice cleanup there as you won't falls.
Yeah, really good clean fight there from Kami. I like the ability to kind of just take both of those fights, isolate them into 1v1s. Not feeling too bad. We come on over. Pollux, Attract, and Desmond. They were looking great in game number 1, Tiff. They came second. But it just feels like they've sort of tapered off here in these last 2 maps. We watched maybe a miscommunication in that last fight. The last map here, and already map number 4 doesn't really seem like it's going their way.
A second place finish in map number 1, and you're right, a true fall off outside the top 10 now. But with the way the points are reading, you just need to pop off here in map number 4. Don't bring it to map number 5. Don't wait till the wild card. Stranger things are going to happen in that map, and it's going to be pure chaos. So you want to kind of lock it in here in this map if you want to lock your dreams in. And Zulz, sniper in hand. I'm missing some snipes on main.
Hey, listen, great part about Warzone, we don't GA anything, baby. Get those snipers in the hands of our players. It's just unfortunate when you have, well, this absolute demon machine on the other side of it, of another triple burst meta making its way on in. Been great to see. It's been a little bit of fresh air. But you are right, that has kind of stopped some of the snipers from being able to come out. Gamax down in downtown, looking to continue to hold on in. They find Fida. Some great damage that's there. You're trying to get some support from Ant and Astro Boy. You've kind of just had to back on up, but look who's slowly made their way here. Sloppy Joe, Hustle, Asterix.
Oh,
they want to get involved in this fight here, and Fida holding this high ground is doing a great job of just backing them on down. Hustle's going to be the one to try and support from deep as Asterix has already been knocked. I'm curious here. Does Fida drop on down to try and go for the full?
He might, but this is one of those chances where I don't think it's smart to, right? Because you're able to keep that pressure on them and you can constantly reassess it. And with multiple teams in this vicinity, don't pop on off into that low ground. Ooh.
Just shots. The shots getting sent on out. Gamax, though, they're in the bottom of this building, though, Tiff. It's Vegas Inferno.
Oh? Those zips? I hear them.
Yeah, I was gonna say they might be. Look at this. LLM has made his way through the staircase there very quickly. As a team, they're here. They could slide out as 3 if they wanted to. Door bump happens. There's a trophy system there. Nobody's home, but you're gonna be able to make the slide. You find one knock. Can you find Astro Boy Hero? You do. Is the turn gonna be enough? I don't think it is. That was looking like Gamax's fight to win, but just they're split up too much. Las Vegas Inferno do a great job piecing up Gamax Esports. Maybe a little bit too aggressive on that push. I liked it. I thought it was a good play, but it's all about the execution. Unfortunately for Gamax, execution not there.
Is it bad that it was a miss on taking out that trophy system? Like, you immediately go for it and you don't get it, and then everyone just focuses you. Unfortunate, but Team Colony 2K, who slipped out of the top spot, now down into 4th. Needs to answer back for the mishaps in match number 2. It's all about that consistency that we've been talking about. And Nick Cool calling the shots, talking about how he wants to make sure that this roster is in endgame every time. And sure, they made it to downtown, but so did 20 other teams. So that's where the shakeup happened.
Yeah. I mean, this is the type of stuff you love to see. Look at where this zone is starting to pull a little bit more north. Smixy said ice houses. Okay. Unless what? She hasn't been wrong yet. So probably the fact that I just said it live will be her first map that maybe it doesn't actually.
Don't curse her. Don't curse analyst Smixy.
Listen, you know what? Sometimes we're guessing. Smix has seen more circles than I think we have in our entire lives. So
she sees the
future. I trust her judgment.
She's a knower.
She's the Oracle.
She really is the World Series of Warzone Oracle. And you know who was in prime position while we looked at that map? Lotus 8.
Okay, J Devise. Okay.
We're just hitting shots on main.
That's where you probably wish that one shots were still in, or at least you had a little bit of follow-up from some of your teammates. But either way, I think you did the important part there, which is back that team down, right? They don't want to over peek, knowing that you have a sniper down below looking up at you. You're going to burn a lot of plates just trying to manage to, what, get shots down range? Not going to be enough, so... Z-Midi, Truly Evil, J-Devise, they're going to try and just keep pushing on through Clutch Milk, Devo, and Vombot. They'll continue to hold on to Stadium for the time being. They're not going to be long, though. There is squad number 2 on the other side. They could manage to just continue to hold on this. The central zones, Tiff, they cause everybody to kind of just play a little bit more passive. You don't have to move, especially a team like this. They're still going to be safe for a fair amount of time.
Fida. Still working through a lot of teams over here, and one thing's for sure, they know how to find these fights. Now we just need to find a couple more eliminations if we can. J-Devise goes from hit and snipes now, a little bit close range engagement. C9 in hand. Can they isolate the solo player? Trophy down. I feel like he heard that too.
Okay.
Yeah, that happened.
We were waiting for it.
Thank you, Unc.
J-Devise.
Thank you, Unc.
It's a nice one. Listen, hey, if there's one thing that this guy knows how to do, it's farm the clips, baby, okay? So I'll be seeing that one on TikTok here in about 3 hours, I guarantee it.
Editor's already working on it for sure. Well, nice little free cam, kind of laying the lines. You got Truly Evil up there on that ultimate height for this fight. Trying to catch Astro Boy Hero out and just misses, but look at him. He gets caught. 1 HP, 1 bullet, but no one could put the finishing touches on it.
That's gonna make a lot of noise trying to get on up here. The snakes are in. Can he manage to get it? He does! Love that! Tries to go for the reach out, but J-Devise, he's just too good. The shots on the C9 at range land on in. I'm just gonna run alongside this wall, give a chance for J-Devise kind of stalk back on up, and I'm wondering if any of the teammates, do they fly on down here? Can you manage to sniff out just one more player here? You got Astro Boy Hero down below you. And it looks like Fida is just fully out of here, leaving Astro Boy by himself.
This is where you like play dead. If I don't move, they won't find me. No, they'll eventually go through, but maybe someone from the stadium side of things will try to get involved or hold a cross that could really save you, because we do have to move. As you see it, you got Lotus 8 still up there in the north. Looks like Colony 2K's roster has a large majority of ground over by the airport side of things and should have a clean rotate on in. But if you're not in, get there.
Salute Shori of this squad. Pushing on up. You're going to try and set up a crossfire.
Nice.
You lose one on the stairs, but Tricky Vibes. He goes down, and oh my god, Clutch living up to his name. Oh my god, a 2v3 for Clutch and Enesty. What a play.
I'll take them. I'll take those all day. B Gamers, though, starting to slip, right? 6th place after the last map and looking to get back into the top 5. Nano on 4, so we're getting kills and now trying to move out from the storage town area. What is our next pace of play? For Santi, looks like it's just ahead of him.
Smoke will go down. This is the annoying part of downtown right here, is that you're just trying to figure out, do we push on forward? Is there any way we can hang on out? And it's just somebody from a rooftop. So I was going to find you. Ooh, Spartan, I think he has an idea that no legit is here. Nade will come on through. Yeah, that's not going to get any amount of confirmation.
Oh.
You're on top of the tents, though. Maeve has to back on up. And he trades here. Nobu goes down. A little bit too much of a chow. You see the res starting to come on in. Yellow Jet, he's getting active. He's trying to push on forward. He's able to find Nobu, and well, finally will be taken on down. But the fact that he's able to even find Nobu Spartan on that exit, very, very impressive.
Yeah, I agree. I side-eyed it a little bit because I was worried. I thought we were playing King of Hill on top of that kind of space, but hey, they made it happen. They finally got him on out of there, but to hangers we go. I think we're seeing teams set up here because it is that ultimate central. And it's going to be smart for them. For teams that are still trying to fight it out, you got Blitzy on the other side of B Gamers here. They just wiped one. They stayed healthy. And this is going to really be a boon for them to try and take this third party.
I think this would be huge if they can manage to make this happen. Good shots. Just trying to play across. Tabbies does a great job finding Exify. Nano's there on the trade. Blitzy will fall. You got one player left to cross onto Superstore.
Ooh, chosen ones. Okay, get your loadout in. Please don't get crushed by it. Now, moving on in. They got ABRs in hand, and they're ready to let it rip. Down from Riverside we go. Straight from the north. You can kind of see that open area ahead of them. Colony 2K's team still trying to fight their way in, but it's going to be blatant here, getting Mixie. Squad number 35 on the other side, Gunners looking for an opening, and Delirious holding tight in the doorway, swings on out, lets the C9 do the work.
Blatant doing a great job. They've managed to surge their way up the leaderboard. I think they've just kind of realized in this lobby, they have to be the ones to be aggressive. They have to bring it to the other teams. And this is the type of stuff I'm looking at. Shots with an ABR, you get 2 armor cracks in a row. You'll back that team on down, hopefully straight into the open arms of Team 38. Or at least for the time being, you're going to control this buy station. That is a huge boon for this squad.
Super Evan looks like they're going to wipe another team. That one's going to be FIDA. Tough for them. The team ran, Clutch Belt, Devo, Vonbot have been looking really strong in their fights. I'm loving what I'm seeing. Now, granted, what it did, it netted them first place after game number 3. The thing is, can they stay there, considering there's about 7 points separating first through fifth? If they go out any time now, no, you're falling from grace. You need that 1.8.
1.8 is going to be very imperative for, I think, some of these teams where they want to stay at least within shooting distance. Getting right ahead into our final map of the first set of 5. Paulex, Dez, and Attract. I'm seeing 2 or 3 kills on a few of them. Attract's on 7, so okay. Looking at least 10 kills for this squad already. And Tiff, with 27 teams left in the lobby, it's only a 1.2 activated right now, so they have to be able to make it deeper on in here. You got Gamax, who's on the other side, though, a player flying in over the roof. And I think Attract, he's made this read that there's going to be a player up there. You just lay and wait. Be patient right now.
They need this
Somebody
win.
to throw a shoulder. This would be a very huge team fight win.
Yeah, it cleans out the eastern side, and you've got some space to be able to navigate and work your way through. The only issue is after this, you are going to have that 4 Blake roster just a bit further in. So this one needs to be clean because they're going to be looking for those sight lines. Attract onto the roof, lays one down. Now here comes the rest, but we need to check the cut. We need to check the side. Paulex needs to clutch it up, and there it is. That Sucra LLM squad out of here. Now, for the regain, we go back to the buy station for a little bit of sustenance, and now we move towards that squad number 44.
Yeah, I think Dez has all the cash, so I don't know if Paulex thought that he can go get that buy station, maybe get the buyback onto a track that's there. I'm not seeing him come back on in, so they might have to opt to try and go for a different buy. The fact that they were able to come out on top of that, it got a little bit mixy for a hot sec, but able to stay there. Let's check in with this team, though. Team ran. Clutchbelt, Devo, and Vonbot. Vaughn, he's already on 10 kills, but more importantly, look how much cash they have. Advanced UAV, gonna be something that they can easily afford if they need to.
Yeah, I mean, this is a really good answer back from taking on the top of the leaderboard, so that's exactly what they need to do. This fight here with the squad just across, and then squad number 11, that's actually going to be B Gamers, and they're the ones that just fell out of the top 5. So you have your 1st and 6th place team here in a neighboring vicinity. But what Vonbot also recognizes is this is a fight that he doesn't want to take isolated. We want to get back to the team, control space, and get into those deeper multis.
Yeah, and I like this. Grab the high ground right now. You know that team was starting to push you. You know you probably have a team not too far away either. You're hearing some of these shots ring on out. Go ahead. Hold the high ground. For Sinister, though, it's a sniper in hand. You're trying to land this onto somebody. That's a big streak. Shots going on out. You see the smoke come on and down. You're going to get the down onto this player from across. Hennessy, they're trying to maybe slide back, and you get the revive going on through. would be great, but you can see where this zone is starting to pull. It is a little bit left of TV station right now, and if this zone goes one more, it is going to be just wide open spaces.
These are the next level end games that we are expecting in Verdansk, right? Constantly pulling to these open situations. So just know that you've got to lay low, get your kills now, because once you get into that end game, anything can happen, and the chances of you actually pulling on out that, not going to be a lot. But for Lotus 8, they've been poised in this map to make it towards the end game. They have cover and will likely rip people down on rotates.
Nobody's really trying to play on the inside of this zone either. Playing the edge, I think, is a great call. And Mexi gonna try and maybe just grab any amount of high ground here. ABR, you see Nobu on the other side of this wall, and you see the two teammates are starting to move on over. But look who's coming in from behind, flying in through the sky. It's gonna be clutch. We'll get a good eye on a lot of these teams that are trying to hang on out. Gunearth, Sinister, Mexi just holding on by a thread. Nobu's here. Watch Waldo, Colony 2K, Nick Cool, they're still alive as well. Only 5 more teams need to drop for us to get to the 1.6. Scopes, Knight, B-Mark. We're seeing a lot of our top teams still here, Tiff. And we might see some of them start to clash.
All right. Can we get the trolls out from underneath the bridge? Team Colony 2K have been playing really smart, but this one's going to be tough. Real smoke here to get Scopes back up on their feet. Here comes the pressure. Not sure if there's a trophy system down, but they're connecting. B-Mark down, B-Mark out. Can they find the rest of them? Nickel has that ABR in hand. I don't know if he's sniping right now, but that mid-range is going to be smarter here for them.
Yeah, I see him blatant. They'll be able to bring down a couple of the final members of Team 18. And Knight, he might have bit off more than he can chew. Watch Waldo. There to come on down. Scopes out in the gas. They know that he's going to be out here. Lotus 8 will go down, and Inu is actually going to get credit for the kill onto Scopes. So just enough damage to go his way, but that's going to open up a little bit of this map for Watch Waldo, Colony 2K, and Nick Cool. For Team Ran, we saw Vombot already with 10. Devo's got 5. I mean, if this team can win this map, Tiff, they might, off of just Game 4, secure their ticket to Las Vegas.
They might, but let me just tell you, Paul X's team tracked down and out, but they made it into the 1.6x Revenge Tour, and everyone else still working towards it. However, they're controlling space. They've got to get to B Gamers. B Gamers will be tough, so will Lotus 8. But can we make it into that 1.8? Really have this. They'll rotate off the smoke. One more in pocket. But here comes the Thermites. They're not going to let him hit this rotate.
No, there's a lot of big teams that are starting to battle in this area. Devo, he's found B Gamers in his side of the diner. He's trying to be able to weave in and out of the smoke to make it happen. Clutch Belk with the ABR. He's trying to be able to find one as well. He's the only one alive, and he's not going to be able to make it happen. B Gamers stand their ground. Will cut down Team Ran. But their job isn't finished yet. Look who's across the way. It's Prospect, Super Evan, and Brawlett coming off of a map number win in Game 3. They're starting to feel the momentum. They've been able to make it up here into the top 5. Tiff, 1.8 is good for them. There will be finally wiped, and we have our final 3 teams.
Look, this team was playing for the win from the very beginning, constantly putting themselves in where they thought that zone was pulling, whether it was ice houses, then it kind of drops on down. They were the first team here in 10th place coming into this match, into the 1.8, a substantial amount of kills. They just have to finish it on out. Question is, will it be B Gamers? Will it be Colony 2K? Who is going to close the door and get that 2x?
Yeah. 3v2, Zepti and Magoo trying to make it happen. B Gamers, though, they might have a solid positioning here. It kind of comes down to where this zone pulls. Watch Waldo, Colony 2K, and Nick Cool. I think they're just slowly trying to make their way towards the right. You see the Thermite come on in. Nick Cool with some pre-fires. We'll back them on down. He's currently sitting on 4. Not a bad game for them. And it's just basically a standoff right now.
It's a 4th place team, a 6th place team, and a 10th place team. At this point, it's eat the rich in terms of points. But we need to get into the top 5, and B Gamers, they lose out on 1. The knock is there. They can't get the full thanks to the trophy system. And look how patient Colony 2K's team is right now, waiting to see how many of them are going to break on out. But you do have one of these two players still watching the back, keeping them in check. And guess who gets the pull?
Yeah, this pull is absolutely insane. And if you are B gamers, you have to start moving forward. You took a lot of damage. Zepti, if he was a little bit more proactive on that site on up, he might have been able to catch that player, but will not be able to. So it's some movement around. And I like the split that we're seeing from Nick Cool's squad. They actually controlled this zone, but they might get overrun by B gamers. Colony 2K, he's got to back on up. He's going to give away some of this building for free. Zepti just trying to hold this high ground with Magoo. I mean, everybody just trying to wait here. A couple Skynades coming on through. You're out of the zone. Lotus 8, what do you do here?
You play for the high ground. You play it slow. You try to eat the gas. But they're gonna have to peek. Look, they're taking it to him. B Gamers looks for the pop-up.
Right, Zepti. He's just not able to do anything. They've laid on top here for way too long, Tiff. That's gonna be Lotus 8. Take it on out. B Gamers, they're still alive. It's gonna come down to this 3v3 for the most part. Colony 2K, he's gonna answer up with the first one, but the trades are in. Nano finds Colony. Magoo is somehow still up as well. I thought it was all over for them, but a couple self-revives will keep them into the mix. Nick Cool, watch Waldo, Colony 2K, they gotta push on up. They have to hop up over this wall. And it is just Snake City right now for all of these teams.
If only they had nades. If only they had nades, Colony 2K's team would have been done and dusted. For now, you play smart. This is going to be that final circle. It's going to kind of just encroach on them. Zepti and Magoo can stay up here for a time being, but Colony 2K's team is going to have to pop over that fence. So likely they're going to wait for B Gamers and Colony 2K to fight before they jump down.
Wait for the third party. Be patient. B Gamers playing in on the outside and not too far away. Be cool team looking to come online. You lost Tabbies in that fight, in that tussle. You hop up over the wall. Can you bait this team back on in? Nano, he's getting a little bit over aggressive. Can you fight this way into the gas? Magoo taking on down. Watch Waldo, Nick Cool. They're found on out. The answers come on through. And I believe it's B Gamers at the end of that. A little bit of patience goes a long way. I think they managed to do it. On the side, it's Nano going absolutely huge. The zone pushes in everyone, and they are able to make it happen. Everybody tries to be in a standoff, Tiff, at the very end until it comes on down. We need to watch that one on back and see from Nano's POV how they managed to clutch that up in our victory moment.
Tá bom? Eric, eu acho... deixa eu ver, o top não vai dar. Eu acho que eu vou ter que buscar kill e tu joga pela tua máscara e teu selfie, se pá.
Pode ser. Mas estão se fightando? Calma, vou ficar aqui um pouco, Esperando o costa.
Throwing smokes. I'm healing. I'm playing this wall. This wall's in.
Indivíduo dano nele. Por cima. Desceu.
Atenta! Vamos!
Pode, caralho! Big, mano! Nice, caralho! Big partida, mano! Nice, caralho!
Caralho!
Nice, caralho!
Os caras jogaram duas,
Yo, they're hyped, Dandro. Who was that man that just came in there was like, yes? Are they almost in the room, or is that the family? Like, look, I'm telling you, we are getting hyped because Las Vegas is literally on the horizon as we run it back to that last stand, because you can never have enough POVs of this final 3 teams. But they were 6th place coming into this one, Dandro. 52 points, and I saw 18 kills.
Yeah, 36 points is a great way to secure yourself going into the final map. Reminder, folks, this is a team that moved from Brazil to North America to compete in the World Series of Warzone from this region. And well, here in the LCQ, it's looking like maybe their work has paid off. It just comes down to these final moments. You hear Nick Cool saying there, one thing was very interesting when we tuned into Nick Cool's stream, in that sort of victory moment that we saw there, Tiff, it was just no comms from the other two. It was him saying, I'm playing the wall. No comms about who else is around. And I think what just happens is it's like as they are playing the wall and Nano manages to make his way on the middle, it's Magoo and Zepti are focused so much down below that they're not able to find Nano. So it's like these trades between these two teams, and Nano just happens to be in the right spot at the right time.
Yeah, and honestly, I love that we get the victory moment, because when you see it from their stream POV, you can see just how low they are, right? One of the players, I believe it was Erickson, trying to hit that self-res just in the distance, doesn't even come through because Nano's able to clutch it all up in the meantime with literally half HP.
Whew. Every single game, as I think, delivered us some fantastic moments here, Tiff. And well, game number 4 definitely did not disappoint. We only have one game left on the day, so we got to kick it back to the desk. We got to get their thoughts and see a breakdown of all of those scores, because I think it is going to be very, very close going into our last map of the day.
A great cast yet again, Dan and Tiff. Thank you for that one. Yeah, Chaos in a totally different way. It was extremely patient gameplay towards the end. Smix, obviously, a crazy map. And in the beginning, we saw a fairly neutral zone, and we were guessing all over the place where we thought it would end. Ends up going to TV. What do you think about the beginning of that map?
I was telling you at the beginning, I was like, man, it just seems like this map is so empty, because there was just like 1 or 2 teams at each POI. And yes, there was fighting, but there was not nearly as much fighting as we're used to at the beginning. So I thought that was really weird. And then by 3rd zone, that's when things really started to pick up and everybody just started beefing with each other again.
Yeah, no, that's exactly right. I mean, it started off kind of hot inside of those isolated fights, but because people didn't have to rotate so aggressively, the mid game was a bit slower. There were some great team fights. Here's one on your screen right now. Tricky Vibes, almost Skizzy barely misses out on that gunfight. I can only imagine Clutch there, Team 18, only had a couple iotas of health before he got that regen in. But even which way, there's some great team fights. But this team on your screen was nearly unstoppable throughout the course of this map, making it all the way through storage and over through Superstore and just wiping team after team after team. A big map from them, 18 kills, 36 points. Look, Dream, we've been talking about this team all day. The final moments, they just clutched up when it mattered most.
Looking at this like situation was crazy, as you know, Dandro broke it down with Zepti and Magoo just holding on so long, but we were just screaming at how long these teams were taking to push each other, and the patient played off, right? And not to mention Eric and Tabby's dropping bombs, and then Nano too, 7 kills. This was a big one for them. I think maybe Goj, one of the biggest we've seen in terms of the point tally here today.
Yeah, seen at 32, seen at 34, now at 36. So just barely linearly progressing through the biggest games of the day. Nano gets that self-revive and then wins the fight. Unreal. Honestly, a lot of stuff that we can break down in this map. We've got to kind of tune into this in-game zone, because here's the thing, Smix. While we were watching that, you were talking about how patient everybody was playing, but it was kind of this conversation that all the teams were having with each other inside of their own team, saying, hey, wait till they fight, and then no one ever fought.
It was so funny to watch, because everybody was just right next to each other, but nobody was fighting, and I was screaming at them like, wait for each other to fight. But then, yeah, everybody was just avoiding each other. And I loved what Nicole did. I really thought when he got over that wall that he was going to win that game, and I'm not too sure what happened and what ended up killing them, but I really think that Inno's team staying on top of the roof there really played spoiler for all of the teams alive. It really added a layer of complication for everybody there.
Yeah, and on our Codcaster, it was super interesting, because on our Codcaster, it looked like they had been wiped. But what happened was the two teams, Inno and Magoo, they were on top, 2 players on top of the building. They let themselves die to gas. They then self-revive. Let's take a quick look at it one more time. They then self-revive, and they get the zone pulled back to them, which was crazy. Playing on top of this market, a genius play, and some RNG went their way. I thought they were going to clutch it up because they had the high ground. But then the smokes came out, and everybody was just spinning around in circles shooting their gun until somebody came out on top. But Dream, you can break it down as we take a look at this fight again. This is the moment we're talking about. You can see where they're at in the gas, in the pink. They're playing out in the gas, and the zone pulls back to them, so they stick it, they stay, they both stick their self-revives, and they maintain high ground position.
Even seeing too, like B gamers, you saw Eric just trying to quick flank, hopped down the patient plays from the 2, but then disengaging and then engaging a different team, taking out, of course, Nick, Cole, and Colony, which Colony did take down Tabby, but the trades from the 2, and then again, another disengagement going back inside of the gas station.
Yeah, the one misplay here, now of course we have the bird's eye view and the 2020 vision in my mind. The one misplay here from Nick Cool's team, they were extremely patient. They got the first zone pull. It felt like right here when Magoo and Zepti, it was Zepti last alive. When Magoo and Zepti were on top of the roof and they knew they were self-reviving or they knew they couldn't engage, I think they needed to swing on B Gamers way faster. They needed to play this fight. They had a trade. They could have jumped the wall and played underneath and actually won out the underneath position and maybe win the map because of that. But then it was a 3v2v2 Smix, and this is where we continued to wait, and finally the zone forced another engagement.
Again, the smokes are out. Nobody knows what's going on. Nobody has aim assist. You have Nick Cool trying to throw C4s like it's original Verdansk. This was absolutely insane to watch. But yeah, Nano made a wonderful play there, pushing close to that wall and just kind of laying prone, and all the bullets went over him. So that was really cool to watch.
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest. I thought Nano got knocked here and used his self-revive. He didn't have to. You're totally right. He just ratted out in the corner. The smokes were in, so nobody could see him. He sneaks in and says, "They jumped over me." Oh, okay, see ya. And able to take the shot and get the win. A big win for them, Dream.
Coach, can I say though, if that C4 Nick Cool didn't hop off onto Magoo, like you have to wonder maybe that would have been a different story. But that was another spoiler alert for the squad. But for Nick Cool and the coach, like Coach, like come on, they've been consistent all day. That one has to secure them a spot into globals.
Yeah, there's a lot of conversations we can have on the leaderboard because we were so sucked into this final zone conversation because it was really fun and funny to watch, frankly. But all of those teams put up great numbers and were top 5. You got to remember Clutchbelk's team had a really good map. They were frying. They go out in top 5 as well. You didn't see them for a while because the in-game took so long. Now, I'm getting worried before we get to our scores. We've got an interview with Eric, who's going to be joining us from B Gamers. Hey, big congratulations, my guy. You've done it. Talk to me about that final fight. That was nuts.
Okay, I mean, we didn't know there was no teams on the how to say that in English. I don't know the call out of the place, but once we saw that everyone was fighting like in the open, we had an idea to go to the garage to see if we could kill them from the open. And then at the end, we were like, should we go to the top? Should we try to kill those guys on the top of the gas station? But at the end, we decided to stay on the bottom to see if they were going to fight to get the perfect timing to kill them all. So, yeah, it was kind of planned at the time. So we were still on the bottom side of the gas station and waited for them to start fighting to kill them from behind. And that's what happened, pretty much.
Nice.
Love that, Eric, that breakdown, and of course, congratulations on the big win. Talk to us about some, like about your boys, your teammates. How did you guys all like come together?
I mean, I already played with Nano. Like, it's been 3 years I'm playing with him already, and to basically found him after a tournament that happened in Brazil. He did pretty well. He got MVP and all that. So we were trying to find another one to join our team. We talked to him, we played a tourney, we won the first tourney of our team, and then we kept playing, like winning almost every tourney in Brazil, and that's how we met each other. I already knew Nano because I was kind of a fan of him, so I was watching him all the time, and then at some point I started playing with him when I turned 18, so that's how we met each other, pretty much.
Nice.
Yeah, I love that. Like, we love good team chemistry for sure. And my question for you is just, what prompted you guys to want to move to America and want to do this, like big move? You guys must have like a lot of faith in your team that you guys know that you can beat the best of the best in this region.
I mean, last year we were supposed to, I don't know if I can say that, but like we were supposed to already do that before the World Series, but we couldn't. So we stayed in Brazil. Like, we couldn't really play the scrims that much. We were playing with 150 ping. We're not, we were like getting more stressed playing those tourneys than like improving itself, our team. So after the last World Series that we played, we didn't went so much well on the tourney. So we're like, next year I want to go to the US to play everything, and play everything, try to improve our team, the chemistry, and then we found the art that helped us to help us in our dream. So that was it.
Yeah,
we've been here for a couple months already.
Hey, look, I'm going to be honest. That's passion, baby. That's commitment. I'm super proud of you guys. Obviously, things going well after that game. You've got one more map, though. Big congrats to you guys thus far. Finish strong, my friend, and hope we see you on land. Any final shout-outs here for the broadcast?
Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Thank you for the love. That means a lot to me.
Cheers.
And my team as well.
Of course. Of course, keep pushing. Brazil on top, but now you're in North America region and you're on top here as well. So we'll see what this leaderboard looks like. Good luck out there in the last one.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, guys.
Of course. All right. Hey, that is Eric with B Gamers. Obviously, they dropped a banger in the last one. Let's see if they're at the top of the leaderboard. Let's take a look at it. Going to you, Smix. Walk me through this. Ooh, not quite. Not at the top, but they did jump up. Holy cow.
And we have Super Evan in first place here. And we didn't even see them like at the end. I think they died, what, 5th or 6th that last game? So they must have had a huge game. And then, yeah, we have Colony, of course. They're holding on strong. And yeah, there they are in 4th place. Holy smokes. The move might just be worth it.
Yeah, that was a 37.8 game from Brolic Prospect and Super Evan, and they didn't win the map. I thought 36 was big. Holy cow. They were on a banger. Same with Devo, Vonbot, and Clutchbook. Look how close those two are at the top. Watch Waldo, Nick, Cool, and Colony 2K, of course, getting into the top 3, also up there. But wow, these scores are high. These have been some big games in Game 4 here, Dream.
This is insane. How close it is even too with my dream team, 6th place, blatant between that and Revenge Tour. Also too, Pollux, Desmond, Attract, and that like from 7th to 10th, this still can be, I feel like, anyone's game, at least for sure 7th through 9th, dropping a huge banger game if they could. But Goj for the top 5, a lot in the standings, I feel like that most didn't expect.
Yeah, and here's a quick look at some of the folks that are missing the mark slightly, still within contention technically, but you can see the difference between 1st and even 11th. That you double that score, you don't get to 1st. I mean, that's how big the spread is at the top. We knew some of the heavy hitting squads could stretch this lead. I didn't think it would be quite this amount after 4 games. That is wild to take a look at. Still some math behind the scenes for us to try to figure out what the spread is. I mean, again, you say the margins are thin, and then you think, oh, well, we dropped a big game. Well, so did 5 other teams, apparently. It is still anyone's games. Maybe the couple teams at the top, it's possible, but we've got one more game in the mainstay part of our competition. You're not going to want to miss it. One more game to determine the top 5 teams that are headed to land from North America. We're going to be back after a very short break. Don't go anywhere.
Tiff, yesterday in EMEA, we were coming into the last final game with basically it being anybody's possibility here with the top 10. North America, it's looking a little different. We were wondering when this gap would form. It seems like after game number 4, that's what it is, because basically 1st through 7th are essentially the only teams still in the running.
Unless something crazy happens, you really never know. That's what the magic of the last chance qualifiers is. But you only have one more opportunity to lock it into the top 5, Dandro. So no mistakes. Play to perfection. Do you want to go to Las Vegas and compete against the best in Call of Duty Warzone? Or do you want to sit at home and watch it through your TV, your computer, your mobile phone, whatever it is? Because you don't.
No, some teams will rise to the occasion. We're about to watch others crumble, Tiff. This is our last game as part of our main series. Top 5 go to Las Vegas for the global final. One last opportunity to get points on the board, and you're gonna leave it all here in map number 5. Let's get ready, Tiff. It's drop 5 of the last chance qualifier. Okay, here we go, Tiff. Our last map, the main portion, before we head into the wild card in map number 6. And well, we're getting a little weird. We're getting a little wonky here, and I like it. Zone's pulling a little bit towards the south with basically a northeast to the southwest plane line. We're about to see a lot of action on the southern side of Verdansk.
Give me all the southern endings, and if this one trends more towards the southwest, then you might as well change up your drop spots unless you're comfortable going all the way up towards the north. For B gamers here on your screen, that win doing work for them in terms of that leaderboard. Of course, they're still in 4th place with 88 points. We're still trending above that 20-point average. So if you want to find yourself inside the top 5, like if you're Lotus 8 right now, 8th coming into it, you need north of a 30-point game and preying on the downfall of everyone in the top 5.
It's a tall task for some of these teams. We said we were looking at like 20 as an average, and that felt like it felt pretty good. It's been the case for our top 6 right now. And for one of these teams, squad number 1 on your screen, try to push on over. An early win against Lotus 8 would be huge. They are just simply 0.6 points out of 5th place right now. So all they need is just a very solid game, and they might find themselves in that top 5. We're all ready for the time being. It's just them hanging out, a little bit of respect. Nobody wants to move right now for either of these two teams.
For teams that are constantly in the mix, constantly fighting. This is LVI roster on your screen. Already getting pressured, running low on resources, and a couple of your teammates are still down in the gulag. Astro Boy Hero, Love Dant, diving between the cubicles, trying to find an angle and not gonna get it there. Maeve will get the best of Astro Boy Hero, and this team just falls apart off rip.
I mean, that team is in 10th. So the fact that they're able to find these early kills is huge. And over here, back at Quarry, we can see some fights going on, about to happen. Look who it is. They've decided to come on over, get a little active. It's Paul X, it's Attract, it's Desmond. Team's currently sitting in 7th, about to fight the 6th place team. You get a nice early squad wipe here. You might open up the map for yourself.
Okay.
Miss drop. Delirious down to the bottom. They get found on out. I don't know what just happened, but it's a missed hop up, and you find yourselves directly into the sights of that squad, and already they're getting tagged from a different team.
Yeah, you got squad number 34 looking to roll in, but Nuke's team on your screen also coming into this in 9th place. They still haven't been able to solidify themselves in that top 5, and they're gonna have to do it here. But you got multiple squads on the horizon and a regain trying to be had. Team J Vela is gonna be one of the teams looking to rotate on in, but the distance, I think we're gonna dip out. But for Blatant in the gulag after a slight misplay against Rudy, taking on Delirious. Okay, that's some dominance. Yeah, sure, Delirious, make it happen.
Hey, that's the confidence we like to see. You're missing Thomas, but at least Phoenix and Delirious, they're going to be able to win those gulags, be able to fly back in as a duo. For Blink, CJ, and Solidify, it's a little bit of a battle here against these two teams. You can see Mexi, he's flying on over to the LTV. Get some of that loot, try and push on over. Teammate not too far from behind, but it's Hunticity, who's actually going to be able to find the shots from a different angle. This is just going to show, Tiff, with this ABR in the meta, you cannot expose yourself willy-nilly. You have to be able to make these rotations with confidence. with decisiveness. Put yourself in the best position, because if you're just out in the open, you're about to get shredded up.
Yeah, you need UAVs, you need vehicles, you need every bit of your planned action. At least Blink CJ there to get some buybacks going through. Bozo on your screen. Royal Eyes in the distance. Playing it calm. We saw Zombie put some skates on earlier and do some work against a couple of teams. Streaks in the horizon. But no one wants to peek out like you were saying, right? You've got to play it smart. Keep that cover.
Twistar looking on over. Trying to make something happen. Lotus 8. They've moved on down a little bit. They do find Splurge. Now the squad 28, they've already gotten wiped one time in this game by our #1 squad right now. That's Team Brolic. So with every death that team has, that is going to be a full wipe. It looks like Lotus 8, they're just going to be able to find one and back on up here. This is just a couple of our different teams starting to full fly at each other. Finally, Sneely, Rayskis, and Hunticity. Looks like they'll be able to stabilize after gaining control of this police station.
I think they just took down Adrian, and that was a full kill. I didn't see squad wipe, so maybe we have some teammates in the gulag, but we'll keep tabs on them. Twitty, Sway, and Tappa getting Mixie in the kill feed, which is needed for them considering they're in 13th place overall. But all you can do is just go fight by fight, kill by kill, and hope to God that you're in that top 5 at the end of this game, because think about what that wild card brings. Just madness.
Yeah, some of these teams who are on the outside looking in, they're feeling the pressure right now, Tiff. They need to perform well in this game. Otherwise, like you said, they don't want to have to play through that wild card. They don't want to have it come all the way down to winning one single game of Warzone when everyone else is trying to do the same. Gamax, they've had some moments of greatness here in the last couple of maps, but it hasn't been enough to put them really into striking distance. Rotate on out, could be huge. B Gamers, they're coming off a fantastic win. Oh my God, they are flying right now. You just deleted Sway and Twitty and Tappa off this map like it was nothing. Swiss cheese, gobble them up.
Yeah, I prefer Pepperjack, but you know what? It's just semantics at that point. But they are definitely carrying off that momentum from the last win, and you can see Gamax go in there, grabbing some kills onto Blatant, but Twitty in the gulag on 3. Going for broke here. Throws it down, pistol to the base. We get windy. Bro, there's wind in the gulag. I repeat.
I mean, listen, hey.
Who let the breeze in? Who opened the door?
Might be time to make the switch, Twitty. That's all I'm saying. Might be time. That might be the clip
Don't even say grab a controller, Twitty.
That might be the clip that forces it. Tappa, he's in here against Yo Legit. And you don't make the read, but shots are good. You're taking a lot of damage. Armor crack, he's there. You're dancing, you're weaving. You got 21 bullets still in the chamber. Can you have to stay, land on top? That looked pretty good. Is it gonna be enough? Double shots. Oh, you're able to do it. A moment of breath for Tappa, keeping the team alive.
Brother, what was that? Why were we... That was all over the place. One of the longest gulags we've seen on main today. Sway? Okay, Sway. All right, good. 2 for 2. Do not make another statement on why Twitty should switch. I just want to say, no more.
Just flying in the air.
Oh, so peaceful, right? Calm before the storm. The chaos.
So peaceful. I mean, yet again, that is a team that needs to really do well. Currently sitting in 13th with 44.2 points. Listen, math is math, and all I know is that's about half as much as what 5th place currently is right now. You would have to have an ungodly game to make your way on in, and a miracle would have to happen. That was there. For Colony 2K, that's a good fight. It's a good win. I mean, reminder, folks, just because you are currently in the top 5 doesn't mean you have the luxury of maybe having a bad game and still making it in. You still have to perform, just given how tight this top is.
Well, to all the people that want to hope in the wildcard map, there's a good chance that Colony 2K advances on to the top 5 here off the normal series, so you won't have to contend with them in the wildcard. I say that as Nick Cool dies in the gulag, so I'm going to shut up now.
And for Team Blatant, the dream team, they were in 6 coming into this TIFF. They needed to have a really good game. And well, when you cut on over to just Thomas being alive with no cash and really no resources or anything, just riding an ATV to prison, I don't know if this is necessarily what I would qualify as a good game by any means.
We're all just living, bro. This lobby is probably playing out so weird for everyone that's competing. The last chance qualifier, the lobbies play out so differently in general, but then you get to the 5th game and everyone is misplaced, right? Sometimes you switch up the drop spots. You're like, oh, I'm going to make some changes. And sure, our zone is just pulling towards that southwestern side of things where the large majority of teams probably don't play around. So rotations are going to look different. You're going to get hung up in spots that you're not used to being. And well, clap, go to Dave, Johnny bro, you know what? This is a place they know, they love, they live here.
Taking a little bit of a page out of the Falcons book by chance. But a nice little win there, feels good. Gamax going up against Hustle, Sloppy Joe. Good shots coming on out. Shake is here at Farmland. This is on the very edge of zone. Just dancing. You're waiting for somebody to peek their little head out. The Zelo Lamb flying around, finds a good angle onto Hustle. Drops on down. Can you find a second? He can! Elo Lamb, he's good for 2, and well, the teammate surges on forward. Can you find one more on the inside? ABR close range. I don't know if that's the play. Elo basically good for a 1v3. You lose Sucre in the mix, but wow. And you got a heli to get out of dodge there.
Uber me straight to the nearest buy station if we need to get our teammate back, and well, still looks good. Still 3 kills, gonna make a difference here. 31 teams left in the mix, and well, for this roster, Sunny, Rudy, Rabizi, they would need that Hail Mary. 18th place coming into this one, 37.2 points. So knowing that 5th place is 82.2, the stakes are high, my friends.
Sunny, Rudy, and Rabizi try to make their way into zone.
God, I love Stadium being open.
Listen, it's been really fun over the last 2 days watching how different teams decide to play this area. And I have to imagine, you know, currently sitting very high up on our leaderboard that, you know, basically in 2nd right now, that for Devo Bombot and Clutch Belt, they have found a lot of success here. They understand how to play out of this POI, which is good for them because if they make it to land tip, nobody is really using Stadium as a POI for certain. But as I'm yapping about that, our team that was in 6th, Blatant, they're eliminated in the 29th place.
No gulags? We're done?
I think we saw them already go to the gulag. We'll get confirmation, but
full wipe from production.
Yikers.
Well, we'll just pour one out for the homies. Water, of course. Actually, I got some beverages over here. That is just a little bit keeping me going. A little caffeine in the mix. But for B Gamers, after that win, feeling the momentum, looking great in their fights. They're still alive, right? And 4th place overall. It's not locked in for them, but they're one step closer.
Definitely a way to make it happen. I mean, here's the reality though, Tiff. With Team Blatant just going down early, it's really only either Lotus 8 or Team Desmond who, if they have a very solid amount of kills and manage to get a win here, we've kind of been seeing 15, 16. We actually literally had 15, 16, 17, and 18 as the amount of kills for our map wins. So if they can get to 19 and a map win, that could be enough to have them leapfrog some of these other teams. But it's going to be tough when we have squads like B Gamers already looking to get active, already looking kind of bring the pressure to some of these other teams.
Getting word that Lotus 8 is fully eliminated as well. It's not good. Not good for the chance of land. Wildcard already going to get stacked. Nano here on the hunt. Finds one, looking for a 2-piece, and this squad is just insane right now. Really coming alive in the back half, the final moments of our 5-game series.
Listen, I mean, if there's a game to kind of heat on up and just start wiping teams off the map, this is it. Knight, B-Mark, and Scopes. They're still alive for the time being, currently sitting in 5th. Revenge Tour 2.0 is the team name, and it's for a good reason. But look who's rolling up on B-Mark. He's just trying to stay alive. B Gamers not going to let you stay alive for longer. Another team taken off the map. The Brazilian Grim Reapers are going a little crazy this map, Tiff. I don't know if it's just the momentum from game number 4, but they are flying and just eliminating team after team.
Yeah, I'm feeling like we're looking at the Shadow Realm right now, and it's just utter madness. If you've got your 5th place team out, if you've got your 6th place team out, even 8th place team is out, who is going to get into that top 5 situation? The one that's standing here. I feel like I'm watching Saw at this point. It's a game that is life or death. However, Team Desmond in 7th place coming into the still alive. Nukes on your screen. 9th place overall. Adrian, 5 kills.
Ooh.
It's not over yet. It's not over yet.
I mean, listen, would he have it any other way than for Swag to qualify off of a banger last game? I don't think we would. Adrian has a solid amount of kills already, but I'd be curious to see how many does Booyah have? How many does Swag have? I think it's just how Swag was 0. So hopefully Booyah has enough to match up with Adrian for the time being. Attract Desmond and Paul X though. They're about to go up against the Bulls running over here in Promenade. B Gamers in front of them. This squad 48 kind of lurking from behind. A couple shots going on through will let them know there's at least one team at their backs. Chosen to destruct. They have some great shots going on through. Chosen will be the one to drop a track that's there. Paul X, can you look on over? A player trying to push on in through the front. Thermite will try and block off the path, hopping through the window. You're just dancing inside it out here. Can Paul X manage to find one player who just gets a little bit too aggro? You do get the revive off onto your teammate, and you are now just flying straight up these stairs.
No, I think this is so smart. I think you retreat on up, but you saw the zip go through. They're going to take that high ground. In your face, joining them as well, and they're going to beat them. Oh, boy. Are we going to get sandwiched? Are they going to push down this stairway and look for some kills onto that Team Desmond? Not the deployable cover in front of the door. Wait. Maybe they didn't set it down. It looked like they literally shot one in there. I was like, oh my God, stop.
It did. I'm really surprised that this team has let this squad get height. They've moved on over. And B Gamers, they were already looking to get inactive in this, and they said, nah, we're good. They just completely ran to a different area. They're starting to wipe another team. I'm seeing 2 members go down. Destruct, he's still getting put into the kill feed as well. He finds Eric from B Gamers, but these 3, they are just moving as a unit through these stairs. I can always get a little hesitant when this happens. Always can line them on up and knock them down if you're skilled enough. But it looks like for the time being, they have managed to gain control of the bottom side.
Yo, hear me out. With the way the circle's pulling straight to train station, I see a go to Dave endgame in our future. Wait.
Okay. This guy Destruct has just been reaping from this top side. You lose Desmond on the rotation. It's just Paul X and Attract. And okay, in your face. He's looking to get in your face as he flies off from the top of the building to get down here. Realizing what team is in. If you're Paul X, Attract, and Desmond, you cannot go down this early.
Yeah, but they had to have heard that, right? Looks like the spring mine went off as well as Destruct here gets sent by another team, thus taking all of the attention. Twitty and Sway. What are we gonna do if you're Destruct? You grab that
I like
little height.
I like it.
You jump on down, fire through the smokes. Not gonna connect. That's okay though. Sway over there. Twitty has to clutch this. Oh! The plates go through. He's out of ammo.
Wow.
Okay.
Listen, that's the problem with that Ladra. Thing will spit bullets in blink of an eye. You are going to be out of ammo. Tried to sight on up with it, and he realizes, I don't have any bullets. I got to swap to my ABR, and it's just not enough in time. Whew.
All right, Desmond, Paul X, that squad, thanking Twitty right now. Thanking Twitty, because what does that do? It stops the push because they lose out on Destruct and they want to get up to a final 3. But I was talking about Train Station earlier and go to Dave's POV, but look at Nukes, right? They've moved straight on in. They're not the only ones that are going to be here, depending on how this pool starts to happen. Colony 2K squad, well, they're across the way.
Yeah, we see Swag with 0. I'd love to just get a quick little glimpse through Adrian and Booyah just so we can get an idea. Like, is this a game that they are on very solid pace? That way, if they manage to get a win, 2x multiplier with great kills, this would be huge. We'll try and check in with them later. Pollex and Attract, they're still alive. Chosen, taken on out. A little bit of revenge here. As you can see, you got one more member of Gamax in front of you.
Oh. Bait the door. They already found LLM. There goes the Fool. And they still have In Yo Face on the other side. But I love this wrap, right? Just kind of get away from them. Sukra down thanks to In Yo Face. They're kind of working on taking out each other. We're doubling on back. Even Paul X here. Still trying to find that angle. Bit of patience though. I'm nervous because of B Gamers on the horizon. That connection from Attract, golden arm right there. This could be the story they need. This could be the game to get them back into the top 5. We just need to procure Desmond.
Oh, I'm seeing in the kill feed, Booyah. They're fighting up against B Gamers, Shero, Picnic, IQ. They're a little bit away as well. Attract's already with 4. The squad's looking good, Tiff. They're just on the outside looking in, but a couple of these squads are also continuing to light out and up. They're getting held on out. If they could get over to this buy station here at Train, that would be huge. They have the cash.
Look at this. You got nukes. You got B Gamers. You've also got IQ's roster as well. B Gamers starting to fall though between Adrian. Honestly, I'd love to jump in and listen to it. They're just going to pick everyone apart. Let's get into it.
Nice, nice. That guy die?
They're right below me on the zip.
One's in here or some shit. We gotta hold our right too, fellas.
I think they're playing the buy.
Guy on this heady still with a sniper, yo. On that heady. And look, these guys on the edge. Yo, you see this?
Yeah, we have to kill those. That's a full 3 up there.
We still got this 3 below us as well. They're on the buy.
we don't want them flanking us.
Wait, can y'all see this? Can y'all see this?
Yeah. One, absolute dead.
We low-key need to play that.
I know, I just want to give a...
I fell off, bro. I fell off.
No. You gotta get back up, Chris. You gotta help him, Boosh, on the zip. You gotta help him on that zip.
I'm looking. I don't see him. They might be like hugging it.
Just got snipe.
In the building.
Hold us. Oh, fuck. We're gonna have to play low ground. Wait, on my height.
Yeah, looking
Yellow ping.
He's there. He's weak.
Knocked one. I need help.
Other one's on loadout.
Yeah, coming.
He jumped off. He's still there though.
Right on me. Need help. Look at me.
I am.
One shot. He's right on me. On Lodi.
On me. Dead.
I'm good shot.
We gotta play forward, fellas. Gas mask here. Grab that. Chris, grab that gas mask.
Yeah. Are we going bottom or are we playing top?
I think.
We were wondering how the nuke squad was doing, and there's some fantastic shots going out from them, currently putting them on roughly 13 or 14 total kills. Tiff, with a win here, just a couple more, they could find themselves potentially in the top 5. It's already looking good, but they have to get there. So many teams over here at Train Station. We love to say this word, layer cake, and you're seeing such a great example of it right now.
But you're into the 1.6, and this roster from 9th place after game number 4, 60.2 points. They needed at least 20 to break top 5, and that's if no one showed up to this game. So they're going to have to go north of 35 points to make something happen. Another team that is in a similar situation is going to be in 13th place, Team Twitty. They're still into the mix. They've been finding kills throughout, but this B Gamers roster trying to hold on to 4th place because they're on the chopping block.
Shots still going on through. I like the high ground holds that are here. I like the comms that we heard in that listen in of trying to direct the traffic. Where should they look at? Yet again, Swag Adrian still finding more. B Gamers, they get dropped into 7th. And it is just raining hell from the top of Train Station for Nuke Squad right now, as they are just continuing to find team after team. It's free licks on free licks. You think it's an ice cream shop, baby. Adrian, he is just picking them apart. sitting on top here. They're taking a lot of damage, but it doesn't matter because guess what? They're still finding the kills. They are bringing down those. And with one last final elimination, they've made it into the 1.8.
The best part about all of this is we got that listen and you could hear Adrian kind of directing the team of where they need to be and what they need to do. You even heard them say we need to play on the low ground, but they kept the high ground and it is paying dividends finally now, starting the jump down to play from the side. No one behind them. Twitty, Tapasway on the other side, a solo just in front of them. They cannot fall victim to this. Mexi is on that side. We need to clip him. If you leave a rogue solo, they can be that third party and chalk your fight. But I think you just saw his head pop on up. But we don't connect. We don't put it together.
Oh, PA rips across. It's going to stop this push in its tracks. Sway, he might have bit off more than he can chew. That's a nice little double blast trap there on the corner. Can you manage to activate them? Can you manage to find one more? You can't. On the other side, Swag will be able to find Mexi. Sway, he's out here in the gas. He gets cut on and down. It is a 3v3. This is a must win for Nuke Squad right now. Adrian currently sitting on 9. Smoke's getting taken on out. The zone, it'll pull Picnic, Shero, IQ, they have the zone, but if you can push forward as a 3, you might be able to have this. Adrian, he's sliding around these walls. He's trying to find an opening, but Swag gets taken on out by IQ. It's just up to Booyah. It's just up to Adrian. It's the last final game. They have to make it happen as they're trying to make it go through. Adrian, he's there on the wall. He finds IQ. The other slide out is there. Shero is found. Adrian does it. Nuke Squad, they take game number 5. I don't want to call anything too early, but Tiff, when the lights are brightest, they needed to shine. And oh my God, did this team deliver?
Everything that they needed to do was executed to perfection. As you run it back from their comms, we have to hear it.
I'm playing this outer right. I'm playing this outer right. Here not. He's on this wall on me.
3v3.
1.
3v3.
We gotta get a knock here, fellas. We gotta get a knock. Here now.
I don't have a lot of ammo.
Smoke our forward. He's gonna try to get to the top. Yeah. Honest though. On the heady. On the heady. Challenge me. Stay up, Boosh. Stay up. We have gas.
Smoke across.
On the right.
Cracked.
Weak.
Almost cracked.
Bullet.
One more Charlie.
Come on, Boosh. Come on. We might have just done it. Oh my God. We might have just done it.
Oh my God, hey!
We might have just done it.
Hold on.
Oh my God, we might have done it.
Bare minimum.
What? We might have done it.
What?
Holy fuck. We needed that.
What?
We have to.
What?
Holy fuck.
A 50-point game.
I can't breathe.
Oh my fucking God, A. You just went fucking nuclear, A.
Tiff, 48 points. They might have just done it. I don't know, but help me break down these final moments in this last stand because somehow they pulled off the miracle.
You get into the 1.8, and the big part here is the fact that Swag finds out Mexi. You cannot leave a rogue solo on your side because you know they're gonna wait till that final moment to just start putting those bullets in your back. And even though we lose Swag right over there, just in about a moment, right? You still get Adrian and Booyah that are able to play from different areas on this fence line. And it comes down to a 2v3, and Shero, IQ, and Picnic, they kind of just keep backing up and letting nukes advance onto them. They're playing the cover that they've got. And of course, once you start throwing all this smoke down, it makes for a really difficult situation. But one thing that is really cool about this roster working together is how calm Adrian sounds, Dandro.
Yeah, and it's just, I think it's right here, right? It's Booyah. He pushes on out. Picnic tries to come on over to help Shero and IQ. And it's just, he's playing the perfect side angle to just spoil all of it. They might have been able to do that, Tiff, even with a 1.8, but the fact that they are able to catch the win and really take full advantage of their 24 kills, our most that we've seen from a map winner on the day, is absolutely crazy. These first 5 maps, folks, are done and dusted. Let's get the desk back on in here because I cannot wait to see what they have to say about that because, dude, I don't know about you, we've been getting blessed with some great Warzone here in the last 2 days.
Dude, we're in the green room and I say, Mom, get the camera. Holy cow, Nuke Squad goes insane. What a finish. Great call from both of you. The main part of our competition is done. Of course, we have the wild card, but we've got math to do behind the scenes. The simple math we can do on broadcast, 24 kills, 48 points because of the win. I mean, Dream, that was an insane start at the get off. I mean, there was a ton of fights at the very beginning, but the end was all I could think about.
Yeah, like how can you not, especially considering the fact that Adrian's like, screw the haters, like he literally went rogue, popping off, that IGL role working out for him, and you love to see it from the FaZe boys.
Yeah, hey, look, Swag, I thought he scammed, but it worked out for him. But let's take a look at the actual highlights in front of us here. We'll get to the in-game, Smix. It was an interesting one, obviously, another different zone this time around. And talking about what you saw in the early game, we saw some teams fall early that we weren't expecting to fall early, teams that were on the bubble.
I think it's because of this team right here on your screen. They were just running at everything, like no respect for any team. They just sent it and honestly ruined a lot of teams' chances to qualify. But this play, I'm so sorry for cutting you off, but this play is insane. The early rotate to train, Swag's decision to take top train early is really what solidified the win for them.
Yeah, I was tossing this right back at you because this was such a key moment. Obviously, clutch or kick, back against the wall, 2v3, Adrian and Booyah playing pinch here. So insanely sick to see Adrian go insane. Several downs, double-digit kills, make it 11, cleans up both, and then Booyah on the backside catches the cross when they were trying to help each other out. That was disgusting, and a great win from them. They needed it, they had to have it, and I think with some of the teams dropping that were in the bubble, this team dropping a banger, proverbial nuke on main, likely enough, but who knows. Smix, I am going right back at you though, because what I was going to pass to you is I want you to break down the top of train. Now that I can collect my thoughts, let's think about what they were able to do, right? Playing from top of train, they were extremely patient. Talk to me about what you liked up there, because we were talking a ton in the green room about it.
Yeah, they took train early. They hit the zip all the way at the back. Well, all the teams are fighting on the opposite side of train. So they had the top train control for so long. And I'm really glad that Adrian recognized that he was getting flanked as early as he did, because that would have been really, really bad for them. But yeah, that play to recognize, hey, this is pulling train. We need that top train control. They avoided all of the chaos on the other side of train and really just locked it down. That was just, it was so genius. This is why I love watching COD. It was so good.
To piggyback on that too, really quick, Coach, just at the train station play, Smix, we were screaming too, like about how long that that perfect timing to jump off, right? Because everyone was going to be looking at that position. So perfect timing when it came to some of these engagements, and that right there is what kind of differentiates like a good team versus like a great team.
It's a really good shot. I love that breakdown because, yeah, they were able to jump off the backside just enough time to swing around the front before the gas closed in. Picked off a ton of kills up top as well. Whew, all right, we got some math to do, so we got to slow it down. Let's recap the day. Only 5 maps in the main part of our competition, so let's backtrack a little bit from the very beginning because it's been razor-thin margins all day today, and it started here in Drop 1. Let's go back to Drop 1, and I'm going to go to you, Smix. Let's talk about this Watch Waldo, Nick Cool, and Colony 2K win.
It was a beautiful win. We watched it from our mini map. Again, early rotations. I know I sound like a broken record, but literally every team that has won so far has made that decision to rotate early.
Yeah, and this map obviously played out pretty aggressively too, Dream. I think in comparison to EMEA, there were some crazy moments. Obviously, a well-placed C4, that'll do, Pig. Well done, Nick Cool. And then a perfect execution on top of the high ground. Get the first early knock, and then it's just pedal to the metal. Let's go wipe Desmond and Co. on the other side. A very fun first map, and it really set the tone for how aggressive these maps are going to play. It feels way more aggressive than EMEA. I don't know if you feel the same, Dream, as you take it away for Scope, Snipe, and B-Marks win.
100%. A more aggressive in terms of the scoreline, though. Yeah, let's not talk about when it comes to everybody in the lobby. But for game 2, Scopes, Knight, and B-Mark, and a lot of those IGL calls from B-Mark was able to solidify the win. As we did see the rotations go and end between like Port and Prison, and Scopes had a huge play where he did grab a most wanted in Prison, allowing him to stay alive in these late game moments. But for holding out as a solo Goj, that was huge as well. These teams were again trying to find their footing and trying to find their ways to get inside of the zone.
Yeah, this is a really big win for them, too. I was really impressed with also the interview. I thought Skos gave a great interview, but it was a fun one to watch for multiple reasons because we saw most of the action. The thing we missed was revealed to us in the interview, which was that Skos got the full revive, got the most wanted out in Prison. They get wiped, and he just has to gas rotate, and he sits on top of this hill for like 2 full zones and then finally gets the wipe. And as we move into game 3, it was kind of like a finally here. Smix Super Evans team finally comes online. We were a little bit worried about them, and then they slay out in this one.
Like you mentioned, they needed a center zone, and they really took advantage of when they got the center zone. They stayed in hospital for a really long time, almost until they were forced out, it felt like, to the point where I was a little bit worried that they would die off the cross, and they did it. They got one of the best positions for the next zone. They were well placed. They kind of picked everybody off, rotating in, and at the end, they let everybody fight and just cleaned up.
Yeah, some funny moments as well in this map because the downtown ending always begets great moments like that where we've got rats out in the corners and they're never peeking back out. Great trigger discipline across the board, but this was a great moment from, of course, Prospect getting the kill here on the cross. But overall, it was all the work leading up to this moment that was really impressive from this team, like Smixy was talking about. Great rotation over from Hospital. They win it. So then we go to map 4 and we end up around TV Station. And there were some wild team fights here, Dream, to start things off. Narrow margins that could make differences in whether you're qualing or not. But it was all about this Brazilian team that's moved over to North America. They were slaying this lobby out as well.
This was the game, too, where Stable J slowed down, which kind of, I feel like, made an impact as he was frying in the first couple of games. But here, of course, the patient plays, Magoo, Zepti up top, and, of course, the C4 from Nick Cole yet again playing spoiler alert as it was pretty crazy to even see how this Team 11 got here. Of course, B Gamers, they took out Clutch Belt and Vombot as well to even get to this point. So huge game plays from these guys. And, of course, patient plays on the wall. It was just chaos right here, Coach.
Yeah, it was insane and a great ending to map 4. We just saw map 5, folks, and I'm getting word. The leaderboard's ready. Here we go. Top 5 teams. Holy cow. They not only did it, but they did it in style. They jump all the way up to 3rd. Take a look at that. Nukes all the way up into 3rd place. And razor thin margins in terms of our top 5 spread. But the spread from 5th to 6th, what are we talking about? This is the biggest spread we've seen thus far. It really wasn't all that close. The top 5 way above everybody else. Smixy, a quick look here. Any quick hits? I mean, top 5 teams crushed it. It was insane.
I just want to say that Clutch Milk and them are in 5th, and they didn't win a single game. So that's kind of impressive.
Hey, we're running around the map killing everybody. Good grief. Hey, I'm getting word we've got a very special interview for us in the booth. And I want to say, if I'm heard, is that correct? Are we ready to rock and roll with the interview? I believe we've got Swag himself, my man. Dude, I mean, come on. What are we talking? The last map? We're dropping a 48 bomb in the last map. Talk to me about that map and your team.
My heart, man. I mean, it was one of those things where we got to make it exciting. Somehow we just got to make it, a little interesting for the people watching. But yeah, shout out to Adrian and Booyah, man. They're great teammates, and they just popped off today, man.
Well, congratulations, Swag, because we were literally puckered over here. All right, like we're so happy y'all made it. But specifically, I want to talk about Adrian because he really led the charge, and you played with him last year with Sage. So tell us, how has he to you improved as a player? Because he's already been a beast, but what's it like just playing with him in the second year?
I mean, just playing with him, he's just maturing as we play. He's become more of a vocal leader. He's our IGL. So, and him being 20 years old, I mean, that's a lot to ask for somebody, but he's just so talented. He can slay and do it all. So he's arguably, I give him a top 3 player on a Warzone. Top 3 player.
Hell yeah.
Absolutely. I definitely agree with that. And he definitely showed why today. But I want to know how you guys decided that Booyah was the third for you guys. How did you know that he was going to be the missing piece to the puzzle?
I mean, Booyah's my dog. That's my right-hand man. And I've been wanting to play with him for World Series the last 2-3 years. You know what I mean? I'm saying? So I'm super excited for Booyah to experience LAN and kind of all of us sitting next to each other playing. That's going to be super exciting. So.
Dude, we're really pumped for you. We said at the top of the show, I said, is it really a LAN if Swag's not there? I mean, good grief. And you guys made it happen. I want to give you the floor here, though. Any shout outs for, obviously, you got a huge community. Shout out teammates, whoever you want to shout out. Floor is yours before we send you off to celebrate.
For sure. I just want to shout out to the, just the real supporters who, game 4, we had I completely sold a game 4, and you kind of saw who was really the real supporters in the chat versus people who were just criticizing. So shout out to everybody who's watching, man, who was sticking with us until the very end. All the haters. I mean, genuinely, bro, at the end of the day, I don't really care, because job's not finished. We still have to go to LAN and compete. So I'm just super, super proud of the guys and thankful for the community, and we're just excited to go to LAN and show what we can do.
Yeah, dude, I love the answer. I love the shouts. Hey, go celebrate, my friend, and I'm excited to see you guys on LAN.
Appreciate it, guys. Thank you, man.
Yep. Cheers. That's Swag. Obviously, Nukes got third, which is insane after the couple maps they had before it. The last map was the biggest map we've seen on main stage in a very long time. 48 points gets them to this stage. I want to go back to this leaderboard, though. And Dream, let's go to you. Talk to me about some of the teams that didn't make the cut. Of course, we do see Devo, Vonbot, and Clutchbelk with that substitution of Clutchbelk onto this roster. They do make LAN. But talk to me about a couple of the other rosters.
I have to, of course, point out the Dream Team. I mean, sitting in 7th, they were the teams we were looking at squads deciding to change a POI, and in that last drop, they were trying to contest that team in 6th place, which was Scope, Knight, and B Mark over at the Quarry side. So having to recover, I think we saw Thomas trying to do so. It's devastating, but obviously for these teams, they do have this wild card map coming up.
Yeah, they do. We'll see what happens there. Here's a quick look at the rest of the teams. Obviously, I think some frustrating points. I mean, Johnny Bro, Smix, to go to you. Some great teams on this list that didn't make the cut.
Yeah, Johnny Bro was one for me. I really thought with the pacing that they had that last game, they were going crazy in train, that they could have done it, but unfortunately, it just wasn't enough.
Yeah, Sukra, Elo Lamb, 10x as well. Had a pretty solid day today. We saw some big moments from Clutch Z as well over there in 14th, but a close margin for the most part. Technically, let me rephrase what I just said. Technically, it's the largest margin we've seen from 5th to 6th. Any cutoff at any stage of this entire World Series of Warzone competition, it is the largest cutoff. But it truly felt like anybody's game today because of that last moment where we saw the Nuke Squad drop 48 points. Everybody was dropping bangers to turn this leaderboard on its head. It was different every time we looked at it. The probably top 2 teams that were the most consistent in my mind gotta be our Brazilians, and it's gotta be Nick Cool Squad. They were always up there, always slaying out. And to see obviously a Brazilian team come over to North America, battle through this entire competition, make it to LCQs, and still perform, really impressed with those guys and excited to see them on LAN as well, Dream.
Can't wait, because we love to see culture on LAN for one, but just getting a blend of teams you never know what could happen, especially on LAN. It's pure cinema.
It's cinema, and well, we have shipped a ticket to every single team that is going to be attending this LAN besides one. We have one more map to play. It's the Wildcard map, and the way this works, top 5 teams that we just saw, they're all out of there. They're not playing anymore. Everybody else plays one single map. Winner takes all. This winner will also join the rest of the teams on LAN, and we will have all of our teams ready for LAN. We're going to bring in our casters, Dandro and Tiff, to call the final map of the day. We thought there was chaos before Dandro. Holy cow, it's about to be utter. It's just going to be a mess.
Brother, I'm trying to come down from that last game, and I'm like, we still have one more map that is arguably going to be even crazier than the map that we just watched. I had to take a little bit of a breather, sip my water to lop back on in, because Tiff, I think that we need to kind of brace ourselves for what we're about to see. 40 teams potentially, and zone 7, zone 8. I don't know. All I know is that it's called the Wildcard map for a reason. That's because we cannot expect anything.
Look, if you win the wildcard map to go on to Vegas to compete on the Global LAN Finals, what a good story. I asked for a 50-point game at the start of this day, Dandro, and you know what you did? You laughed at me. You laughed at me, and we still got a 48-point game in our game 5. But this one, it doesn't matter how many kills you get. It doesn't matter what the strategy looks like, so long as you're the last person standing.
All that matters, Tiff, is that you have victory on your screen at the end of this game. You said it. I don't care if it's 20 kills. I don't care if it's 0. It's all about the win. We watched some fantastic things in EMEA happen yesterday. NA is surely to deliver as well. It's the wildcard map, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get it started. Flying in, plane line south to north, zone putting us probably somewhere in the northwest. Tiff, I don't even know what to say about this wild card, because it's just, what is the strategy? What do you do? What do you try and make happen? For some of our teams, well, for Tappa, Twitty, and Sway, it's about getting active apparently.
Look, the more teams you kill, the less you have to deal with in the end game, right? You make them burn their gulag, make them play scared, whatever it is. Just know that the team that won the wild card last year here for North America is actually not in the lobby today. They already qualified in the top 5. So that needs to take a little bit of stress off you, but you have to play to perfection. It looks like Fida, Astro Boy Hero, they are being full sent, but you know what they get? They get the vehicle and they can look back.
I think this is going to be a really key play. I think for a lot of our teams, you got to really prioritize those recons. You got to make sure you have still things like advanced UAVs like you've been doing, because it's obviously knowing where that zone is going is such crucial, key information. And having an advanced UAV for some of those rotations to cut deep all the way through, very, very great to have. But for this squad, you've already lost Leo and you've had to back on up. It's the other key thing here, Tiff. I think holding on to your gulags for as long as possible is going to be really, really crucial. And well, for Studley, he's already fighting himself into the gulag, and it's against Fools. A win here would be a great boon. So we're just dancing around this middle side, just throwing the shots on out to each other. It's getting a little shaky here, but you lock it on up when it matters. Studley will be able to get back on it. Tricky Rick and Brawl, they're in the LTV.
I imagine the pace of this lobby is going to go exceptionally slow. Like, you need to just kind of reel it on back. I do think a lot of people are going to be playing scared, because you have to think, like, maybe you didn't have a chance inside that initial 5-game series. It just got too much for you, right? But now you actually have a fighting chance to make this happen. Team Basham, we saw a lot of them in that 5 games. Now, I believe it's the remaining player of the chosen ones across from you, Omeka. Does fall. Looks like he had a self-res, and he's going to be kind of fooled on up. But the remaining of the team, they backed up the hill, left him for dead.
Couple of fights happening down here at the hangars. Nexi, Garnarth, Sinister. They're actually going to be able to find Swole God and half a gram just like that. That's a squad wipe sent to the gulag as well. So a couple of our teams just doing a great job of finding squads, sending them on in. For Paulex, Desmond, and Attract, they couldn't get it done in game number 5, where They had a solid chance of being able to make it happen, Tiff, but just not. Wildcard map is where it is. They're just by themselves. Military base. Gotta go ahead. Gotta rotate out.
Look, you have to take every preventative measure that you can. I'm talking trophy systems on the vehicles and just playing your game. You see Hixers there is gonna take down Hunt in the gulag. So we need to find cash or at least pull up together, get a safe buy station and get homie back on in. But as we kind of rotate up through the north, so many teams up by Quarry. So knowing that, sure, we're missing a lot of those initial contests that we had. Good pip there to give us a kind of that update. We even do have a team all the way down in prison as well. I'd imagine, Dandra, that we're going to stay relatively central. I hope it pulls more towards the northwest, though.
Yeah, I mean, I would love to see something like one of these up in the hills of Dam, you know, kind of pulls there, or maybe out in the open at airport. Have to wait and see. Astro Boy Hero, Love Dan Fida going up against Polar P and Chaz. Astro Boy, he's already been taken on out. It's just going to be Ant. Good shots down below. Gonna go ahead, clean him on up. Can he manage to stay alive? No, he can't. Chaz, great trades that is there, sending that team to the gulag. Holding down this green building outside of Storage Town. A couple of these squads, Steph, I'm seeing just no fear of taking the fight to some of these other teams. And I mean, for a team like this, you're probably going to have a very solid rotation sort of up on this northwestern side of the map. It's going to be great. So good job holding it on down. Astro Boy Hero, he's in the gulag against Polar P, a team that just brought him down. Good nade. Find any more? You got Love Dan giving you comms, and that's gonna be enough.
Sometimes you just need those comms. At least Fida had already won his gulag prior to this. Hopefully we can go 3 for 3 here, because not only that, you're getting kills, and I was gonna say you get points, but it doesn't matter, because it doesn't matter how many kills you have as long as you're the last person standing. Now Love Dan needs to make this easier for his team. They don't have the cash to buy him back should he fail here.
Let's get the Bling CJ. Ooh, nice little slide on out. You'll take some damage in return. And was that no, that wasn't his own nade, right?
No, I don't know. But let me just tell you, did Bling CJ just like thread it against the wall? Because I heard it go ting ting ting. It felt like I was watching Happy Gilmore hit a shot with a golf ball, but it was just a nade. Like,
I mean, listen, it's the wild card map. That is not how you need to be losing gulags. That's all I can say. Wow. I mean, thankfully you still have teammates alive. Dream isn't dead yet. Go to Dave, Johnny Bro, and clap. So they're still sitting here at train, and I like this sort of kill box they've set on up. This little power triangle. Coming on out, looking at Realized, GK, and Arbiter. Down below. See what they can make happen there. Cito and Get You Some. Community favorite team. Just trying to stay alive, and well, get Adrian, Germ, and Drifts above them at ATC.
you know, sometimes you just gotta get top ATC and play it on out. Or drop down and get crazy. I mean, Aiden doesn't have any plates. Drifts, though. They hear this. They know he's on their roof. But unless he's causing a diversion.
Yeah, it could definitely be part of the strategy, but I think Drifts for the time being is just trying to keep his eye. You see somebody hit the train, they get the buyback out. It's gonna be Swole God. And already Drifts taking some damage back in return.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
you're firing across the way. Like, you're putting a bullseye on your back. I don't know what you expected to happen there, but at least you can get back on top ATC with the homies. Not like you're sniping or anything. We know the ABR is good for distance.
Oh, and already a fight breaking out down here. Bling CJ fresh out of the gulag. Half a gram, Swole God tech. Half a gram comes out, PU-27 in hand. All it requires is a little bit of hip fires as he just then explodes. Z-Mini actually going to be the one to help out with this one. It looked like, I don't know, was that a nade from downtown? What?
You know, I'm just sitting here shaking my head And I have never seen more moments that I just look at this game and I'm like, what are we doing? But this is the wild card. This is exactly what we expected to happen. You cannot leave it to chance, but for the 5 teams that have already qualified, congratulations to you, because you don't have to live through this. For everyone else, good luck, have fun. We're still pulling towards the Northwest.
See already a couple of our teams. Lotus 8, they have made their way up towards Dam. They are holding on. A large number of teams not in zone just yet. So even if they do get into the zone, if they ride this gas line, still gonna be asking for a lot. Lotus 8 getting an idea that you got some people up into the hills above you. Good shots coming out from Inno. Currently sitting on 2 already. It looks like you've maybe been able to back down that squad, and you'll just continue to hold this. They have loadout. They're not gonna do anything crazy. And Tiff, I would love to hear what is going through this Lotus 8 roster. What's going on through their brains in this wildcard map? Let's do a listen.
He hits the fucking zip? Probably not, right?
I doubt it.
Might.
Well, I'm a king.
Probably not. Yeah, but king behind us as well. On nade. I think that's Rob Easy and him with the crown. I have an ammo box. I need ammo too. Yeah. I don't know if I want to throw it or fucking go for that loady.
I'm not sure. I mean, we could probably pop a single and fucking clear it. I might try to go for it after this king.
Yeah, I was gonna say, bro.
Yeah, I mean, we got a lot of info there. Sure. But I will say their assumptions are correct, though. The comms that we did get were, hey, there's a crown behind us, a crown in front of us. And what do? They want to go for it. But for now, we'll tune in with the Chosen Ones as they look to kind of pick Hicksters back on up and see what we've got on the other side. If I'm not mistaken, it's Team Stable J. And if you remember how strong Stable J was at the start of our series just a couple hours ago, yeah, it's going to be formidable.
Yeah, I mean, I was seeing Jay on the timeline. He's still feeling good about this competition. So there's just one more map left, and we got to go ahead. We got to lock it on out. Playing alongside Strixie and Cloudies, who they subbed in here for this LCQ. Kami going to go ahead, try and hit on top of this roof. Look down below. It just seems to be the idea here for a couple different squads. Lost and Grits. They'll play together. Astro Boy Hero just hanging on by a thread as well. Tiff, we've barely lost any teams so far as we are about halfway through zone number 2, and the zone continues to pull us up more and more towards the north.
Good rotate there on the side by side. Get on out. Focus. Towards the north you go. Sloppy Joe, Asterix, Hustle, getting Mixie elsewhere. Of course, this ATC, it's going to come down to the wire, but what they're going to be able to do is try to gatekeep a ton of these teams, but Get You Some is trying to get him some. Just not sure if he wants to commit just yet. He's like, get me involved, but not.
I mean, they don't have to move just yet. I mean, they're pretty center zone, Tiff, so I mean, they could just kind of continue to hang out here. See a PA for some. They have a loadout. Now they have a trophy system for this car as well. Like, they don't have to do anything stupid.
Oh, I mean, this was a risk that they were willing to take, but I think it was smart to get out of here because you have to think, I know you said you don't have to move just yet, sure, but if this does pull up to that dam area and just keeps pulling north, everyone that's coming from the south side is going to be looking at ATC. Ooh, a must-win gulag. Okay, Young Money Vale.
Against Kami as well. Kami ranked one on the ranked leaderboards for console for a reason. Very skilled and well for Young Money Vale. It's too much of a shoulder that he throws. Plates will get ripped off. Has to back on up. And you flip the spawns for the time being. Flag will start to come online. You've managed to go around here. Good shots though, and Kami retails. And Young Money Vale keeps the dream alive for their team just a little bit longer.
The fact that we still have all 41 teams up because Young Money Vale just won that gulag is insane. We're literally about to be 14 minutes deep into the wildcard map and no one wants to go on out. Blatant. On the other side, B-Mark Scopes Knight. Sure, they won a map in our earlier series and they're looking to continue that revenge tour, ripping a piece by piece. Delirious down, Delirious out. Not sure where the rest of this team is, but you know what we have? Some space here at Airport.
Yeah, they were getting tagged on up by a different team as well, so you have to be very, very careful if you are this squad. You don't put yourself in harm's way. That's there, but Thomas full dead. Cynics into the gulag against Basham.
Pre-fire's going out. That thermite gonna feed him straight into the line of sight, but you know what Basham does? Not fall for it.
No, I think this is good. Patience from both players right now, but flag will come online. Your chance to stay in the gulag is a dwindling. Cynics keeps it on. You may have lost Thomas, but at least you have one that's here in Delirious. Looks like he's been able to come out of the gulag as well, so they have to go somewhere else. And here's a nice little replay of how Delirious won his gulag.
Just clean. Takes
Okay.
Chaz on out. First couple teams have taken the exit here from the wild card. We're down 2 teams. And this is what's going to be tough, is because the lobby is so full. We're moving to an interesting portion of Verdansk. There's not going to be a lot of opportunities here to hit that regain. And you talk about the buy station shuffle, right? This area, this quadrant of Verdansk actually has some of the least amounts of buy stations too.
No, it's a great call. For these teams that have to play, a little bit of a regain. It's a really tough area. For Splurge, you won't in T kills. It's been basically all about moving on foot. Everybody else has been, wrapping on in with vehicles where they need be, but for them, it's just all about just slowly but surely making their way on up. They're actually going to go ahead and try and grab this police station. I believe they'll be able to do it for free, so a little bit of cover for the time being, and they're mostly in the center of zone as well, so they can just kind of ride this one out if they want to.
Ooh. Smoke doing this job there. I don't love being stuffed between so many teams. I'm not gonna lie. It's gonna happen though. It's gonna come down to a very similar endgame to what we saw in that downtown ending early on. And for squad number 7, you heard Lotus 8 talking about them. Rabizi's squad had that most wanted, looking for a regain up in the north, and they kind of rotated a bit more eastern, but they're still inside that circle, trying to close some things out and deal with that stable J roster ahead of them.
Yeah, Cloudy's still here. That is kind of the question, like, do we move up? Do we hang on back for next gen Hitman, Ant-Man, and MG Effect? You're gonna be able to find Arbiter on this outside, and they're gonna see that loadout come on through as well. Can they manage to bring down Realize and GK? You said it earlier, Tiff, and I agree with you. Sometimes the best way of surviving is, well, to bring out teams yourself. And, well, if you're out in the open, you are not going to be able to stay alive for that much longer. Next gen Hitman doing a great job. Catches one out in the open. Can you manage to bring down GK on this wrap? I don't think you can. You'll find at least Realize down into the gas, and you'll bring that squad down to just a single player remaining.
Well, what they did was they kind of made them go out away from them, which gives them a relatively clean rotation. Another team still in the mixed. Tappa, Twitty, Sway. I may have cursed them in the 5-game series, but you know what? We're not talking about them at all right now in the wild card. They are rotating. They are being shot at. I'm done.
I mean, they are kind of playing over here towards airport, so I'd love to see them get in from hangars. They're on the outside of zone, and they got to go all the way across the airfield. And this Polaris is looking a little worse for wear, so maybe use the health you have with it now to start to make some of these plays. And it looks like that's exactly what they're going to do. If they get here quickly, there's one building on the very edge of zone they might be able to find. They have to get through the likes of, well, like Team Go to Dave, who's in your screen finding those kills. Actually, just going to go ahead and swap the vehicles.
Okay. Hey, at least they did it under the cover of smoke as well. You can still hear those shots kind of coming on in. They're falling very low, Sway, maybe 10 HP, but they're changing these seats, getting the plates back on, and I think this is what you're going to have to keep doing. But the resources, they're going to dwindle, armor box in hand, but guess what? We're all still up. If any one of them gets knocked here, it sends kind of the beacon of we need a full send. Maybe nade spam them. Do whatever it takes, but we're back up to full fighting health. Do we find him? Do they see him?
Here? Do they realize no? Okay, they do. I was very worried we were about to see another just move. They find Nobu though. It's a great pickup, and I think just somehow they've been able to keep moving their way on in.
Stop it. Okay, I know what they're doing. They're going for the building below Dam. Now, sure, they hit dead center of zone, but if they can get this, no one's here. Of course, you're gonna have teams that can look down on this, but if it does pull to this actual building, which I have seen before, we know what it's gonna look like when the team 2 on top of them has to fight that. That's gonna be that Gamex roster, 10X, Sucra, LLM. Oh my God.
It's not a bad play. I mean, it gets you in, you're feeling pretty good, but for this squad, I mean, I don't know if they thought they were going to be okay in a helicopter. Those things are made of paper mache, and especially with the ABR in hand, it is going to delete that. So just like that, they come on in. Honesty gets dropped by Magoo, and now you have Gamax, who are now just going to try and hold on it through. I'm still a little surprised, Tiff, that Twitty, Sway, and Tappa, just through pure smokes and just chaining them forward, we're able to make that rotation. Like, that is
not saying anything.
That is crazy.
Very crazy. Can't believe they did it. I refuse to talk about them.
Well, let's talk about Lotus 8 then, because they've just been up here top Dan, and they haven't moved.
No, they haven't moved. They had a couple of comms, maybe like 5 sentences in total during their listening, but it was all vital information. Sure, get those blast traps down. I think that's smart. They've got a couple of kills. They will have to move. And the best part about the pool in that picture-in-picture is look where you talk about them. Squad 8 moved into a nice position. That's all I'm going to say.
Yeah, just say they're Squad 8. That's all you can do.
Not even going to say the names.
They're Squad 8. I mean, hey, listen, that's why you make that type of play. If it pulls up, you still might be able to play from the bottom and manage to make your way on through, but for them, they get blessed. They're already on the low ground. They don't have to move. They're going to be able to have a building. They can catch a lot of these players who try to make the same rap that they just did. But look at this. 14 blatant. They're flying on in, and Thomas.
And they're flying on out. They're flying on out. They're
I don't know if that's the play. Look, we saw this yesterday with Team Moonrise. They had a player just full fly at somebody, and that was the end of their map. I'm not entirely sure what's going on, but go to Dave, Johnny Bro, Clap. They're still alive as well, but look how many teams are still around them, Tiff. This rotation in is not going to be easy.
No, it's not going to be easy. It's going to hurt, but you know what? If you got a cluster strike, maybe invest it out towards the left. You do have to contend with the right, and I think this is actually smart. They realize that they're going to be the third party to this, and for Scopes, Knight, B-Mark, I'm worried. I am worried.
Yeah, good shots coming on out here. You can go to Dave, just trying to get his picks where he can. B-Mark, though, they're holding their ground beautifully. This fight is just going on. Yeah, I think go to Dave. This is the right play. Move on up. See if you can manage to just play ahead of these two teams on the outside. Great shots onto one. You'll clean up another. You'll clean up a second. And I think you just maybe back on up here.
Oh no. The thing is, you've got a rogue solo that looks like he wants to gatekeep the gatekeeper. You've got the back of your teammate, but I believe you lost out on one, so you're down to a duo, and, well, basically, not only are you chalking your game, but you're chalking their game.
Yeah. Hey, newsflash, or team's still in it. It doesn't matter how many kills you have. Just leave those teams. Make your way on in. That's what matters for Lotus 8. They've managed to drop on down, Tiff. They are still here. Rayskis, Sneely eliminated, taken on out. 47 gone. Honesty gone. We're starting to see as the zone collapses on in, so many of our teams just getting wiped off the map.
Can we talk about where we're going with that zone? It is disgusting, and I wouldn't have panned anything else better for a wild card match. For Hale, well, Hale succeeds in ice. Let me just tell you.
Watching Gamex doing a great job just staying on in, and look where Honorize, Solidify, and Blink CJ are. I think just the edge of this building might still be in zone once this closes on up, so they can keep their head on a swivel. Keep looking on in, but take your cover where you can, because in a few moments you are going to have nothing. Gamax, they got a drop from the heavens. They've managed to land top gens. They're looking down below them. Some great shots are there. IQ, Pitnick, and Shero, they've been eliminated. I'm Knight and Clutch W, they've been eliminated. Gamax, they're just trying to play from above.
Look at Tappa, Twitty, and Sway. And they're just trying to stay out of that line of sight, but look who's rotating straight on into them. They're gonna have to watch to their right. This fight will break out, and there goes the first point of contention. Sukra gets leading up, but it's Twitty who grabs the first knock, grabs the full. Sway answers back. It's a nice 3v1. You cannot go down here at all if you're Twitty, Tappa, and Sway. And Sukra could do enough for the bounce round. The Dance of Dragons, he finds a knock onto one. Okay, but now you've got Lotus 8 that wants a piece of it. They knock Twitty, and that is where things are gonna get messy.
And Scopes is still alive as well. But look at this. Twitty, Tappa, Sway. They've had the ire of Lotus 8 directly on there. It's all onto Tappa. He tries to throw a nade to try and catch them, but he has to go out into the gas. But they are on the hunt right now. They do not want to leave a solo out here. Zephy, he's trying to loot. He gets found by Tappa. Tappa's trying to put this ABR to work. Inno is taking so much damage from the gas. He cannot try and take this fight. He is here. Plates come back on in. He is not going to let Tappa get on through. Blink CJ is going to be good for the cleanup. Inno out into the skating rink. Gets found by Blink CJ yet again. And we are to our final 3 teams.
Trixie vibes, though, they are so alive here. A duo. You got Team Unk on the other side. Do not keep out Team Unk. They're a team of 3. It's a 3v2.
It's a 3v2, but Tricky vibes. He finds Truly Evil. He finds him in. It's just Jay Device. They're going to go for the res here. Does Jay Device, does he try and do one?
They have the pull. Whiplash has the pull.
The shots, though, they're too good. Jay Device, he's pushing on up. He's not letting them reset off this fight. He just has a small little rock. But Tricky Vibes, they are able to do it in the most wide open zone possible. Your wildcard map winners, Tricky Vibes, Skizzy, and Whiplash, are able to do it in the final moments of the LCQ.
You got to run it back. We've got to hear it.
So what's your gassy looking like? We might have to get this guy in this deep right.
Let up now.
Wrong. That one. Down 2.
Back one. Down 2. Down 2.
In the smoke,
You can try and run. Lay down.
Wait, pull.
20.
Oh my god, we did it! We're really about that! Let's fucking go! Let's fucking go! Let's fucking go! Yes! Yes! God! Yo! Let's fucking go, boys! Hold on, watch out, you're on camera. Oh my fucking god! Good time! Let's fucking go! I told you!
Wow. Tiff, I think if you've ever wanted to know what the World Series of Warzone is about, you're seeing it on your screen right now. 3 kids just so absolutely excited that they have just booked their ticket to the global final in Las Vegas.
Shout out, yeah!
I don't know why we're shouting out E-mates, but let's go, baby.
Nah, you just keep on celebrating. These, oh my God, they have been grinding for so long. And sometimes it just takes a bit of luck coupled alongside a ton of skill. And sometimes you just have moments like this where you are making dreams come true. You get to go to Vegas, you get to compete on that global LAN. And as you run it back, it wasn't easy. Dandro, this was one of the most hellacious end games we've seen throughout the entirety of World Series of Warzone. And they played it to perfection. You can see them just across the way over by Autorize. The team of three kind of working in synergy, but they have to get out into the open, and this is where things get disgusting.
Yeah, and I think they just basically get the pull. It's just a little bit of trigger discipline. They just have the right angle. They basically have this little bit of a hill that they can manage to play on. And for J-Device, Z-Midi, and Truly Evil, it was a 3v2. And I think it's just Jay is playing off on a little side. They get this pick. And Jay, he's just a little bit of hesitation. He doesn't even go to try and get the revive. Probably no gas mask, has burned all of it to get to this point, and he almost makes it happen with the smokes. They just are a little bit too much for him to deal with. And at the final moments, they are able to clutch it on in.
Oh my God.
What a heartfelt reaction seeing these guys win.
Bro, you can tell they've been grinding for a long time because look how disgusting that setup is. Nah, thank you guys for putting on a damn show because it was sick. And I don't know if it's because Whiplash tweeted the Kilo gif earlier. You just, you know, you're ripping hearts out, you're getting crazy, and now you're going to LAN.
Hey, we said the wildcard map, it always delivers. It did yesterday for EMEA, and it sure as hell did today for North America. We have booked 6 of our teams to LAN. And Tiff, I think it's time to get the desk back on in here to do a nice full breakdown on our day, because from drop 1 all the way to the wild card map, I know you guys probably feel this way. It was just straight bangers all the way through.
LCQs are always a movie. Unbelievable show today. Dandro, Tiff, you absolutely crushed the cast. What a way to finish, by the way. Final map wildcard, and we're out in a skating rink on the ice. What are we doing right now? That was insane. Dan, final words for the broadcast, man. A great competition. This is the end of World Series of Warzone besides our LAN coming up.
Yeah, I mean, it's been really fun in this online part of the competition. It feels like literally every stage we ramped up, you know, in the intensity every single time. And I'm just going to say it, man, here live on broadcast between Esports World Cup last week and 2 LCQs this week. Call of Duty Warzone Esports is alive and well, okay? And if you don't think so, man, you got to tune in because these have been absolutely insane broadcasts with some amazing talent being displayed here.
Totally agree. Entertainment is up right now. Tiff, going to you as well. Final words for the broadcast. LAN on the horizon. For now, we are done with the World Series of Warzone.
Sure, we may be done with the online portion of World Series of Warzone, but if you think back to what Swag said after game number 5, it's not done. You've got to lock it in. You've got only just so much time to prepare to compete on that global LAN final, and you thought maybe everything was super difficult. Well, it's going to get 10 times harder.
Totally agree. It's going to be even harder on LAN. And of course, we just got our 50th team to join us on LAN a moment ago. Casters, very well done. I'm sure we'll see you in the near future. Appreciate you. All right, Desk, it's time to talk for a brief moment because that was wild. And I'm going to say it. There's been some really good reactions to wins. That might be my favorite of all time. It's at least top 2. It was the most hype, most pure-hearted, just heartfelt, all emotions out on the sleeve, out on the table, crying, tears, jumping around for joys. It was unbelievable, Smix, to see their reaction, and a big shout out to the crew.
I love World Series of Warzone for this reason only, right? It really does make dreams come true for some people. And it really shows that, you know, anybody can really do this, and anybody, this is their chance to really put their name out there, get their name on the board. And that's what I love about this competition.
Yeah, I completely agree. Dream, really quickly, talk to me about this team. I think the big question is, where did they come from? Oftentimes we play these competitions, we have giant streamers like Swag dropping bangers, and they make it here. But talk to me about this roster while we look back on some of these highlights. Where do they come from? What do they do in the competition leading up to today?
Well, for a team that we particularly weren't necessarily following because they were, 32nd, I believe, in the lower round twos, but carrying over into regional finals where they placed 34th, Goj. It's just like Spixie said, it's just one of those opportunities for a team to make it, and that's why LCQs is chaos. But for chaos for some of these teams, Goj, as they were fighting through the gulags, we saw some crazy, insane pushes, and even for teams that were rotating super fast in the far north, it really was about my dream team here. I was rooting for. Oh, Delirious, even though we won that, they could not find their way in these late game moments.
Yeah, it was utter chaos. Smixy, talk to me about a couple of these moments. Of course, we had Zepti and the crew doing work on the backside, cleaning up every team that they get their hands on. It was such a weird fight on the other side of the map.
Yeah, Zepti and them really frying over there. And I mean, scopes here going down. It was just absolute chaos. Everybody was just rotating into the open, right? And just getting picked off one by one. It was tragic. We were seeing dreams crushed.
Yeah, honestly, deployable cover might have been MVP there if it didn't pull away from Blink CJ. Just didn't have enough cover to work with because there's none. The lone piece of cover you could find was a small hill, barely bigger than an anthill, and a couple lone rocks, and it was enough. Tricky Vibes clutches up, and Jada Vibes, by the way, almost pulls out the craziest clutch with the sniper on the offs angle. Big tip of the hat to him. But here are our finals. 6 teams that are making it to LAN. Our 5, of course, dominating the competition, and Tricky Vibes, Kizzy, and Whiplash coming in clutch when they needed it most. It's not about how you start, gentlemen. It's about how you finish. I can't wait to shake your hands on LAN. Should I be there with you? Really excited to meet, because everybody makes a name for themselves in this competition. Whether you're Swag continuing to remind the haters we still got it, or if you're a team like this that says you may not know our names, but you might now because of our win in the wildcard game. Still a lot of work to do. Dream, quick kind of wrap up thoughts on the wildcard map. Did it live up to expectations?
Always, Goj. The anticipation of who's gonna make it in the end, and I mean, I do get scared like picking a team, but I think we called that out, or I saw that Tiff called out that Ebates picked that squad to win, which is crazy that someone can predict a wildcard winner. Even a winner like in the solo YOLO, I think she did that one year. Tiff did actually specifically, right, when she called out Skullface. It's really hard in those moments, but it really could be anyone's game.
Yeah, it's like a spinning of the wheel almost. I think we even did that on LAN back in London. But yeah. Just to clarify, somebody can correct me if I'm wrong. I think Ebates might have shouted them out maybe on a stream somewhere. He quote tweeted a random Twitter account with 183 followers that said, yeah, I'm sure Tricky Vibes is qualing. And well, Mr. Savo, you were right. You got it correct a couple days ago. Nice call out, Ebates with the quote tweet there. Anybody can win in the wild card. That's what we love it. It's one of the most high stakes map of Warzone you'll ever play. They just got tickets to LAN because of a single map and a single play in the end. Absolutely lived up to the hype. But a fun final map and a fun series of competitions. We got to talk briefly about our NA teams in general, though. We've got our 15 teams that punched their ticket in the regional finals. To remind you, we had a lot of fun today. But we only booked 6 more tickets. We had 15 booked in the regional finals. And of course, here's that list again. Smixy, throwing this to you. It was a Virtus Pro domination. Highlight a couple more teams on this roster, though. I mean, BBJ here with Juju, Bredman, Believe. That's a great team that kind of snuck into here.
It's a great team, but to be honest, I don't know if I would say they snuck in there because they were really doing well on Big Map. I think they just, struggled, all of them, on Resurgence, but Big Map, they really thrived as soon as they kind of got together. But I love to see Flanked up here. I feel like Flanked is one of those players, we were talking about that earlier today, right? That he just kind of sneaks up on you. People really sleep on the guy. Yeah, he always manages to make it. Same thing with Huskers. We have a couple people here where the storylines are pretty darn similar.
Yeah, very fun. Future has game Felnets and Almighty TJ. I mean, I think Felnets clip, the only clip that could maybe overshadow or at least rival the celebrations we just got from the wildcard game was Felnets collateral snipe on 2 members of the Falcons to wipe them. That was disgusting. Definitely a highlight from our World Series of Warzone competitions. But congrats to all of our North American teams. The 6 from today, the 15 from regional finals. And then we also, of course, had EMEA yesterday, LCQs, and the 15 teams from EMEA regional finals. So to look back on this competition, Dream, we had a lot of fun on this competition. It feels like a year ago at this point. A couple weeks ago, regional finals for EMEA. A couple teams you wanted to shout out. I know we had originally talked about Decky's team a ton. They land middle of the pack of our top 15 teams that make the land in Vegas.
And those in the North American region that may have missed it, that didn't know, Juki's team BDS, the map before the final and the 5th map, game 4, right? They had a huge game that was able to bring them from 24th place all the way up to, I believe it was 5th. And then, of course, they ended in 4th. So for Team GUI, Juki's, and Spaz, that was a big one. And my German boys, Team Decky, Lays, Decky, Stukex, awesome to see them there too in the top 8 spot. This one felt like definitely the EU region go. I don't know what it was. It felt more of a grueler than the North American side.
Yeah, no, I think so too. It was really fun. It was crazy razor thin margins. I mean, across the board, obviously Team Rocket barely missing out on this competition from EMEA regional finals. I think it was 2.2 points. Wild stuff. But Fuzz and Melvin and Pentagon there making it as well. And so we've shown 36. Let's show another 6 teams, the EMEA LCQs. This was yesterday. If you missed it, Skinner, Millsy, Control Deck had a banger tournament, able to take the win there. You can see the points disparity in this time around. Top 5, decently close, but they weren't so far above the rest of the pack that it wasn't insanely razor thin margins on the bubble like it was for NA LCQs today. King AJ, Robstar, Showstopper, a wild finish to the LCQs for them. They dropped extremely early and they basically just had to cross their fingers and probably all of their toes as well, as they just let the game play out, and luckily nobody else passed them. Hydra, Vidati, and Azen, Amos's abusers, they had a big leap here, Dream, as well. And then Onyx, I mean, a great consistent tournament from them in the LCQs.
Yeah, the LCQs were fun to watch, and the huge win, Skinner, Millsy, Control Deck, that was exciting. But I really loved seeing SJR lock down the train station side. A lot of teams, I feel like, didn't contest them, but even when they did, they were locking it down. And that AJ buff, obviously they had Jawad out, AJ in, they were looking phenomenal. That was a buff in my eyes for them.
Yeah, and of course, we can't move on without talking about Swizen's 1v3 at the end of the tournament to win the wildcard map. A little bit of a different circle in a crazy fight. Wins it, and in just dominant fashion to be able to showcase skill like that on main stage. It wasn't all RNG. They were able to execute. Very fun to watch, and be excited to see that wildcard team joining us as well. Well, now we've shown you the 42 teams. Again, there's another 8 teams, Smixy, from our expansion regions. These folks have been qualified to land for a long time now. Quick hits, talk me through these 8 teams.
Again, like I said at the top of the show, I am expecting big things out of some of these teams. Those teams being almost all of the LATAM North teams, honestly. I think all of them can go crazy at LAN. And then, of course, our APAC team, Tini, Obs, and Bray. They just went absolutely nuts, a little bit like Nukes did today. They had very similar storylines, and I'm expecting both of those teams to do really good. So it's gonna be a good global finals.
It's going to be a really good global finals, folks. And that is our 50 teams. We've got them all. And you're going to watch it October 1st in Vegas online. You're not going to want to miss this. October 1st is our World Series of Warzone global finals. And it's paired up with Call of Duty Next right before it, as well as the Call of Duty Endowment Bowl. This is going to be an insane couple days for Call of Duty. You're not going to want to miss all of these broadcasts in Vegas. You'll have a chance to watch them YouTube, Twitch. It's going to be a blast. But that's all I've got for us here in the booth. Dream, quickly, any final words for the broadcast? We did it! We did the whole World Series of Warzone dang thing. All that's left is LAN.
Are we already here? Really? I want more, Goj, but we will get LAN soon. Of course, thank you all so much for having me. The production's been great. The community's been great. The watch parties have been awesome. And everything revolving Warzone, as Dandro said, go back and watch the rebroadcast, you guys, because it was just pure cinema. And it's been fun doing the thing with you guys, as always.
It's been an absolute blast. You crushed it, Dreams. Smixy, same to you. Great to have you as an analyst for World Series of Warzone, LCQ's regional finals. It's all been a blast. Any final words for the broadcast?
Yeah, thank you guys so much. You guys really took me in and you guys really taught me a lot. So I'm super, super grateful for the opportunity. Thank you so much to the production for being so amazing. Thank you guys so much also to the chatters for showing all of the chat and the love in the chat. I seriously appreciate it so very much. Thank you. I will not forget this. I'm so beyond appreciative.
You're the best, Smix. You have absolutely taught me a lot as well. You are the expert in the booth, so appreciate you jumping in. And it's been a great couple shows with you. Now, folks at home, that's all we got for you. As Smix said, as I have to remind you again, we couldn't do it without you, the viewer. So thanks for tuning in today. Look forward to LAN. It's going to be a banger. October 1st in Vegas. You're not going to want to miss it.